The story begins on a bright moonlit night, at a company building, where a single room is brightly lit. Inside that illuminated room, a man sits before a computer screen. This man, devoid of money, power, status, and a girlfriend, considers overtime his only hobby in his free time. He types rapidly on the keyboard, muttering to himself, "It's always 996 today, I see you tomorrow." 996 refers to the work schedule of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. ICU stands for Intensive Care Unit. He continues typing for a while. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his chest, slumping over his desk in agony. "I'm afraid I won't even make it to the ICU," he groans. He struggles to reach for his computer, trying to enter one last command. Ctrl+S, to save his file. Just as the computer displays the words saved, his head, now out of memory, collapses onto the keyboard. He's finally ascended. His hands fall limp. Knocking over his glass of water, he wearily resents his job, promising himself, "Darn it, in my next life, I definitely won't just eat, wait to die, and go crazy with love." However, upon waking up in darkness, his eyes open to reveal an insanely pale hand. He suddenly realizes, wait, am I not dead? Meanwhile, in a forest, 4 men carry a coffin. One of them groans loudly, "What bad luck! This guy looks slender, but why is he so heavy?" Another, nicknamed Monkey, retorts, "You think you have bad luck? The guy you're carrying is the unlucky one. Came to live with his wife's family, died before even getting through the door." The man in front counters, "I think the unluckiest one is Miss Two. Hasn't even tasted the joys of a man, yet she's lost money on this deal." Another adds, "It's good that he's dead. Doesn't that give us a chance?" Suddenly, a series of knocks echo from within the coffin, causing the other 2 men's eyes to widen in terror. A foot emerges from the coffin. A dashing man steps out, pointing towards the sky and shouting, "Lam Hon has returned." The 4 coffin bearers are stunned into silence. Frozen for 5 seconds, they finally realize the corpse has revived. They drop the coffin and flee, screaming, "Don't blame us. It was him who spoke nonsense before. It's all because of our foolish talk." Lam Hon, bewildered, waves them back, "Don't run. I still have something to ask you." A moment later, Lam Hon, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, muses, "Have I transmigrated?" A sudden pain flashes through his head. The memories of this body flood back. The original owner was also named Lam Hon. His family, once the leading pottery makers in Ninchao City, had fallen on hard times, struggling even to afford basic necessities. Seeing the Lam family's misfortune, the Tu family, their competitors, took them in, treating them with great hospitality. Mr. Tu intended for Lam Hon to marry his eldest daughter, Tu Tien, and become part of the Tu family. Mr. Lam, seeing Lam Hon as a composed and respectable young man, and glad he had found security, gave the Tu family his most important pottery formula as a dowry. However, not long after handing over the formula, Lam Hon, previously healthy and happy, suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. Even renowned physicians were helpless against it. Thus, Lam Hon died, and before even 7 days had passed, he was arranged to be buried in the mountains outside the city. Back in the present, Lam Hon rubs his head, thinking, transmigration is quite convenient. It even comes with an explanation. Looking at his handsome face reflected in a puddle, he admires himself narcissistically. "Don't tell me, with this handsome face, like a peerless beauty, how could the Tu family be so heartless as to make a move on me?" He takes off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique with an 8-pack. "Wait till I've bathed and tidied up my appearance, then I'll deal with the Tu family," he declares. Spying a river ahead, Lam Hon quickly runs towards it. Pushing aside the dense grass, he discovers something. A set of women's clothes and a sword. Lam Hon's eyes widen in shock at the sight before him. The bathing woman, sensing someone watching, instinctively glances over. However, Lam Hon, in a fit of narcissistic delusion, assumes she's ogling him. Covering himself, he blushes, "You pervert! How dare you peek at me?" The sword lunges forward. Lam Hon puts on a wronged expression, "And now you're resorting to violence? Fine, I'll do as you say." People are so unpredictable these days, completely without conscience. The woman, now dressed, walks up to Lam Hon and scolds, "I've never met anyone so shameless. My name is Nin Tulan. You won't die unjustly by my sword." As soon as Nin Tulan finishes speaking, Lam Hon bursts into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Nin Tulan, right? I remember now. Seeing him laugh upon hearing her name, Nin Tulon presses her sword closer to his throat. Shameless naked man. So what if you remember? Slightly intimidated by her aggressive stance, Lam Hon explains, I was wearing clothes when I came from the mortal world, but they would scare you. Nin Tulon looks at him with suspicion. Mortal world? Clothes that would scare me? Are you trying to trick me? But then, noticing his funeral attire, a chill runs down her spine. Turning back, she finds him gone. He disappeared? She exclaims. Before she can process what just happened, she sees Lam Hon running in the distance. No, he's running away. Angrily, she shouts after him, How dare you trick me? Don't let me catch you, you scoundrel! Back at the residence, Mr. Tu's daughter hears the news of the revived corpse. A revived corpse? What's going on? She asks. Hearing the servant's report, her father dismisses it as nonsense. He believes the coffin bearers are just trying to extort money with a fabricated story. In truth, he was the one who poisoned Lam Hon. He drank all the poison wine. How could he possibly be alive? He thinks. Tien worries about the potential gossip among other families. Her father assures her outwardly, we did everything we could to save him. It's just Lam Hon's bad luck. Inwardly, he thinks differently. Tien still doesn't know I was the one who killed Lam Hon. Even if she knew, she wouldn't object. He tells her to focus on the upcoming pottery competition instead. This year, our Tu family must take first place. Elevate our pottery from high quality to tribute worthy. Agreeing with her father, Tien insults Lam Hon. That penniless man is nothing to worry about. He couldn't possibly have jumped out of his coffin. Suddenly a hand claps her shoulder, and a sinister voice whispers, what if he did? Both father and daughter turn around, trembling in fear. Lam Hon, appearing like a vengeful ghost, accuses them, I died a wrongful death, old man too. You reap what you sow. I am your retribution. Terrified, Mr. Tu falls back into his chair, stammering, Lam Hon, you. He foams at the mouth and faints. Tien, terrified, runs away from Lam Hon, pleading, don't come near me. We're not married yet. You're here to be my husband, you have to listen to me. Don't come any closer. Running frantically, she trips and falls face first onto the ground. Lam Hon is surprised, why did you stop running? Tien slowly sits up, tears streaming down her face. Even more surprising, there's a puddle beneath her. Dropping the act, Lam Hon taunts her, were you so scared you wet yourself? Realizing he's gone too far, he thinks, women are so fragile. Suddenly, he says, wait a minute. Why do I feel like a bad guy bullying an innocent girl? A mischievous look appears on his face, although sneaking a little feel earlier felt pretty good. He throws down his wig. Ripping off his tattered clothes, he announces, I was just messing with you. By the way, just to let you know, I don't want this marriage anymore. With that, he throws down his ragged clothes and walks away. Tien sits there, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Stepping out of the residence, a system notification sounds. Confused, Lam Hon asks, what is this? Congratulations, host, on completing your first mission. Influence plus 10. You've received one chance to draw from the shop. The system displays the draw probabilities, worthless 46%, common 40%, epic 3%, rare 10%, legendary 1%. Lam Hon can't believe he gets a free draw. A free draw? Is this a new benefit? And it even shows the probabilities. How kind! He clicks Start Draw. The arrow begins to spin. Congratulations, host, on receiving a rare item, Advanced Pottery Crafting Method. Lam Hon's face falls. Why not a magical artifact or something more valuable? While pondering the usefulness of his prize, he notices a group of strangers gathered nearby. Curious, he teleports over to investigate. It's a pottery competition, with a hefty reward for the winner. He exclaims, this competition is perfectly timed. Footsteps approach. A tall man, accompanied by numerous followers, arrives. The man in the middle, with sharp eyes, stares intently at Lam Hon. He slowly draws a knife and presses it against Lam Hon's back. Mr. Lam, come with me, he says gravely. At midnight in a deserted graveyard within a forest. Lam Hon is thrown into a hole and buried alive by the men. Exasperated, he thinks, ever since I transmigrated, I seem to be constantly dying. The leader replies, dying? Mr. Lam, you jest. This is just debt collection. You borrowed 10 gold taels from us. With interest, it's now 120 gold taels. How could you forget? Lam Hone curses his predecessor. This guy enjoyed himself before dying, leaving me with this debt. The debt collector draws his saber. Now that we're done talking, it's time to go. My sword is quick, it won't hurt. Terrified, Lam Hone cries out, "Wait! Let me pay!" Hearing this, the man presses the knife closer to his face. 120 gold taels, not a single copper less. Suddenly, Lam Hone chuckles. Don't say 120. Considering our relationship, I'll give you 10,000 taels. The man, now utterly confused, seems to be at Lam Hone's mercy. One of his followers whispers, "Boss, is this guy scared silly?" Not believing Lam Hone, the leader raises his sword again, causing Lam Hone to break out in a cold sweat. A flash of light. The ropes binding Lam Hone are cut. Xiao Jiu, follow him. Give him 3 days. If he doesn't have the money, we'll kill his whole family, he orders. Then, the leader and his men depart. Lam Hone stretches and shouts, "I lived with the Tu family. Killing my whole family includes the Tu family." This startles the leader, causing him to twist his ankle. He mutters, "This son-in-law is a bit crazy." The next day, at Lam Swan brothel, a group of scholars and wealthy young men stand outside, vying for attention. One says, "I want to see Lin Ko. I'll give her a set of antique jade hairpins." Another recites a poem. A third declares, "I'll give Lin Ko my heart." Xiao Jiu, accompanying Lam Hone, observes the scene. "Brother Lam, what are they doing?" he asks. Lam Hone explains, Lam Swan brothel has a rule. Every month, they hold a gift-giving competition. Whoever's gift Lin Ko chooses gets to meet her. Xiao Jiu whispers, "Brother Lam, you're not planning to kidnap Lin Ko for ransom, are you?" Lam Hone pats Xiao Jiu's shoulder. "My friend, don't always think about violence. I have my own methods." The doors of Lam Swan brothel open, and a hand reaches out. A woman announces, "We have a winner this month. Lam Hone. Is there a Lam Hone here?" Lam Hone waves his hand dismissively. "No need for a meeting. It's enough that she's seen my letter." Xiao Jiu, looking at Lam Hone's back, murmurs, "This Mr. Lam has quite the presence." As Lam Hone leads Xiao Jiu away, a graceful figure appears on the city wall. It's Lin Ko. She smiles at Lam Hone. Picking up his letter, she muses, "This Lam Hone is quite interesting." The letter reads, "Follow my instructions, and I can help you become an idol of the new era, famous throughout the land." The venue of the pottery competition bustles with laughter and conversation. Inside, Mr. Tu discusses pottery with others. Someone flatters him, "When it comes to good pottery, it's still the Tu family." Another chimes in, "Indeed, indeed." Mr. Tu, basking in the compliments, replies modestly, "You're too kind, too kind." Just as the Tu family, father and daughter, are enjoying the praise, a voice from outside interrupts, "Is that all? And you call this a pottery competition?" Footsteps approach. It's Lam Hone. He enters, mockingly saying, "You call these trinkets treasures? How boring." His words directly contradict the earlier praise from Mr. Tu. Enraged at the sight of Lam Hone, Mr. Tu retorts, "Want to see something new? Fine, I'll broaden your horizons." He unveils an object covered in black cloth. It's a vase with intricate and unique patterns. He introduces it. "This is the radiant landscape pattern, a masterpiece by the Grand Master." The onlookers shower him with praise. As expected of Tu family pottery. "Amazing!" Lam Hone picks up the vase. He examines it carefully. Mr. Tu thinks smugly, "Surprised, aren't you, Lam Hone? I've stolen the Lam family's secret method." After a moment, Lam Hone casually tosses the vase aside, sighing, "Is that all? Such an outdated toy." The vase shatters into hundreds of pieces. Mr. Tu, seeing the vase he stole the formula for now in pieces, clutches his chest. Outdated? Besides the Tu family, who else can make celadon? Lam Hone points. "Everyone here except you." Mr. Tu looks at the crowd behind him, realizing something. "Could it be you all?" One man looks up at the sky. "The weather's so nice today, perfect for flying kites." Another says, "Where was that restaurant you mentioned earlier? Let's go eat later." Lam Hone claps his hands excitedly. "My fellow workshop owners, don't hide it anymore. Let's see the results of the celadon formulas I gave you." 3 men bring forward their pottery pieces. Seeing the shimmering pottery, Mr. Tu faints. How is this possible?" The 3 men kneel before Lam Hone. "Since Mr. Lam has spoken, we won't hesitate any longer. Thank you for sharing the celadon formula and benefiting the people." Suddenly, Lam Hone kicks a celadon vase, shattering it. The crowd gasps. Mr. Lam, what are you doing? Have you changed your mind? Lam Hone points to the sky. It's not about vases, it's about bowls. The method I gave you wasn't for making these outdated things. He points to the crowd. Now, let's welcome the main attraction. The sound of footsteps approaches. It's the beautiful Lin Ko, carrying an object concealed beneath a mysterious blue cloth. The men who brought gifts are captivated by her beauty. It's Lin Ko. Why is she here? When did Lam Hone entice her? Who cares? Just being able to see this celestial being is a blessing. Lam Hone greets her. You're here. Lin Ko replies shyly, How could I refuse your request, Mr. Lam? Lam Hone snatches the cloth away. Let everyone see what true transcendental pottery looks like. The cloth is removed, and the crowd gasps in astonishment. They can't believe their eyes. An exquisite ceramic figure of Lin Ko playing a musical instrument is revealed. Lin Ko holds the figure, a near-perfect replica of herself. The wealthy young men exclaim, Oh my God, the colors! The craftsmanship! The likeness to Lin Ko is uncanny. I've never seen anything like it. One young master adds, Indeed. I came just to support the pottery competition, but I never expected to see such a treasure. Lin Ko, sensing the atmosphere, switches to sales mode. She looks at Lam Hone and asks, Mr. Lam, this piece is so beautiful. How can people buy it? Lam Hone immediately launches into his sales pitch. It's simple. Just place an order now, pay half as a deposit, and we'll deliver it to your door in 7 days. Mr. Tu scoffs. Mr. Lam, you're quite the businessman. You have no money yourself, so you're using pre-orders to raise capital? What if you run away with the money? Wouldn't we all lose out? The crowd agrees with Mr. Tu. The Lam family is bankrupt. Even with the secret technique, they can't produce much. The product is good, but paying up front and receiving later is risky. Mr. Tu presses his advantage. Are you all going to stand by and watch him ruin the reputation of our pottery industry? The merchants realize that profiting from the figure doesn't directly benefit them. They appreciate Lam Hone's generosity, but agree that paying up front is problematic. We should stick to honest business practices, they say. Mr. Tu, sensing victory, smirks. You brat, how dare you challenge me? You're too young. Lam Hone claps a merchant on the shoulder and sighs. How can you all be so foolish? He then scatters flyers everywhere, announcing, I've given you all the celadon technique. Just come to me for the designs. You can place orders with me or with them. It's all the same. The merchants stare at the flyers in disbelief. Is this for real? Aren't you cutting off your own source of income? Lam Hone confirms, of course it's real. But I retain the copyright. I'll only take a 10% cut from each piece. He points at Mr. Tu. Every merchant here gets a share, except Mr. Tu. Mr. Tu is furious. Just the celadon formula and designs? The Tu family has connections everywhere. I'll have these in my hands in 3 days. Lam Hone lets out an O. He asks, I wonder if you can get your hands on the next item? Reaching into his sleeve, he pulls out something. If you're interested in that, take a look at this. It's a miniature doll, a perfect replica of Lin Ko. The wealthy young men are mesmerized. I want it. Lam Hone introduces the doll. This doll is meticulously crafted by a skilled carpenter, with lifelike joints and details. The skin is made from high-grade dragon and phoenix ceramic. He adds, you can even change the doll's clothes. For example, a bunny girl outfit, a sexy dress, or a cute school uniform. One man shouts excitedly, I must have the goddess doll. Lam Hone announces the price. Only 290 silver pieces. We have 10 in stock. First come, first served. Take Lin Ko home with you. A young master throws a bag of coins at Lam Hone. I'll take one. Others follow suit, throwing money at Lam Hone. No one can take her from me. Lin Ko is mine. Lam Hone is ecstatic, overwhelmed by the enthusiastic response. He announces, don't worry, everyone. I'll offer limited-time franchises for 500 silver pieces each. We'll split the profits 30/70ths. Mr. Tu tries to intervene, threatening the young masters, let's see who dares to participate. You're clearly trying to divide our pottery alliance. A young master tackles Mr. Tu to the ground, stepping on his back. The 3 merchants show no sympathy for Mr. Tu. They enthusiastically support Lam Hone. It's foolish not to make money. That old Tu is stopping us from getting rich. Mr. Tu is livid, unable to believe his downfall. Lam Hon, seeing Mr. Tu's misery, smiles triumphantly. Mr. Tu, you still think you can control everything? You reap what you sow. He then bows slightly to Mr. Tu. The times have changed, sir. The Tu family steward stands at the center of the pottery competition, announcing, the winner of this year's pottery competition, the one who introduced the revolutionary concept of character pottery, is none other than Lam Hon. The system notification sounds. Congratulations, host, on completing the influence mission. Influence plus 50. Lam Hon adjusts his clothes. He runs a hand through his hair, displaying his narcissism. Sigh, with my talent, it's hard to stay hidden. The audience rolls their eyes. Mr. Tu and the three merchants grimace. Did he really just say that? Lam Hon strolls down the street, humming to himself. Today, everyone is happy and celebrating. He stops abruptly, noticing an old woman. She appears distressed or frightened. As she walks past him, he senses something. He jumps back as the old woman suddenly collapses, clutching her chest and groaning in pain. Lam Hon is taken aback. This old woman walked past me, clutched her chest, and fell down. Putting it all together, it's a classic scam. The old woman continues to clutch her chest, her face pale as if in excruciating pain. Lam Hon turns back, sweating nervously. I think she's really hurt. He sees the genuine pain on her face, and the beads of sweat dripping down. Lin Huan sat down to observe this condition. It's not a heart attack relapse, is it? It's too late to find a doctor now, what should I do? Lin Huan put his hand on his chin. A brilliant idea seemed to have struck him. Then Lin Huan rummaged through the system's various medicines and antiseptics. His eyes scanned until they landed on a gourd bottle labeled Instant Heart Support Pill. Lin Huan exclaimed happily, found it! Then the system displayed the message, yes/no, exchange for Instant Heart Support Pill. Requires 60 influence points. Lin Huan's hand trembled, hesitating over the button to select the gourd bottle of Instant Heart Support Pills. He thought to himself, using all my influence points to save someone, what if something dangerous happens afterward? To be honest, I don't even know this old woman. Maybe. Lin Huan shook his head. Finally, Lin Huan resolutely said, no, as a successor of the new era, I must save her if I can. Lin Huan decisively pressed the button to exchange for the medicine. The system displayed the message, exchange successful. Influence points minus 60. The gourd bottle appeared in his hand. Afterward, Lin Huan put the pill into the old woman's mouth. Not long after, the old woman woke up, exhaling deeply. Lin Huan stepped forward to help her up and asked with concern, Grandma, are you feeling better? The old woman grasped Lin Huan's hand and said excitedly, Young man, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, this old body would have been done for. Then Lin Huan pressed the gourd bottle of medicine into the old woman's hand and said gently, Grandma, take this medicine. Remember to keep it with you. If this happens again, take one pill and you'll feel better. The old woman gave Lin Huan a lucky charm, smiling and saying, Young man, I have nothing to give you. I received 2 peace charms at the temple, one for my son, and this one is for you. After Lin Huan accepted it and turned to leave, the old woman surreptitiously wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and whispered, There are still many good people in the world. Evening had fallen. In the forest, Lin Huan held a wad of cash, his face beaming, and said, without an account number, This money is making my hand numb. Take it. Consider the extra a little something for you. He calmly replied, I can't deny that you surprised me. But unfortunately you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Lin Huan sighed helplessly. Hayes then continued to think absent-mindedly. As expected, they still want to kill me. Then Lin Huan asked He, tell me, how much did the Su family give you? I'll pay double. No, double for each of you. I don't believe 17 of you can. He drew his saber as he replied, Let me tell you the truth. The Su family is about to form a marriage alliance with the city lord. So, there are some things money can't solve. Finishing his words, He charged towards Lin Huan with his sword. A flash of light was seen, as if the sword had just pierced Lin Huan's heart. Immediately afterward, He sheathed his sword. But at this moment, Lin Huan looked at his hands stunned, and blurted out, Huh? Then Lin Huan looked at the tear in his sleeve, dazed for a long time. Someone pointed at Lin Huan, spitting blood, and shouted in fear and indignation, We've been betrayed. The entire group looked towards the person who had just attacked. Immediately afterward, There was a flash of light, and the entire group collapsed onto the ground. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. Lin Huan was horrified, looking around speechless. He, his long sword dripping with blood, quickly and efficiently dispatched the entire group, leaving them in a pool of their own blood. Lin Huan's eyes sparkled like stars. He clasped his hands together, showing respect towards He, and said, "Master, you could become the best swordsman in the world." He swung the hilt of his sword and said softly, "Stop flattering me. Do you know why I saved you?" Lin Huan looked down at the peace charm the old woman had given him earlier. It was being lifted by the tip of He's long sword. Lin Huan recalled the memory of the old woman giving him the peace charm and remembered her words, "Young man, I have nothing to give you. I just received 2 peace charms at the temple. One for my son, and this one is for you." Then, as if realizing something, Lin Huan's eyes lit up, and he concluded, "Fate, so he's the old woman's son." He's face darkened. He brought his face close to Lin Huan and threatened, "Stop daydreaming, give me more money." Not long after, Lin Huan walked down the road, emptying his now empty pockets onto the ground and lamenting, "In these chaotic times, I'll have to buy some anesthetic for self-defense when I get back." He then thought cheerfully and carefree, "But probably no one will rob me." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 robbers suddenly appeared in front of Lin Huan and shouted fiercely, "Stop! This tree was planted by me, this road was opened by me, if you want to." Lin Huan was bewildered, his head full of question marks as he looked at the 2 robbers before him. He raised his hands to cover his eyes, too helpless to speak. A moment later, Lin Huan was tied up tightly with ropes. He rolled on the ground, pleading with the 2 robbers, "Brothers, let's talk things over. Why are you sharpening your knives?" One of the robbers turned around and shouted at Lin Huan, "Shut up! You don't have a single valuable thing on you. We'll send you to your ancestors later." Lin Huan stood up and kicked the edge of the table. He shouted at the robber, "Are you all blind? Do you know who I am?" Then, with his foot on the table, he continued aggressively, "I am the legitimate son-in-law of the Su family, the richest family in Ningzhou City." The 2 robbers began whispering to each other after hearing Lin Huan's words, but they didn't seem to believe him very much. "This kid looks frail and weak. He must be the Su family's son-in-law. Usually, those who get caught don't dare to shout at us like that. How about we secretly take him away for ransom, just split it between us? We definitely can't offend the Su family. I heard they have a very good relationship with the city lord." Lin Huan, tied up in the distance, shouted, "If you have something to say it to my face." The robber approached Lin Huan, smiled brightly, and quickly untied him. Lowering his voice, he apologized, "It's all because we were blind. We'll personally escort you back later. Young master, if you have any requests, just tell us." After being untied, Lin Huan relaxed and replied nonchalantly, "That's more like it. When I get back, I'll reward you with some gold tails." Hearing this, the robbers' eyes lit up, and they rubbed their hands together, anticipating Lin Huan's promise. Lin Huan extended his hand in front of the 2 robbers and casually ordered, "Right, I'm hungry now. Bring me some food quickly." But in his heart, Lin Huan thought, "I'll trick them first and then find a chance to escape." Not long after, the 2 robbers went to see their leader and handed him a piece of paper. At this time, a person carrying a tray of silver ingots walked in and said, "Consider this a down payment. There's more reward after the job is done cleanly." But Shan Bao and his 2 henchmen were still looking at the paper. One of them said, "This person looks familiar, doesn't he?" The other 2 pondered and replied, "I think so too. I feel like I've seen him somewhere." Shan Bao spoke up, "I think so too. I feel like I've seen him somewhere." One of the robbers suddenly remembered something, slapped his head, and exclaimed, "Chief! I remember. Isn't this the Su family's son-in-law from earlier?" The Su family's steward was startled and exclaimed, "Son-in-law? Our young miss isn't even married yet. How can there be a son-in-law?" At this moment, outside someone walked by casually. It was Lin Huan. He walked past the door of the room, the very room where Shan Bao and his henchmen were discussing. Shan Bao was still holding Lin Huan's picture. The robbers and the Su family steward all turned their eyes towards the sound of Lin Huan's footsteps. Lin Huan was still humming a tune, unaware of what was happening. He still had a chicken leg in his mouth. As soon as the Su family steward saw Lin Huan, he shouted his name, startling the robbers who looked in his direction. Lin Huan widened his eyes and looked directly towards the source of the voice that had just called his name. Then, Lin Huan very naturally tossed the chicken bone in his hand and replied haughtily, "You're looking for Lin Huan? What does that have to do with Lin and me?" Lin Huan sensed the killing intent behind him and hurriedly tried to slip away. "Ahem, it's getting late. I have to go back and pack." Suddenly Shan Bao's hand slammed onto Lin Huan's shoulder. And he said in a strained voice, "Wait a minute." Immediately after, Lin Huan was tied to a pole in the middle of the street. Shan Bao raised his saber high and shouted, "Brat, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. Try to be a better person in your next life, huh?" The system displayed a notification. Beginner's protection can revive once. All values after revival will be restored, and the difficulty of gaining reputation will increase. Lin Huan ignored the words of the man holding the saber and calmly thought, "Should I use this feature? If someone comes to save me, will it be wasted?" Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves could be heard. A girl with her hair in a bun, holding a sword, charged forward on horseback. Looking closely, it was Ning Xilan. She swung her sword, knocking the saber out of Shan Bao's hand. The sword of the man below also fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Huan and Ning Xilan recognized each other. Seeing Lin Huan tied up, Ning Xilan swung her sword again, cutting the ropes binding him, and said, "Humph, good for you. We'll settle the score when we get back." The surrounding crowd, seeing Lin Huan freed, surrounded him and Ning Xilan. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Shan Bao looked at Ning Xilan, a lewd expression appearing on his face. "I've been lonely lately. I can't believe such a delicate young lady has come here, haha." Ning Xilan looked at him coldly. The Su steward standing beside her, seeing the girl's face, felt a pang of unease. Not good. It seems she's... He hurriedly covered his face with his sleeve and turned away. Suddenly, a strong tremor was felt under someone's feet. One of the men shouted, "Did you hear something?" The vibrations caused the ground to shake. Someone pointed into the distance and shouted, "What is that?" From afar, a large troop of soldiers was approaching. They were carrying a red flag, the symbol of a powerful clan. The men were frightened by this display of power, and immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. In an instant, the soldiers bound them and dragged them away. Shan Bao looked at Ning Xilan, gritting his teeth. This woman seems to be the leader of this group. I just offended her. I'll probably have no way to survive. I'm going to die anyway. Lin Huan seemed to have realized his intention. A dart appeared in Shan Bao's hand. Shan Bao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately threw the dart at Ning Xilan and shouted, "Die, you vile woman!" Lin Huan immediately rushed forward to shield Ning Xilan, "Careful!" The dart struck Lin Huan, causing him to fall. At the same time, Shan Bao was subdued by the soldiers. Ning Xilan quickly embraced Lin Huan anxiously. "Black blood, he's been poisoned. We must treat him immediately." Not long after, a carriage was on its way, taking Ning Xilan and Lin Huan to a place for treatment. Inside the carriage, Ning Xilan examined Lin Huan's wound with a worried expression. She thought to herself, the poison is spreading too quickly. He's losing too much blood. If we don't remove the toxin now, his life will be in danger. Thinking about helping Lin Huan detoxify, Ning Xilan blushed, but if I do that, skin-to-skin contact with him is unavoidable. She shook her head repeatedly to dispel the embarrassment, and made a firm decision, no. He became like this because he saved me. I absolutely can't let him die for me. Then, Ning Xilan began to remove Lin Huan's clothes to treat the wound. As soon as she touched the injured area, Ning Xilan felt something was wrong. Lin Huan, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes slightly. He was startled to see Ning Xilan touching his wound. Ning Xilan looked at the black spots on her hand in surprise. She gasped, "This black blood, is dye?" Lin Huan scratched his head and explained, "Ahem, this. I just bought some dye and was planning to go back and develop a new product." Inwardly, Lin Huan thought, if it weren't for this, who would dare to joke with their life? Ning Xilan looked at Lin Huan and asked, "You're not injured?" Lin Huan's face suddenly turned pale. To salvage this critical situation, Lin Huan touched his forehead and fell down, pretending to say weakly, I'm hurt." Inwardly, he thought, I have to play dead first. Ning Xilan was now incredibly angry and frustrated. At Ning Marquis residence, Lin Huan had been taken to a room to rest. Ning Xilan was talking to the imperial physician, who said, "This person has no serious problems. He's probably just unconscious from fright. Suddenly, someone ran in and called Ning Xilan, "Young miss, the Marquis has something important to discuss." Hearing this, Ning Xilan saw the imperial physician off. Then, Ning Xilan turned back to Lin Huan and said, "Hey, stop pretending. You saved me. I won't pursue the matter on the mountain any further." Hearing this, Lin Huan sat up on the chair nonchalantly, holding a brush in one hand and a notebook in the other, replying to Ning Xilan, "It would have been better if you'd said that earlier. My back is aching from lying down. Let me study a bit. I want to see what life is like in the Marquis residence." The next day at Ning Mansion, a hand pushed the door open. Lin Huan opened the door and saw many soldiers guarding outside. He rubbed his neck, thinking, this is the territory of the Marquis Mansion, the most powerful force in Juzhou City. Just now, the old man addressed that woman as young miss. It seems she is the Marquis' daughter. Lin Huan was strolling around when he suddenly overheard some maids gossiping. "Did you hear? In a few days, Juzhou is holding the grandest fireworks party ever. I heard that several Marquis sons will be attending. We might be able to see some handsome men then." Lin Huan also eavesdropped and thought to himself, is it that fireworks party? In my memory, Ning Marquis doesn't have a good relationship with the other Marquis sons. Could it be because... Lin Huan recalled the past and suddenly remembered the servant's earlier report, "Young miss, the Marquis has arrived." Lin Huan suddenly appeared behind the two maids, startling them. He asked, "Tell me quickly, are these young masters married?" The two maids turned to look at Lin Huan, their hearts trembling with fear, and replied, "No, sir." Hearing this, Lin Huan took a deep breath. Then he ran off like the wind, causing the maid's skirts to flutter. Lin Huan thought to himself, "Ning young miss is mine. Who dares to steal her?" As for Ning Xilan, she pushed open the door and entered the room. Standing before her was Ning Marquis. She asked, "Father, did you call for me?" Ning Marquis turned inside. Several Marquis sons are on their way to Juzhou. One of them has already arrived early. She asked again, "What's the matter?" Ning Marquis handed her something that looked like an envelope and said, "Outwardly, they want to come here to see the grand fireworks party. Inwardly, they want to form a marriage alliance with me." Ning Xilan opened the letter inside the envelope and replied with a puzzled expression, "A marriage alliance? Do you believe this, father? I'm afraid their relationship is just a pretense. They want to control the Ning family and force us into an alliance." Ning Marquis sighed, "That's possible. But I'm afraid if we don't agree, they'll send troops to invade us." Suddenly, a servant knocked on the door and announced, "Master, the son of Ano Marquis requests an audience." Ning Marquis was startled. "What? He arrived so early?" At this moment, someone pushed the door open and entered. The fat man who entered was Na Yang, the son of Ano Marquis. He flicked his fan and ordered the servants to bring in gold, silver, and treasures. Ning Marquis looked at him curiously and asked, "You've come from afar, and I haven't welcomed you properly. What is the meaning of this?" Na Yang immediately explained, "I have admired young Miss Xilan for a long time. This time, I've come to propose marriage to her. I hope uncle can fulfill my wish." Ning Marquis replied politely, "Haha, I'm indeed moved, but how can such a matter be decided so easily?" Hearing this, Na Yang revealed a cunning smile. "Incidentally, this marriage is also my father's idea." At this point, Ning Xilan couldn't hold back any longer and slammed the table. "So, young Master Gui intends to force this marriage?" Na Yang smiled and hurriedly explained, "Young miss, you misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person." He flicked his fan and continued, "It's just that recently, the young masters of various social circles seem to have been criticizing Marquis Ning. If young Miss Xilan could marry me, I believe these problems would soon disappear. In other words, it's not good to let this misunderstanding continue." Suddenly, Lin Huan's voice rang out, "Unfortunately, young master, you're a step too late." Na Yang turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Huan smoothed his hair and said confidently, "I am Xilan's fiancé." Lin Huan's declaration of ownership shocked Ning Xilan, Ning Marquis, and Na Yang into stunned silence. Na Yang quickly retorted, "Preposterous! When did young Miss Xilan have a fiancé? Someone, seize this fool!" Na Yang's subordinates quickly rushed to seize Lin Huan. At this moment, Lin Huan shouted, "Father, please explain." Seeing this, Ning Xilan thought to herself, although this is a bad plan, it's best to let him help. Immediately, Ning Xilan ran to Lin Huan. She immediately clung to Lin Huan and said cheerfully, "He's right. He's my fiancé." Seeing Lin Huan and Ning Xilan acting so intimately, Ning Marquis was stunned. "Is this for real?" Why didn't I even know? Ning Xilan quickly signaled to Ning Marquis with her hand. At this time, Lin Huan walked over and patted Na Yang's shoulder proudly, saying, "Now that Xilan has a fiancé, as a Marquis' son, you shouldn't force a broken engagement, right?" Lin Huan's expression was extremely smug. He thought, better to come early than to come by chance. Na Yang was furious. He pushed Lin Huan away and said, "I'll remember your face." Ning Marquis stood behind him and said hospitably, "Be careful on your way back, nephew. Remember to invite the other young masters to my daughter's wedding ceremony." Lin Huan waved goodbye smugly. The door slammed shut. Lin Huan still stood there innocently, unaware of the murderous gaze directed at him. Ning Marquis roared angrily, "Who are you? I'll give you a chance to explain." Lin Huan became serious again, adopting a strategist's demeanor. "I have something to say. Please listen to me." Lin Huan clasped his hands and asked, "Please calm down, my lord. My surname is Lin. I used to make porcelain. Marquis, take a closer look at this face. Doesn't it look a little familiar?" Ning Marquis furrowed his brows and repeated his name, Lin Huan. He recalled meeting him as a child, brought along by old brother Lin. Ning Marquis remembered and pointed at him, saying, "So you're old brother Lin's son." Lin Huan smiled slyly, thinking, "Luckily, I pretended to sleep just now and checked the original host's memories. Father and Ning Marquis have known each other for a long time. And they even made a marriage agreement several times." Suddenly, Lin Huan was pulled by a strong force. The next second, he was lying across Ning Marquis' lap, being spanked repeatedly. "You impudent brat! Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Lin Huan stood up, rubbing his backside, and said, "Under the eyes of the Marquis mansion, facing a forced marriage, breaking the deadlock, driving away the Marquis' sons. Only I am worthy of young Miss Xilan." An image of his father, and Ning Marquis cheerfully clinking glasses appeared. Lin Huan held up his first finger and said, "First, the Marquis and my father are old friends. I know this very well." Lin Huan held up his second finger and continued, "Second, everyone knows that I used to be very rich, but I was schemed against and lost everything. Now it's different." He held up his third finger. "Third, and most importantly, we had a marriage agreement before." Ning Marquis pondered over his words. "What he said makes some sense, but did I agree to marry my daughter to this fool before?" Ning Xilan pursed her lips, having witnessed the entire scene. She spoke up, "Father, I've decided to marry him." Ning Marquis was taken aback by his daughter's words. "What? Xilan, shouldn't you think about it a bit more?" Ning Xilan remained firm in her decision. "My mind is made up. I respectfully request that father send out the wedding invitations as soon as possible and inform the entire city. It must be held before the other Marquis' sons arrive at the mansion." Ning Marquis sighed and agreed with his daughter, "I understand. You've worked hard leading the soldiers these past few days. Go and rest." Ning Xilan reached the door, turned around, and glanced at the strange interaction between Lin Huan and her father. Lin Huan leaned close to Ning Marquis' ear and whispered, "Father-in-law, about the wedding invitations, I think. At Su Mansion." Su Qian paced back and forth anxiously. "It's been so long, and he hasn't returned. Could something have gone wrong?" Suddenly, someone opened the door and said, "Young miss, someone is looking for you outside." Su Qian was surprised. "Huh?" Lin Huan appeared and greeted, "Long time no see, Miss Su. How are you?" Su Qian looked at him blankly. "Lin Huan?" Immediately, Su Qian pointed and shouted, "You dare to come back? My father coughed up blood from anger, and is now bedridden." Lin Huan joked, "Oh? Is that so? Maybe it's because he couldn't catch me that he fell ill. I'm so guilty." Su Qian trembled with anger. "You?" Lin Huan said seriously, "Actually, I came here this time to discuss our marriage agreement." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Marriage agreement?" Su Qian crossed her arms disdainfully. "Humph, now that your reputation is ruined, you come looking for my Su family? You want to continue the marriage agreement? Fine, as long as you kneel down and beg me." Lin Huan didn't comply. He quickly tossed the red paper at her. "Beg you? Look what this is." The red paper landed between Su Qian's breasts. Su Qian pulled out the paper, blushing and scolding, "Pervert! What are you doing?" Lin Huan replied, "Take a good look." She opened the paper and looked at it intently. "This is Lin Huan, a wedding invitation from Marquis Ning? You dare to forge this?" Su Qian shouted, "Someone!" A group of people quickly rushed over. They stood on both sides of Lin Huan. Su Qian pointed and ordered, "Seize him." Lin Huan unfolded his fan. He fanned himself and said, "You Su family are so interesting. Anything that appears before you is considered stolen or forged." Suddenly, a hand snatched the fan from Lin Huan's hand. Su Qian shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? Young Miss Ning of the Marquis Mansion is noble and powerful. Let alone a fiancé, even a servant wouldn't be someone like you. Tie him up." Two people immediately followed her orders and tied Lin Huan's hands behind his back. Su Qian violently tore Lin Huan's fan and shouted, "Hand over the formula. I'll take care of things for you. Otherwise, if this gets out, you won't be able to escape." Lin Huan closed his eyes and sighed, "Su Qian, I pity your beautiful face." He snapped his fingers and said, "Beautiful, but stupid." Suddenly, a group of people barged in through the door, shouting, "Who dares to speak disrespectfully to the young master of the Ning Marquis Mansion?" The soldiers surrounded Lin Huan. Lin Huan poked his head out, holding up two fingers with a playful grin, seemingly provoking Su Qian. Su Qian trembled in astonishment. It really was him. These people were from the Ning Mansion. Could it be that Miss Ning actually married Lin Huan? How could this be? Lin Huan held the red paper in his hand and leaned towards Su Qian, saying, "Believe me now? I specifically brought this for you, thinking you'd be touched, but unexpectedly. The people from the Ning Mansion and the Su family, some holding swords, others brooms, confronted each other, either side yielding. Protect Miss Su. No one is allowed to approach her. Protect young Master Lin. Don't let the Chu Mansion lose face." Both sides continuously hurled objects and papers at each other. A loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Lin Huan turned around abruptly, looking at Kang Xian. Kang Xian cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Su Qian was momentarily foolish. I hope Brother Lin won't blame her." Lin Huan glanced at him with disdain. "Who's your brother? Who are you? Is Su Qian engaged to you?" Kang Xian introduced himself. "I am Kang Xian, son of the city lord of Chuzhou City." Lin Huan stroked his chin, appraising him. "Oh, so it's a second-generation official." Kang Xian proposed, "Brother, I have a way to resolve today's situation. I wonder if Brother Lin will approve." Lin Huan widened his eyes and said, "Oh really? Let's see how you plan to handle it." Kang Xian slowly stepped closer to Su Qian. He touched her cheek and said, "Patience." These words puzzled Su Qian greatly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Xian slapped Su Qian across the face, causing her to stumble sideways. Lin Huan was shocked as he witnessed the scene. Truly ruthless methods. Su Qian's cheek reddened. She touched her face, tears welling up. You actually." Kang Xian smiled lightly and asked Lin Huan, "Brother Lin, are you satisfied now?" Beside him, Su Qian's cheek was flushed red, and tears streamed down her face. At this moment, Lin Huan's face turned pale. He pointed and exclaimed, "How could you hit this woman? Are you not human? Only parents are allowed to hit their children." He turned and walked away, waving goodbye. "Let's go. These people are crazy." After saying that, Lin Huan slowly walked out, leaving behind the resentful Kang Xian and Su Qian. He slammed the door shut. Kang Xian gritted his teeth in anger. "Lin Huan!" Kang Xian glanced coldly at Su Qian. "Don't cry. It was just a play. In a few days we'll make him pay." A few days later, at the Ning Marquis Mansion, the wedding hall was solemn and grand. Lin Huan, in his groom's attire, stood beside the bride, whose head was covered by a red veil. The Ning Marquis held a cup in both hands respectfully. "Today, my daughter is getting married. Thank you all for coming." Suddenly, a beautiful woman rushed in from outside, screaming, "Lin Huan, you heartless man!" Everyone around was stunned by the scene before them. "What's going on?" Kang Xian was surprised and thought to himself, wasn't it supposed to be a group of prostitutes? Why is there only one? But it doesn't matter. One is enough to humiliate him. The prostitute clung to Lin Huan's leg, weeping, "Lin Huan, that night we shared a bed, intimate all night. Have you forgotten? You said you wanted to marry me. Why are you marrying someone else?" Suddenly, a hand slammed a cup down on the table. Kang Xian cupped his hands and said, "The Marquis is the pillar of Chuzhou City. This person behaving like this is sullying your reputation. He is not worthy of Miss Zilan." The scene before them caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in surprise. Lin Huan knelt down beside the prostitute and said, "Good acting skills. I give you 9 points. -1 point for being too confident." After speaking, Lin Huan stood up and walked towards the door, ignoring her. Standing by the door, Lin Huan looked at Kang Xian and asked, Brother Kang, you seem to be quite quick on this. Could it be that you sent this person? Kang Xian immediately denied Lin Huan's words. Preposterous. I have no grievance with you. Why would I harm you? Lin Huan smiled lightly. If you have no grudge against me, then I'm relieved. Lin Huan opened the door, and a group of beautiful prostitutes swarmed in. Each girl had a well-endowed chest. The 4 girls clung to Kang Xian, sobbing and repeatedly asking, Young master, you said you loved me. Why did you leave me? Kang Lang, I'm Xiao Lu. Have you forgotten me? Don't stay here. Come have fun with us. The onlookers widened their eyes in surprise. Oh, a bad boy. Suddenly, there's a good show to watch. Lin Huan gave Kang Xian a thumbs up. Brother Kang is truly vigorous and romantic. You live up to your reputation of being wealthy. Kang Xian's face darkened in anger as he looked at Lin Huan laughing before him. He thought to himself, what's going on? I clearly sent someone to deal with this good-for-nothing. Why? Kang Xian had no idea that these people were all Lin Huan's. All the prostitutes here were arranged by Ling Ji to help Lin Huan. Seeing Kang Xian increasingly surrounded by the 3 girls, Lin Huan mocked, Brother Kang is truly enthusiastic and promiscuous, worthy of his wealth. Hearing this, Kang Xian angrily pushed the beautiful girls away and shouted, Very well, Lin Huan, you've deceived others, and you will pay the price. He turned to look around, seeking sympathy from everyone. Everyone, am I right? Someone voiced their agreement with Kang Xian. That's right. Lin Huan pointed seriously at Kang Xian and asked, Then tell me, how are you going to pay for the Su family stealing the Lin family's formula? Kang Xian and Su Qian felt guilty upon hearing this. The surrounding people began to murmur amongst themselves. That's right. I went to the Zui Xian Lu and heard Wana singing about how shameless the Su family is. Isn't that right? Young Master Lin has already taken action to cut off the Su family's livelihood. Who would want that? The more Kang Xian listened, the more ashamed he felt. He didn't expect Lin Huan to use this method to counter him. At this moment, Lin Huan didn't bother paying attention to Kang Xian's angry expression. He was busy staring at the prostitutes' breasts. Lin Huan then pointed at the 2 prostitutes and said, Don't change the subject. Let's talk about this. Firstly, I don't know who they are. Secondly, what about the prostitute next to you? Lin Huan cheerfully pulled out a letter from his sleeve and said, I have some information. Let me read it to you. Wan Su, a fabric merchant, the 3rd son of the Wang family, last month in the forest west of the city, had a rendezvous and made a promise. Seeing Lin Huan mention him, Wang Su hurriedly stood up and offered Lin Huan a drink, hoping he would stop reading. Stop, Lin Huan, brother Lin, let's have a drink. But Lin Huan ignored him and continued reading. Next, Li Lu Gu, self-proclaimed as the best writer in the inner city, representative work, How Gone Is Wa Lu. Highly praised by many, but the real author is. Suddenly, a guest next to him slammed his hand on the table. He pointed at Kang Xian, how could you slander young Master Lin? No, Big Brother Lin Huan. Big Brother Lin Huan would never do such a thing. You must be trying to frame him. Hearing such accusations, Kang Xian panicked slightly. He stammered, I. After hearing Lin Huan read, Ning Zilan wondered, Lin Huan, how do you know these people's weaknesses? The matchmaker next to her suddenly said, You don't know, do you? Which startled Ning Zilan. She continued, This gentleman, since making money at the Pottery convention these past few days, has been constantly giving us these things, along with people from the Merchant Guild, saying he wants to collaborate to build some kind of organization. It's probably from those conversations that I learned this. Lin Huan presented the information in front of Kang Xian, making him feel guilty. He said, Look, anyone who stands up for you here will be exposed. Lin Huan remembered that in order to obtain this information, he had to seek out Ling Ji and spend all his money. Su Qian suddenly stood up and pointed at the girl standing next to Lin Huan, accusing, Lin Huan, even if you slander him, you still can't explain who that woman is. Kang Xian unexpectedly received a slap from Lin Huan. He angrily said, Control your woman? Receiving Lin Huan's unexpected slap, Kang Xian angrily asked, You dare to hit me? Lin Huan retorted, You tricked Sister New York Ni for so long. It's right that I hit you. Hearing Lin Huan call her name, New York Ni asked in surprise, What did you call me? You know my name? Lin Huan began to recall his childhood memories with her. New York Ni, have you forgotten me? I was Tai Dan, from Billy Village, next to you when we were young. New York Ni asked in astonishment, is it really you? But weren't you surnamed Lee? Lin Huan, with tears streaming down his face, recounted, it's a long story. For 2 years, I was sent to Dili village to hide from enemies. I can only tell you that although I'm Lin Huan now, I'm still the Tai Dan from back then, your closest childhood friend, Tai Dan. New York Ni found this hard to believe. She exclaimed, but this is still unbelievable. Lin Huan approached New York Ni and added details about her as if to prove his words were true. I remember you have a heart-shaped birthmark on your shoulder. After hearing Lin Huan's words, New York Ni burst into tears, realizing that this was indeed her childhood friend Tai Dan. Tears welled up as she called his name, Tai Dan. Sister New York Ni, Lin Huan replied. Then the two embraced each other, both choking with emotion. I have to admire this man's acting skills. Lin Huan thought to himself, the brothel is indeed quick to grasp information. Ling Ji even arranged an identity for me. At this moment, New York Ni angrily pointed at Kang Xian and accused, it was him. He asked me to frame you. He's not a good person. New York Ni's words caused everyone to exclaim and start gossiping. I heard that young Master Kang is not a good person. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the Ning Marquis spoke up, you young people, that's enough. Feeling embarrassed, Kang Xian called out to Su Qian, let's go. But Lin Huan wasn't about to let Kang Xian leave so easily. He said, hold on. Lin Huan held up a drawing and said, did I say you could go? He pointed at the drawing of porcelain. Suddenly, Lin Huan tore it in half and said, your Su family is no longer allowed to sell blue and white porcelain. And all previous sales must share the profits with me. Kang Xian angrily turned back and said, who do you think you are? What if I continue selling? What if I don't give you the money? Lin Huan sighed and replied, TSK, it's fine. But as for others, I won't allow it. Lin Huan held up a sign that read Commercial Benefits Bureau and said, I've had nothing to do these past few days, so I've been visiting conventions and markets, collaborating to establish the Commercial Benefits Bureau, specializing in cracking down on those who don't follow the rules of fair trade. I've also registered the exclusive rights to blue and white porcelain. If you don't follow the rules, don't even think about doing business in the future. Su Qian, upon hearing this, angrily shouted at Lin Huan, you're going too far. Lin Huan sneered and replied, if there's nothing else, please don't disturb my wedding. He pointed towards the door. Please leave. Seeing how Lin Huan handled the situation, the Ning Marquis had a thought. This Lin Huan is very much like me when I was young. It seems that matter can be entrusted to him. After Kang Xian returned home, he slammed his hand on the table and cursed, damn it! He gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. I can't believe Lin Huan could see through my scheme. A woman's hand with red-painted nails rested on his, comforting him. Don't worry, brother Kang. Dong Fanging looked at Kang Xian with a sharp and seductive gaze and said, this Lin Huan still has to face 2 problems that I've designed for him. Kang Xian gritted his teeth and swore, Lin Huan, you dared to humiliate me today. I will repay you 100-fold. Su Qian looked down, lost in thought, without saying a word. At the Ning Marquis' mansion, a voice announced, the Li family, a cloth merchant family in the west of the city, presents 10 chests of silk, and a sum of gold and silver. The banquet was grand, with someone standing and reading the gift list. Lin Huan's eyes sparkled with joy. Just the gift list alone took more than half a stick of incense to read. Getting married and collecting money, truly lucrative. The Ning Marquis glanced at him. You prodigal, the annual monopoly fees alone could make you rich. Why do you care about this money? Lin Huan scratched his chin and replied sheepishly. Father-in-law, you're teasing me again. Actually, I'm the one who hates money the most. The Ning Marquis' close aide respectfully reported, the young masters of the Chu, Niu, Yang, and Ma families have arrived. Following his words, 4 pairs of feet appeared, lined up side by side. The 4 young masters each stood in a stylish and refined manner, radiating a brilliant aura. Someone, upon seeing them, sneered and mocked, what 4 young masters? More like 4 great wastes. The person next to him chuckled and reminded, speak softly. Today, the 4 young masters are here. No one dares to offend them. The steward asked, for young masters, are you here to present your wedding gifts? What of the 4, not understanding, asked, wedding gifts? What gifts? The steward patiently explained, of course, it's for our young Miss and young Master Lin's wedding ceremony. The man said with a look of disdain, is it necessary to give gifts to this talentless and virtueless man? His words caused everyone to frown and look at him in confusion. Lin Huan maintained a disdainful expression, sighing without saying a word. The steward replied coldly, "Today is a joyous occasion. If you have any grievances, please resolve them privately. If you cannot behave appropriately, we will have to ask you to leave." The man held up a red envelope and said, "Of course, I cannot leave. I am here today for another matter." He held up the envelope with a smirk. "I am here to propose to Miss Ning." Upon hearing this, the Ning Marquis roared angrily, "Insolent!" Lin Huan patted the Ning Marquis' shoulder and said seriously, "Father-in-law, let me handle this." Lin Huan adjusted his attire, preparing to approach those men, thinking to himself, "You dare come here to steal my bride?" The man laughed mockingly. Lin Huan, this talentless and virtueless person, is probably aware that he's not worthy of Miss Ning, and has come here to apologize. Lin Huan thought wearily, "I just got rid of Kong Xian, and now another group of brats has come. It seems this wedding is going to be quite long." The man continued to speak condescendingly, "I heard that Lin Huan of the Lin family has been uneducated and unemployed since childhood, wandering around outside. The Ning mansion is muddle-headed. If you're not convinced, then let's have a poetry competition. What do you say?" The others laughed along. "If you win, we'll let you decide what to do with us." "Ha!" Lin Huan smirked. "Let me decide." The man closed his eyes calmly and replied, "Exactly." Suddenly, a fist flew straight towards his face. In an instant, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Huan's decisive punch, sent flying. Lin Huan replied proudly, "A master of both literature and martial arts. I'll show you what a true master of both literature and martial arts is." The man who was punched lay on the ground, fainted from the pain, causing everyone to look at him in astonishment. The remaining three, seeing their companion beaten like this, roared angrily, "How could you hit someone? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Too cruel! Everyone, look at this Lin Huan's face." Lin Huan brushed his hands off and smiled, glancing at them. Lin Huan slowly drew his sword. He pointed his sword forward and said fiercely, "I initially thought you four were talented individuals coming to the Ning mansion, surely with insightful opinions to share with my father and the villagers. I never thought you would utter such vulgar words. Gentlemen, please listen carefully." The three men cowered, their faces pale with fear. Lin Huan stepped on the backside of the man who wanted to propose to Miss Ning. Lin Huan's face darkened as he pointed his sword at the man's face and scolded, "Incompetent scoundrel! Your parents gave birth to you in vain. All you know is how to flap your lips and spout nonsense. Like an animal, coming to the Ning mansion to bark nonsense. I've never seen anyone so shameless." The humiliated man became enraged. "Lin Huan, how can I bear such humiliation? By reason and emotion, you are despised by everyone." Lin Huan asked innocently, "Didn't you just say you'd let me decide?" The remaining three said fearfully, "Well, that was on the condition that you won." Lin Huan said proudly, "Win? I will definitely win." Lin Huan held a book in his hand, looked at it, and said, "Ahem, it's been a long time since I've recited poetry. Everyone, please have a seat first." These words caused everyone to stare at Lin Huan in astonishment. At this moment, Lin Huan transformed into a graceful celestial being and began reciting poetry. The four young masters' eyes sparkled, their faces flushing with praise. "Magnificent!" Then, Lin Huan transformed into a charming village girl gliding across the water. The other girls gazed at him with infatuation, praising, "Ah, so skilled." Next, Lin Huan transformed into a majestic general in iron armor, his heart calm as still water, his form simple and unadorned, yet possessing extraordinary grace. Summoning troops and calling forth horses. The Ning Marquis stroked his chin in approval. "Oh, well done!" Lin Huan continued, transforming into a man with weathered hair and a sorrowful appearance. "My heart blooms, a 1,000-year flower, contemplating longing for a new immortal realm." Hearing Lin Huan's poetry, Ning Zilan couldn't help but lift her veil to look at him. She praised silently, "He's not truly useless." Lin Huan held a teacup in one hand, took a sip, and fanned himself with a book in the other, saying languidly, "My throat hurts. I won't read any more." In the next second, Lin Huan suddenly threw the book hard at the man's face. The people behind him widened their eyes in surprise. The atmosphere suddenly became silent as everyone was caught off guard. At this moment, the Ning Marquis burst into laughter, proud of his son-in-law. "Ha ha! Good lad! Truly extraordinary. Worthy of being my son-in-law. Talented. Virtuous, and with a beautiful inner heart. After his words, the Ning Marquis tossed something at Lin Huan. A sword was thrown at Lin Huan, surprising him. This is... The Ning Marquis stood up and explained loudly to Lin Huan, "This is the sword His Majesty awarded me for my military service. Today, I bestow it upon you. When the time comes, join me on the front lines and fulfill my wish to gather troops on the battlefield." Hearing this, Lin Huan's face turned pale, his soul leaving his body. "I parroted a few poems, and now my father-in-law wants me to go to war. This is truly a disaster of disasters." The Ning Marquis stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But why is your poetry and style somewhat inconsistent?" Lin Huan, covered in sweat, stammered, This is... Before Lin Huan could finish explaining, the aide, his eyes sparkling with admiration, interrupted, "I know. Young Master Lin is a world-renowned talent. Truly someone with the eye of an eagle. Able to analyze and memorize from various perspectives effortlessly." The people outside continued to praise. "These poems are broad and each one is a masterpiece. Young Master Lin's poetry is far better than the 4 young masters." Lin Huan thought to himself, "My 9 years of education were not in vain. Thank you, teacher." Suddenly, several pairs of feet rushed forward. The 4 young masters ran madly towards Lin Huan. He looked at them in surprise, wondering, "What do you want from me?" Unexpectedly, the 4 of them rushed to hug Lin Huan, praising him repeatedly. "Excellent poetry! Excellent poetry! I, Xiao Chu, had no eyes to see Mount Tai. Today, hearing Big Brother Lin's poetry, I finally realized there are people better than us, heavens beyond heavens. I was wrong! I was wrong! I thought only we had good poetry. But we, the 4 young masters, no, the 4 little brothers, are willing to acknowledge you as our big brother." Not long after, the ceremony began. Lin Huan and Ning Zilan. The Ning Marquis stroked his beard, his face beaming with joy. The steward announced, "The couple shall bow to each other." Lin Huan and Ning Zilan faced each other and bowed. The steward shouted, "Consummation!" But before he could finish, he exclaimed in alarm, "Ah, young Master Lin, slow down. Don't be in such a hurry." But Lin Huan was already in a rush. He hurriedly carried the bride and ran to the bridal chamber. Ning Zilan, alluring with her ample bosom, lay on the bed, enticingly. Lin Huan looked at her with greedy eyes, drooling. "My wife, I'm coming." Ning Zilan blushed and scolded, "This is just for show. Don't get any funny ideas." Lin Huan placed one hand on her chest and raised the other, swearing an oath. "I, Lin Huan, if I intentionally act like a pervert towards my wife, let the god of thunder strike me dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud clap of thunder sounded outside. Lin Huan was startled and afraid that his words had come true. "I was just kidding. Don't tease me, don't tease me. Sleep." Ning Zilan looked at the lying man with a judging gaze. Suddenly, a hidden weapon shot into the room from the window, heading towards Ning Zilan and Lin Huan. Ning Zilan quickly sat on Lin Huan, using her body to shield him, shouting, "Careful." The hidden weapon struck the wall. Lin Huan cursed loudly, "Who is sneak attacking?" Ning Zilan glanced at him with a darkened expression and said, "Well." "Oh my God!" Lin Huan's face paled as he looked at his hand resting on Ning Zilan's soft breast. She grimaced and said, "Get your hand off first." Outside, a dark figure stood tall in a tree, observing the room. The assassin, having failed, sighed. "Ah, consider it a slip-up. The information is all in that arrow. Rumors will spread. I don't care if I survive or not." After saying that, he vanished. Inside the room, Lin Huan and Ning Zilan were reading the letter. Ning Zilan guessed, "He's warning us that there's an assassin." 1 hour after the hour of the ox, heading towards the Ning mansion garden. Jin Buhuan, an elite assassin, wanted by the authorities for years. He moves like a ghost, never failing. Lin Huan stroked his chin, smiling as he imagined the assassin's appearance. He thought, "This name sounds familiar. I didn't realize little Achi was so loyal." After thinking, Lin Huan suddenly turned to leave. Ning Zilan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Where are you going?" "It's dangerous outside at night." Lin Huan replied confidently. "Waiting around isn't my style. I'm going to catch him." Ning Zilan said exasperatedly, "But many skilled martial artists in the haven't been able to catch Jin Buhuan." "Can you?" Lin Huan smiled confidently. "Who said catching him is easy? I'll make him fall into my trap." Zilan, trust your husband. Hearing this, Ning Zilan blushed and thought, this guy, taking advantage of me again. At night, outside the city gates, a group of guards stood in formation, guarding the entrance. One of them patted the shoulder of the person next to him and reminded, hey, Tai Zhu, don't doze off. Tai Zhu suddenly turned and smiled at him eerily. A moment later, the guards were knocked down, lying scattered on the ground with their weapons. Inside the city, there were also many guards on patrol. The assassin, Jean Bouvoin, hid to the side, worried. He thought to himself, such heavy security, it must have been leaked. Is it my reputation, Jean Bouvoin, rising in the Jianghu? Suddenly, a loud cry came from within the city. Husband! What's wrong? Husband! This cry attracted the attention of the guards outside. It was Ning Zilan's cry. Inside, Ning Zilan feigned panic and shouted loudly as she saw Lin Huan coughing up blood and fainting on her lap. Someone! Help! There's an assassin! My husband! He's been assassinated! A maid quickly rushed in to check on the situation, and the guards outside also ran in to see what was happening. Kim Bat-hon, outside, cleverly blended into the crowd of guards to eavesdrop. He wondered if there was another assassin. Immediately, 2 guards tied up a strange man, bringing him in and forcing him to kneel before Nin Tulan. Lam Hon, who was unconscious in Nin Tulan's arms, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes to see Nin Tulan's cleavage right in front of him. Nin Tulan looked down, embarrassed. Lam Hon, startled, quickly explained, I didn't mean to look. Nin Tulan sighed, digging her nails into Lam Hon's hand as she spoke, Husband, are you all right? Don't scare me. Lam Hon winced in pain, his face contorted as he stammered, I'm fine. It's him, he did this to me. Kim Bat-hon. Everyone was surprised by Lam Hon's words. Even the real assassin Kim Bat-hon, hidden amongst the guards, was stunned, pointing at himself in disbelief and confusion. Who else is Kim Bat-hon besides me? The guard grabbed the kneeling man's head and pulled it up, shouting, Look up! Show everyone the face of Kim Bat-hon. The man's face was revealed, and everyone's expression darkened. He had a disturbing appearance with thick, red lips. The servants and guards showed undisguised fear and disgust. They couldn't believe the famous assassin looked like this. A maid exclaimed, No wonder he kills without a trace. His face is terrifying enough to be deadly. The real Kim Bat-hon, hiding behind the guards, sneered, his fist clenched in annoyance. Trying to play tricks, insult me, and force me to appear? Too naive. He chuckled and flicked a hidden weapon forward. The weapon flew straight towards Lam Hon and Nin Tulan. Lam Hon sensed it and yelled, Not good. Kim Bat-hon turned his head and scoffed. How ridiculous. Only fools would fall for such a stupid strategy. He swaggered out of the crowd, but stopped mid-stride. Suddenly, white smoke enveloped him. He exclaimed in surprise, What's this? Poison? An assassination attempt? A figure appeared before him, asking, Want to learn? I'll teach you. It was Lam Hon, standing with his arms crossed, looking directly at him without fear, a slight smile playing on his lips. Kim Bat-hon stared at Lam Hon in shock, quickly pressing pressure points on himself to expel the poison, sealing the acupoints, preventing the toxin from spreading. Seeing this, Lam Hon laughed, pointing and instructing him on how to detoxify. If that doesn't work, I'll give you some taro, carrots, and pumpkin to aid digestion. Kim Bat-hon grimaced, grinding his teeth in frustration. But he immediately put on a fake smile, clasped his hands, and said to Lam Hon, Consider me wrong. Let me go, and I'll help you kill the client. Lam Hon smiled brightly, extending a hand to help him up. Here, get up. In an instant, Kim Bat-hon sprang up, attempting a surprise attack on Lam Hon. Lam Hon brushed his hand dismissively. You can't hurt me. Kim Bat-hon stared at Lam Hon in astonishment, thinking, Impossible. Why isn't he poisoned? There must be something wrong with the toxin. I'll take his life another day. Fear still etched on his face, Kim Bat-hon turned to flee. Unfortunately, he stepped on another trap trigger. A cloud of green smoke shot into his face. He collapsed dizzily, head spinning. What the hell is this? Nin Tulan calmly walked towards Kim Bat-hon and Lam Hon. I didn't expect what you made to be so useful. What exactly is under the ground? Lam Hon pointed confidently. Landmines. He explained to Nin Tulan, the outer layer of the poison smoke is pig's large intestine, which is very elastic. It's filled with poison powder and quicklime. Use another piece of the pig's intestine to fill with water. Nin Tulon gasped, clasping her hands together. So, you just pierce the dried intestine with a piece of broken porcelain, the water mixes with the lime, and it becomes a poison pack. Two guards standing nearby asked suspiciously, Kim Bat Hoon's poison didn't work? Lam Hoon lightly removed the poison-blocking shield, cheerfully taunting Kim Bat Hoon. I told you, you can't beat me. Kim Bat Hoon lay immobile on the ground, his body limp, as Lam Hoon tossed a few more poison shields at him. Kim Bat Hoon, learn more, read the news more, and you might get smarter. The scene shifted to a different location. A cup of hot tea was poured. Lord Nin sipped his tea and asked the steward, Is it taken care of? The steward bowed respectfully. Reporting to my lord, the assassin has been dealt with by the son-in-law. The steward then vividly described the events with animated gestures. Lord Nin asked excitedly, So, Lam Hoon pretended to cause a scene to attract Kim Bat Hoon's attention, taking the opportunity to bury landmines and block the assassin's escape route? The steward nodded enthusiastically. Lord Nin clapped and laughed heartily. Excellent. Courageous and strategic. Then he sighed. It's just a pity that he had to go to such lengths. If he knew the proper techniques, he wouldn't have needed to do so much. The steward replied. It's a shame the son-in-law has already practiced his own style for so long, otherwise he could learn some of our esteemed house's martial arts. Lam Hoon suddenly sneezed violently. Checking his system, he wondered, Who's thinking about me? He looked at the system and exclaimed, as expected, with a little manipulation, influence increases. The system displayed a message, Congratulations to the host for completing the influence mission. Influence plus 50. Opportunity to win a shop voucher. Accept gift? Yes/no. Lam Hoon clicked yes. A 6-colored spinning wheel appeared. Lam Hoon smiled confidently. Hopefully this time I'll hit the jackpot and retire immediately. The wheel stopped on yellow, body enhancement. He frowned, stroking his chin. What? How does body enhancement help me? But he accepted it anyway. Enhancement is enhancement. Lam Hoon punched the air, creating a loud cracking sound and a puff of white smoke. His hand swelled up. He whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. Ah, my hand! He turned and walked away, muttering, Ridiculous. This wall has no morals. But Lam Hoon didn't notice the unusual dent in the wall from his punch. Elsewhere, a slender hand crushed shards of glass. Dong Phuong Don, furious, bit his nail, wondering, that Lam Hoon, does he have 9 lives? He turned to the person lying in bed and said tenderly, Tu Dying Tom, don't worry. I will avenge you. He caressed the person's face, his voice soft and menacing. That Lam Hoon won't be alive for much longer. At a tea house, a crowd gathered to listen to a story. Mr. Gui enthusiastically narrated to the tea house patrons. The hidden weapon master, Kim Bat Hoon, with a flick of his wrist, launched 3 poisoned silver needles. They flew straight towards Nin family's son-in-law, Lam Hoon. The 3 needles transformed mid-air into 3 streams of poisonous gas, one black, one white, one gray, swirling into a Tai Chi diagram with a long shriek. The audience was captivated. A young woman blushed, praising, Wow, this Kim Bat Hoon is so powerful. A man declared, Lam Hoon is definitely dead. Mr. Gui paused dramatically, slapping his fan against his palm. He continued, But that Lam Hoon was clearly no ordinary man. At that critical moment, he pointed a finger to the heavens and cried out, Heavenly thunder, aid me. Immediately, a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the dying Lam Hoon. Now, what do you think happened? The tea house erupted in clamor. What happened? Tell us. Tell us. Mr. Gui slammed his fan on the table and announced, To find out what happens next, please listen to our advertisement. The crowd was stunned into silence. After a moment, they reacted. Some threatened to beat Mr. Gui. What do you mean, stopping in the middle? You're not leaving here today if you don't continue. Others urged him on. Is Lam Hoon alive? Tell us quickly. The angry ones yelled, and that advertisement. What the hell is that? Suddenly someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Of course he's alive. It was Lam Hoon. He explained as he pulled something out of his robes. The advertisement is for advertising. The idea for the advertisement is mine, Lam Hoon's, with Mr. Gui. The purpose is. Lam Hoon held up a doll. The legendary Jianghu doll. First edition. The hidden weapon master, Kim Bat-Hone. The crowd gazed at the doll with fascination and admiration. Lam Hone then revealed another feature of the doll. You can also add small needles to make extremely poisonous hidden weapons. This further increased the crowd's enthusiasm. Lam Hone looked at the crowd with a sly glint in his eyes, thinking, men really are just children. Toys are the most powerful things. The men in the tea house clamored, how can we buy this? It must be expensive, right? Lam Hone continued his sales pitch, encouraged by Mr. Gua. This gentleman asks a very good question. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Not for 1 tael of gold, not for 1 tael of silver, but for just 1 copper coin. He continued his spiel amidst cheers from Mr. Gua. You might think 1 copper is too much, that you're being tricked. Don't worry. You can't be tricked. 7-day no questions asked return policy. 1-year warranty. It would be against my conscience to do otherwise. He then spread a pile of dolls on the table. Limited quantity. Buy quickly. If you want one. You can also buy from Mr. Gua. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then they rushed forward. I'll take 3. I want 1 too. I want 1 too. Give me a dozen. As the crowd jostled to buy dolls, this is mine. I got it first. Kim Bat-Hone, accepting money from Lam Hone, exclaimed, this is the first time I've done this. I didn't expect it to be so fun. Much more fun than fighting. Lam Hone simply replied, don't worry, there's more to come. Nin Lan, who had been observing, spoke up exasperatedly, don't forget why we're here. Lam Hone replied, isn't it to investigate Kim Bat-Hone's client? I'm done. He gestured towards Mr. Gua and explained to her, you see, Mr. Gua gets a share of the profits from selling the toys. At the same time, he can turn the characters in his stories into real toys. Adding to the excitement. They'll definitely be grateful to me. Mr. Gua was busy selling dolls. Lam Hone continued explaining to Nin Lan. From this assassination attempt, I learned that our eyes are not enough. Storytellers, who spend their years traveling the Jianghu, are the best spreaders of information. We can analyze what they say to glean something. Lam Hone suddenly pulled out a piece of paper. For example, this is information about Kim Bat-Hone. The paper read Hongzi, Eastern Han Duke, the situation. Looking at these words gave Lam Hone a headache. Using ancient knowledge, these things are like heavenly scripts. Nin Lan understood immediately after looking at the words. The listening room, the government's largest surveillance organization, and one of the 4 major consulates, is the Eastern Han Duke. Meaning, making things happen discreetly, easily employing assassins. Hearing this, Lam Hone speculated, so, Kim Bat-Hone was captured long ago. However, he wasn't executed, but quietly became an assassin under the Eastern Han Duke, carrying out illegal missions for the government. As he said this, Lam Hone seemed to realize something. He immediately went to where Kim Bat-Hone was standing. He grabbed Kim Bat-Hone's hand. Pulling him along, Lam Hone said urgently, Kim Bat-Hone must have made up a story. Xiaojiu, we have to warn Boss H.E. He'll be targeted for revenge. Lam Hone and Kim Bat-Hone burst into a room, shouting, H.E. Boss. The room was in disarray, leading Lam Hone to believe, as expected, signs of a struggle. He's been taken. A message written in blood was on the tea table, and a green jade pendant lay on the floor. Kim Bat-Hone pointed at these items and asked Lam Hone, Brother Lam, what do we do now? I fear the boss is in grave danger. Lam Hone picked up the jade pendant. They want to secretly exchange hostages, so they don't want to provoke a conflict with the Nin household. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Lam Hone declared angrily, no matter who it is, they will be eliminated. At the hour of the rat, in West City, a carriage was waiting. Lam Hone stepped out of the carriage. We're here. He stretched and complained, why so late? The hour of the rat. I'm so stiff. A group of people suddenly appeared before him. The leader complimented him, you're quite handsome. No wonder you got into the Nin family. Lam Hone looked at him and said sternly, cut the crap. Where's H.E.? They threw the bound H.E. onto the ground. The leader stepped on H.E. and threatened, hand over Kim Bat-Hone, or don't blame me for being cruel to him. But H.E. coughed and urged, cough, cough. Run. Leave me. Lam Hone calmly addressed the leader, you haven't even introduced yourself. How am I supposed to know how powerful you are? If you're just a cross-dresser, I'll just crush you. The leader, in an effeminate voice, replied, you're quite spirited. I am Dong Phuong Don, a descendant of the Eastern eunuch's establishment. Lam Hon snorted with laughter. An eunuch with descendants? Male pairing? Calling you little brother wouldn't be wrong, huh? Provoked, Dong Phuong Don drew his sword. He pointed it at Achi's head and warned Lam Hon, if you dare speak nonsense again, I'll cut off his head. But Lam Hon remained unfazed. He reached into the carriage to retrieve something. Why so hasty? The emperor isn't in a hurry, so why should the eunuch be? He pulled the unconscious Kang Hien out of the carriage. He pointed a poison needle at Kang Hien. Let's see, you kill Achi, I kill him. Let's see who benefits. This poison, once it enters the body, even I have no antidote. Dong Phuong Don looked at Kang Hien, bewildered. What does he have to do with me? I don't even know him. Before he could finish, Lam Hon pricked Kang Hien's head with the needle, causing him to cry out in pain. Af. Dong Phuong Don immediately recognized Kang Hien's voice and paled. Just as Lam Hon was about to strike again, Dong Phuong Don yelled, Stop! Stop! Stop stabbing! He reluctantly dropped his sword and surrendered. Dong Phuong Don asked angrily, How did you know? Lam Hon replied calmly, When Kim Bat Hon came to assassinate me, I knew who was behind it. Lam Hon explained his reasoning. My biggest enemy is none other than the Su family. Su Qian, although foolish, wouldn't dare seek revenge against me. Therefore, only Kang Hien would bear a grudge against me. Lam Hon tossed Kang Hien towards Dong Phuong Don and continued, However, Kang Hien might not be the one who hired Kim Bat Hon. So, there must be a powerful figure behind this. And their relationship with Kang Hien must be closer than usual. Lam Hon helped Achi up, saying smugly, Deducing this was too easy, wasn't it, Dong Phuong Don? Dong Phuong Don was anxiously checking on Kang Hien. Are you all right? But Kang Hien ignored his concern and angrily ordered, Kill him. Kill him for me. Just as the assassins moved towards Lam Hon, Dong Phuong Don abruptly said, Stop. Lam Hon turned to look at them, scoffing. Couldn't resist, could you? You're all so stupid. He held a lit match in his hand. I don't understand why you want to capture Kim Bat Hon. As he finished speaking, he let the match fall. It landed on the carriage, which was loaded with explosives. Lam Hon declared dramatically, But I won't hand him over. Burn! Dong Phuong Don's eyes widened at the sight of the explosives. He yelled, Retreat! But it was too late. A massive explosion rocked the area. Lam Hon continued walking, ignoring the explosion behind him. Achi, slung over his shoulder, asked, Aren't you going to look back? He replied nonchalantly, Forget it. A real man doesn't look back at explosions. Suddenly, Lam Hon turned towards a bush. Did you hear that? Now you know what he's like. Ning Tulan was hiding in the bushes, guarding the bound and gagged Su Qian. Lam Hon sighed. He muttered to himself, offending the Imperial Guards. Next time, I need a more careful plan. On a rocky mountain road, several men in green robes rode on horseback. One of them said, This time we're escorting Lord Nin's goods. Be wary of assassins. A large boulder appeared from above. One of the men looked up. His face turned pale with terror. A loud voice shouted, Jump! He leaped out of the carriage just as the boulder crashed down, shattering the vehicle. The other men rushed over to assess the situation. Sango, still trembling, said, The goods are completely destroyed. A group of men with swords suddenly appeared. They wore ordinary, inconspicuous clothing. The one in the middle spoke, Go back and tell your master, if he dares to ship goods again, we'll kill him. The scene shifted to Lord Nin's mansion. The men who had been threatened were now reporting to Lord Nin. The porcelain shipment is almost completely destroyed. The escort agency head informed us they are awaiting instructions. They said in unison, Awaiting instructions. Lord Nin raged, Those bastards. They dare touch my goods? Men with me. We'll wipe them out. Lam Hon, standing nearby, whispered into Lord Nin's ear, Father-in-law, I suspect something is amiss. If they were highway robbers, why would they only destroy the goods and not kill anyone? They knew our route and timing. I fear there's an inside informant. Lord Nin turned to Lam Hon. Even if that's the case, if we don't eliminate them, they will surely use this as an excuse to exploit Nin's house city. He grabbed Lam Hon's arm. Since you've discovered the problem, take our best soldiers and go. Lam Hon watched him silently. Back on the road where Lord Nin's goods had been destroyed, Lam Hon and Ning Tulan led the way, followed by soldiers. Nin Tulan said, according to the scout's description, I fear these bandits have some backing. What's your plan? Lam Hon exhaled. As a man, I will not be intimidated. Besides, I still have a few ceramic landmines. Nin Tulan turned to him. The key isn't their strength, but their cunning. They're hard to find. Where do you plan to start? Lam Hon, riding ahead, chuckled. This humble strategist has his own tricks. He took a deep breath. He pointed to the sky and yelled, Where are you, bandits? Your grandpa is here. Come out. You have the guts to block the official road, but not the guts to show your faces? Don't hide, bandits. I know you're here. Two soldiers whispered, Is the son-in-law trying to lure them out with reason? That's too naive. Another voice replied, Look how handsome he is. He's probably just shouting a couple of times so he can go back and report to Lord Nin. Lam Hon froze at these words. He suddenly produced a megaphone and yelled into it, Damn you! Come out and greet us. If you don't come out, you'll be left with nothing. He put on an angry expression. The two soldiers behind him looked slightly intimidated by his imposing demeanor. He's cursing too much. A foot stepped out, crushing the grass. Several men with swords charged out angrily. One of them yelled, Lam Hon dares to say we'll be left with nothing? Another exclaimed, I've never been so humiliated. Lam Hon, holding the megaphone, looked at them. Oh, finally decided to show up? You forced me to use such uncivilized language. He raised his hand and commanded, No more games. All units, attack. The swordsmen lost their momentum and retreated in panic. They dropped their swords. They raised their hands in surrender. We were wrong. We're just wandering the Jianghu trying to make a living. We don't want to kill anyone. We surrender and want to join the city guard. Lam Hon raised his knife, his eyes devoid of pity. Wrong is wrong. No excuses. Nin Tulan stopped him. Wait. Lam Hon looked at her, puzzled. Are you going to recruit them? Nin Tulan looked at him. Many soldiers have fallen into the hands of evildoers. After being recruited, they've proven loyal and haven't committed any serious offenses. If there are no casualties today, recruiting them would be beneficial. Lam Hon glanced at a nearby soldier. All right, you're in charge of them. As the soldiers escorted the captured swordsman away, Lam Hon led his horse forward, speaking to Nin Tulan. Do you see the problem? They shouted my name as soon as they appeared. How would outsiders know me? Nin Tulan followed, a thoughtful expression on her face. Indeed, it's strange. They surrendered too easily. Lam Hon smiled, patting his horse. I'm rather looking forward to seeing what they're planning. The next day, Nin's house city bustled with activity. A carriage stopped in front of a tavern. Inside, several soldiers were drinking and boasting loudly. One of them laughed heartily. I'm a soldier now. His underlings quickly flattered him. Boss is wise. Now we can strut around the city. He slammed his sword on the table, spilling wine from the cups. He propped a foot on a chair, jutted his chin out, and roared with laughter, Bring me the most expensive wine. Just keep pouring the most expensive one. The terrified waiter hurried over. Please spare me, sir. Spare me. We're out of expensive wine. The leader kicked the waiter, sending him sprawling. He yelled, Damn it! If Lord Nin hadn't sent his troops away, I would have smashed this place to pieces. His underlings rushed to restrain him. The waiter struggled to clean up the mess of spilled food and broken dishes. As he cleaned, he muttered angrily, Damn them! They never pay. He noticed a piece of paper and held it up, calling towards the accountant, Mr. Accountant, come and see what they've written. The accountant's hand trembled as he read the paper. It read, The Emperor is incompetent, listening to slander, causing the people to suffer. Now Lord Nin, defying the crown, will march on the capital. A red seal was stamped next to the message. The waiter asked, puzzled, Mr. Accountant, is what's written here a treasure map? The accountant's face was grim. This is more important than a treasure map. He rushed out, telling the waiter, I have business to attend to. You don't need to open the tavern for a few days. Elsewhere, in a luxurious inn. Lam Hon, Nin Tulan, and Lord Nin were dining and chatting cheerfully. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open, attempting to barge in. Swords drawn, Nin Tulan and Lord Nin were ready to fight. Lord Nin demanded, Who is it? Soldiers in red uniforms stormed in. One of them shouted, Imperial Guards on official business. Unrelated personnel, get out. Lord Nin's soldiers drew their swords, prepared to defend him. A figure entered through the doorway. It was Kang Hien. He stood before the soldiers and declared, "Lord Nin, you dare commit treason?" Lord Nin remained calm, asking, "Treason? Weren't you humiliated enough a few days ago?" Kang Hien smugly held up the paper from the accountant. "Here's the undeniable proof. What do you have to say now? Still denying it?" Lam Hon continued eating, casually remarking, "My, such hot-headed youth. Is this ethical?" Kang Hien trembled with rage, his grip tightening on the paper. He finally exploded. "Imperial Guards! Arrest this traitor and execute him. Anyone who interferes will be killed as well." Soldiers on both sides clashed swords. The leader from the tavern dramatically placed a hand on his chest and declared, "Lord Nin, I misjudged you. I value righteousness above all else. How could you command these men to kill the Emperor? You might not value your life, but think of your parents, your wife and children. They'll all suffer because of you." Kang Hien smirked. Lam Hon, watching the theatrical performance, applauded. "Ah, excellent acting. You should all be on stage." Lord Nin remained calm. He addressed his men and Nin Tulan. "Sheathe your swords. I'll go with them. A clear conscience fears no accusations." Kang Hien sneered. "Very well. Until the matter is clear, I won't touch any of your family." He pointed at Lord Nin's soldiers. "These guards are not allowed to follow." Lord Nin turned to his men and ordered, "Disperse. Await my news." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Watching his father being taken away by Kang Xian's soldiers, Ning Zilan asked Lin Huan, "Your plan, can it work?" Lin Huan confidently replied, "Of course, trust me. It's a sure thing." Ning Zilan was truly worried. She turned to ask Lin Huan, "How are we going to find them now?" Lin Huan smiled, rummaging for something inside his robe, and said, "Simple." A pair of purple glasses was pulled out. "These are the latest design, ultra-thin sunglasses." Lin Huan put the glasses on and softly explained, "They can distinguish a special dye I made." Faced with Ning Zilan's doubt, Lin Huan gestured towards the door and said, "Below lies the miracle of these glasses. Through these glasses, I can see several different kinds of footprints on the ground," Lin Huan explained. "I instructed Xiao Jiao and Achi to prepare this special paint earlier. When Kang Xian entered the residence, I had him walk over the area where the paint was applied. Those bandits walked over it too." Having said that, Lin Huan swiftly mounted his horse. Once settled securely, Lin Huan extended his hand towards Ning Zilan, inviting her to join him, which surprised her and made her blush. Wearing the newly crafted glasses, Lin Huan flashed a dashing smile and said, "Get on, let's go cause some chaos." The mountain forest was deep and vast, flocks of birds flew by, sunlight filtering through the leaves. Through the special glasses, the different footprints marked earlier left traces on the ground. Following the footprints, Lin Huan and Ning Zilan arrived here, hiding behind a rock and carefully observing the situation. Lin Huan commented, "This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. They must be behind the mountain." The two saw a camp in the distance, with several soldiers standing around. Ning Zilan, anxious, hastily said, "I can't see clearly from here. I'll go ahead and observe. You stay here." Seeing this, Lin Huan quickly grabbed her hand, telling her to hold on. Then, Lin Huan slowly pulled out an object resembling a bamboo tube and said with a light chuckle, "I've already prepared this." Seeing the object, Ning Zilan curiously asked, "What is this? Why are both ends of the bamboo tube blocked by these transparent porcelain pieces?" Since the beauty had asked, Lin Huan didn't mind explaining, "These are called glass lenses. They can be made in ceramic workshops, crafted into glass." Lin Huan also took the opportunity to tease Ning Zilan, smiling as he handed her the object. "This was specially made for you, a matching pair with mine, consider it our engagement token." Ning Zilan blushed shyly but still retorted, Who's engaged to you?" Looking through the lens, Ning Zilan exclaimed in surprise, "It's amazing! If we had this during war, we wouldn't need to sacrifice scouts." Hearing this, Lin Huan became smug, holding up the lens and proudly saying, "Follow me, there are many more interesting things to come." Ning Zilan also picked it up and followed suit, pouting and blushing. Through the binoculars, the two saw the silhouettes of 3 people standing. Ning Zilan immediately said, "Definitely Kang Xian's men. I see them." Lin Huan also spoke. "It seems they are discussing something. We just need to sneak in." But Ning Zilan quickly realized the difficulty of the situation. They have a lot of people, and the Ning family doesn't have any soldiers here. She wondered. Do we have to fight to the death? Lin Huan remained confident. He declared, no need. We'll fish in troubled waters. Ning Zilan didn't understand what he meant. Lin Huan whispered the plan into Ning Zilan's ear. Trust me, it's like this. She asked back, half believing, half doubting, will it be all right? Ning Zilan hid behind the rock, watching two men preparing to pass by. With lightning speed, in a flash, Ning Zilan was behind the two men, ready to strike. Before the two men could react, Ning Zilan knocked them unconscious, and they fell to the ground. Lin Huan put on the clothes of one of the men. Ning Zilan crossed her arms and stood to the side, turning to ask him, I really don't need a disguise? Lin Huan explained with some awkwardness, due to certain circumstances, it's not suitable for you to disguise yourself. Ning Zilan looked down at her ample bosom and understood the circumstances. Blushing in embarrassment, Lin Huan handed Ning Zilan a box. She immediately asked, what is this? Lin Huan said, this is a makeup box. Inside are cosmetics, powders, and liquids I developed using pigments. He told Ning Zilan not to worry, put on some makeup and sneak in. Ning Zilan was truly flustered and embarrassed upon seeing the makeup. She stammered this. I usually only practice martial arts and haven't touched these things. Lin Huan, supremely confident, picked up the brush with practiced movements and said with overflowing charisma, don't worry, I'll help you with the makeup. A few brush strokes and powder applications, finally a layer of bright red lipstick. All done, Lin Huan told Ning Zilan to open her eyes. A breathtakingly beautiful Ning Zilan, enhanced by the makeup, looked even more graceful and gentle. She shyly asked him in a soft voice. Does it look good? The beauty before him was so stunning, Lin Huan's heart pounded, his eyes turning into heart shapes as he mesmerizedly replied, beautiful, you're so beautiful. Embarrassed by Lin Huan's gaze, Ning Zilan quickly pushed the love-struck man away, saying, stop staring, let's get down to business. Lin Huan couldn't ignore the beauty's words. Foolishly agreeing, right away, right away. 3 soldiers were standing when someone appeared, laughing heartily, this trip has been truly fortunate. It was Lin Huan and Ning Zilan after successfully disguising themselves. Lin Huan, feigning lechery, grabbed Ning Zilan's chin and said this trip wasn't in vain. I've captured a beauty from the city, ha ha ha. One of the soldiers, seeing Lin Huan, felt something was amiss. He questioned, why do you look so unfamiliar? Lin Huan, unfazed by the danger, fully embraced his villainous role, drew his sword, placed it on the man's neck, and said with a lifted chin, when I came and went. You were still pissing at the crossroads. You have the audacity to question me? Seeing Lin Huan ready to attack at a word, the other men quickly apologized. Big brother, misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. One of them spoke up to make peace, suggesting that since they were all on the same side, they just needed to give the password. Ning Zilan, listening from behind, became worried. Oh no, they have a password. Are we going to be exposed? Lin Huan suddenly shouted, startling Ning Zilan. He raised his sword high and yelled, here's your password. With a swift slash, Lin Huan cut off his middle finger. The severed finger, blood still dripping, Lin Huan, with a fierce expression, roared, want me to give the password? I show no mercy. I, Lin Tainyo, have nothing else but the guts to do what I say. The 3 men huddled together, trembling with fear, and said, he's ruthless. Someone like that must be from the mountaintop. Not satisfied with the intimidation, Lin Huan put the severed finger in his mouth and chewed, glaring at the group and threatening, don't mess with me, understand? This time it's my finger, next time it'll be yours. The 3 soldiers were terrified, bowing their heads and ushering Lin Huan, who was embracing the captured beauty Ning Zilan, into the base. Ning Zilan asked him, was that finger made of ceramic? Lin Huan replied, it's made of steamed bun painted with dye. They're incompetent, easily scared by this kind of trick. The 2 stopped in front of the target tent. Lin Huan said he would create a distraction, while Ning Zilan searched for evidence. She reminded him to be careful and asked, how will you signal me? Lin Huan turned and walked away, waving his hand casually, don't worry, I guarantee you'll see the signal. 2 incense sticks later, an explosion occurred, smoke and flames billowing up. Ning Zilan was somewhat speechless. She stood frozen and said, I can certainly see it, but it's a bit much. Not long after, Lin Huan, now back in his original clothes, stood confidently in front of the camp with his sword. Lin Huan slammed the sword into the ground. He began to taunt and jeer at the men. "Hey, you stupid bandits!" The leader of the bandits heard this and immediately ran out, angrily cursing, "Damn you, Ning family's son-in-law." He then ordered his men to kill Lin Huan. Lin Huan wasn't in a hurry. He calmly pulled out a pack of explosives from his robe and said, "You're the ones doing evil, yet you still spout nonsense?" Lin Huan threw the explosives, shouting, "Heavenly thunder, aid me!" Immediately, a large explosion occurred, red flames and smoke erupting, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The bandits panicked, falling to the ground, injured all over. Some cried out in pain, others clutched their ears in panic, claiming they were deaf and couldn't hear anything. They shouted in fear, "Thunder magic! Thunder magic!" A few latecomers arrived, confused about what was happening. The leader, seeing this situation, was furious. He picked up his sword and walked towards Lin Huan, gritting his teeth. "Lin Huan, you've gone too far." The leader rushed forward and grabbed Lin Huan by the collar. He raised his sword angrily, about to strike, shouting, "Die!" Lin Huan wasn't afraid but instead smiled brightly. Lin Huan pulled open his robe, revealing a bunch of explosives strapped to his body, chuckling mischievously, "Oops, if you dare act rashly, you'll be blown to smithereens." Having just witnessed the power of those explosives, the leader hesitated and quickly backed away. The leader hurriedly turned and yelled, ordering everyone to disperse. Lin Huan commented sarcastically, "What a good leader, huh?" Seeing the leader's fear, Lin Huan wanted to tease him further. He chased after him, saying, "Don't run, I just want to talk." The leader was too scared to stay, shouting, "I'm not crazy." Lin Huan caught up and quickly wrapped explosives around the leader, even carefully tying them into a pretty bow. He whispered to him, "Why the rush? I just want you to cooperate a little." Once done, Lin Huan threatened, "If you dare disobey, I'll blow you up." The leader, fearing death, cried out in frustration, "I'm innocent. Go find Kang Xian to settle the score." Lin Huan leaned close to the leader, putting his arm around his shoulder, and saying gently, "Of course I know, but you also know someone has to be sacrificed first." He then pointed in a direction, "After all, there are a lot of people watching you." The leader vaguely understood Lin Huan's meaning. He asked in astonishment, "You're saying Kang Xian sent people to follow me?" As soon as he spoke, someone flinched and quietly turned to run. The leader also saw the sneaking figure, and angrily ordered his men to catch him. After catching the spy and interrogating him, Lin Huan stood to the side and said, "I didn't even need to personally find the traitor. You and Kang Xian committed such treasonous acts. Once he's done and wants to clear his name, he'll eliminate you." The leader was angry but still disbelieving. He said Kang Xian couldn't defeat his men, and he still had the letter. Questioning who gave Kang Xian such audacity. Seeing the leader's disbelief, Lin Huan handed him a token. "If you don't believe me, take a look at this token." The leader recognized the token of the Jishirhan. Lin Huan nonchalantly explained, "Kang Xian's main backing is the Jishirhan. You went to the noble residence to arrest people. Not under orders from the Jishirhan, but from Kang Xian using the Jishirhan." He then patted the leader's shoulder, advising him like an elder, "Young man, the world is dangerous. You're still young, you must be cautious." The naive young leader was infuriated by these words, and immediately retorted, "Even if you're right, so what? You and Kang Xian are the same. Why should I trust you?" Lin Huan switched to dangerous mode, holding the explosives and saying with a sinister expression, "Don't trust me? I still have plenty of explosives. If I die, you die. You can only listen to me now." The leader trembled with fear upon hearing this. Fear of death was real, but as a leader being threatened, he was furious. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, shouting, "Report! Imperial soldiers! Imperial soldiers!" The leader was startled by the report. Lin Huan immediately turned and said, "See? Was I wrong? I've already calculated this." Finishing his words, Lin Huan snapped his fingers and said to the leader, "Let me help you a little." A series of explosions occurred, each boom echoing through the mountains. Smoke and dust spread around, Imperial soldiers collapsing to the ground, their fate unknown. It was all the work of Lin Huan's landmines. He pouted and muttered, "Lost quite a few landmines this time." The leader looked directly at Lin Huan, not understanding why he had helped them. Lin Huan didn't hesitate to explain, "The Ning residence has no soldiers now. Of course, I want your help. I want you to be my soldiers, that's all." The leader was also honorable. Debts must be repaid, that was the rule of the Jianghu. He agreed to help Lin Huan this once, then turned to retrieve the letter Kang Xian had given him. Ning Zilan emerged from the tent. The leader didn't need to fetch it as she had already retrieved the evidence. Seeing this, the leader questioned Lin Huan, "You clearly intended to use us as your private army, so why did you go find the evidence yourself?" Lin Huan smiled brightly and said to the leader, "I just said it a moment ago, we must be cautious." Then Lin Huan turned around, raised his hand, and shouted enthusiastically, "Lin family army, move out! Let's raid the prison!" The leader behind him, face full of bewilderment, complained, "Could you at least remove these explosives from me first?" Within the quiet prison, the footsteps of two cloaked and masked figures echoed clearly down the corridor. Stopping at a cell door, one of them reached out to unlock it. The person in the cell was Lord Ning. He was handcuffed, wearing only thin clothes, sitting there. The two figures said, "Lord Ning, someone is here to interrogate you. Please come with us." Hearing this, Lord Ning looked up. Despite his difficult situation, he still exuded an air of majesty and power. The two cloaked figures escorted Lord Ning to the door. Suddenly, an arrow flew from somewhere, aimed precisely at the figure on the left. Lord Ning also showed surprise at this turn of events, glancing over. The cloaked figure, struck by the arrow, collapsed to the ground, blood flowing profusely. Quickly, before the other figure could understand what was happening, another arrow pierced his heart. Lord Ning was still in shock. Two masked figures in black appeared out of nowhere. They immediately said, "Lord Ning, reinforcements have arrived. Quickly, come with us." Saying this, the two figures used their qinggong, leaping onto a tree and extending their hands towards Lord Ning, urging, "Hurry, before they discover us." Lord Ning remained motionless, silently asking, "Finished with the charade?" The two black-clad figures froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Immediately, they shouted, "We've been exposed! Run!" They quickly escaped. Lord Ning turned to look behind him. The person behind him shouted an order, "Fire!" Immediately, a volley of arrows flew towards the two fleeing figures. The cloaked figure who had been hit by an arrow earlier suddenly stood up, pulling out the arrow while chuckling, "It's quite refreshing lying on the ground on a cool night." The other figure reached up and removed his mask. The mask came off, revealing Lin Huan's handsome face. He smiled and respectfully greeted, "Father-in-law." Seeing it was Lin Huan, Lord Ning laughed heartily, patting his shoulder and saying, "You rascal, how did you know they would try to impersonate me and break me out of prison?" Lin Huan chuckled and replied, "They didn't have any evidence against you, so their only option was to kill you and frame it as a suicide. That's why they arranged it to look like you were scared and escaping." While speaking, Lin Huan used his qinggong to leap upwards. In a flash, Lin Huan and Lord Ning were seated on the roof, looking down at Kang Xian and the three Jishirhan men surrounded by soldiers below. Lin Huan continued, "Like now, they are about to take them out for execution." Surrounded, Kang Xian was furious. He pointed at Lin Huan on the roof and questioned, "Lin Huan, you're colluding with bandits, are you planning to attack the Jishirhan?" Lin Huan leisurely sat cross-legged, chin resting on his hand, looking down and chuckling, "Oh, what a coincidence! Isn't this Master Kang Xian? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Trying to break someone out of prison?" Kang Xian was furious and about to retort. Lin Huan didn't let Kang Xian continue, throwing some documents towards him. Kang Xian caught them in surprise. Lin Huan jumped down and questioned Kang Xian, knowing that those men were bandits, and threatened to report to the imperial court that Kang Xian was colluding with them. Kang Xian, with the evidence in hand, still argued, "Are you trying to frame me in front of the Jishirhan?" Lin Huan calmly pointed at him and said, "Indeed, they are the Jishirhan, and you are not." Lin Huan politely clasped his hands towards the three Jishirhan men and said, "Brothers of the Jishirhan, as you can see, this matter is a bit complicated. Everyone needs to earn a living, so there's no need for bloodshed." He also expressed that this was a private matter between him and Kang Xian, they would resolve it themselves, and it wouldn't trouble the Jishirhan. Hearing this, Kang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then lifted his chin and said to Lin Huan, "Don't joke. You think they'll listen to your nonsense?" Lin Huan ignored him and walked towards the Jishirhan, slipping something into their hands and chuckling, "I discovered a post station 3 miles west of the city that's giving away gold ingots. So much money, how could they give it away for free? The Jishirhan, having served the country, deserve it, but the common people aren't so lucky. The Ji Shirhan men understood Lin Huan's meaning and looked at each other thoughtfully. Kang Xian also understood, angrily pointing at the Ji Shirhan and scolding, "This is bribery. You work for the imperial court, not as private soldiers." The Ji Shirhan conveniently used this as an excuse, saying, "That's right, we're not private soldiers. Logically speaking, he doesn't have the authority to command us." They complained a bit more, then turned and left. "We do public service for the city, what do we gain? We have no relationship with Kang Xian. We only work for him out of respect for his master." Lin Huan, seeing this, crossed his arms and stood behind Kang Xian, laughing loudly and mockingly. "Brother Kang Xian, there's no one left here." Pulling out a confession, Lin Huan pointed at it and said to Kang Xian, "You are guilty, so you won't mind repenting, right?" Kang Xian angrily turned around, drawing his sword and saying arrogantly, "Fine, very well. If something happens to me, don't expect this city to remain peaceful." Lin Huan showed no mercy and slapped Kang Xian hard across the face. "Peaceful? You're thinking about peace?" Kang Xian staggered. Lin Huan, showing no restraint, followed up with a kick, saying heatedly, "Peaceful? You framed my father-in-law, colluded with bandits. And you talk about peace?" Kang Xian stumbled and lost his footing, his sword falling to the ground. Kang Xian fell, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Huan picked up his sword and stabbed it into the ground between Kang Xian's legs. Facing his fear and panic, Lin Huan said in a low voice, "Peaceful? You messed with me and you still talk about peace?" Kang Xian was truly terrified, his whole body trembling, his face pale as he stammered, You. Ignoring Kang Xian's state, having said what needed to be said, Lin Huan turned and left, tossing the confession back and calmly saying, "You can run, but what's written in that letter will be made public." Then Lin Huan turned back, revealing a dangerous expression, aimed directly at Kang Xian and threatened, "Surrender yourself, or else I'll send you to a very peaceful and serene place." Seeing this, Kang Xian flinched. A beautiful morning at the Ning residence. Lin Huan and Lord Ning were cheerfully raising their glasses together. Ning Zilan was also in the room, pouring wine to celebrate. Lord Ning laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I never expected such audacity from you right in front of me." Lin Huan humbly replied, "Father-in-law, it was destiny. I simply went with the flow." At this moment, a servant entered bowing and reporting, "Report. The Su family's daughter, Su Qian, requests an audience." Lin Huan was puzzled upon hearing this. "Su Qian? What's she doing here? Pleading for Kang Xian? No audience, send her away." The servant quickly said, "No, she..." But before he could finish, someone behind placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Let me handle this." Su Qian, dressed in mourning clothes, clasped her hands and knelt respectfully. "I, Su Qian, come here with a request." Lin Huan, seeing this, didn't move a muscle, sitting on his chair and coldly refusing, "You have a connection with Kang Xian. There's nothing to discuss." However, Su Qian, disregarding her pride, cowed out, "It does concern him." Lin Huan made a dismissive guess, "Haha, begging for mercy, huh? As for..." But before Lin Huan could finish, Su Qian, eyes filled with tears, gritted her teeth with hatred, "Please kill him." Lord Ning and Ning Zilan, hearing this, looked over in surprise. Suddenly, Ning Zilan noticed that Lin Huan had stood up. Lin Huan knelt down opposite Su Qian, puzzled. What happened? Half a day earlier, at the Su residence, Kang Xian sat opposite, pushing a piece of paper towards old Su. "Father-in-law, take a look." Old Su read the contents of the paper, and his face turned pale with shock. "This..." He slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Kang Xian, you dare!" Kang Xian's face turned vicious, his pupils constricting, his teeth clenched. He warned, "If you hadn't provoked that Lin Huan, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. So you better do as I say, or else I can't guarantee your daughter won't end up in the pleasure house." Old Su trembled with anger, kneeling on the ground, but Kang Xian paid no attention and simply left, saying, "Blame Lin Huan. If it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened." Su Qian, returning from somewhere, unaware of what had transpired, cheerfully knocked on the door from outside. "Father, I've successfully negotiated with a porcelain maker. We can sell our handmade goods from now on." Su Qian waited but didn't hear any response from inside, so she opened the door and entered. "Father?" But upon entering, Su Qian witnessed a sight that shocked her to tears. She cried out in horror, "Father! Father! Someone, help!" Old Su had hanged himself. Su Qian looked at her father and slowly walked into the middle of the room. Tears streamed down her face as she picked up the paper and read confession, admitting guilt. What guilt did father have? Su Qian angrily turned to a servant who had just arrived. Who was here just now? Tell me. The servant stammered in fear. Young Master Kong. Su Qian lost her composure, gripping the servant's shoulders tightly. What did he say to my father? The servant obediently replied, I didn't hear, but when he left, he mentioned you. Su Qian was now enraged, her hands trembling as she crumpled the paper. She wiped the tears from her face and swore through gritted teeth, Kong Xian. Has the Su family ever wronged you? Blood for blood. You will pay. Su Qian tried to regain her composure. She placed her hand on her chest, looked at Lin Huan, and swore, kill him for me. If you help, I'm willing to do anything. Lin Huan, now understanding the situation, slowly stood up. I agree. And you don't need to do anything for me. Kong Xian will die. He then walked out. However, I need to gather information about him first. The scene shifted to a pleasure house, filled with the sounds of lively conversation. Come with me, my lord. Hey, beautiful, over here. At this moment, Lin Huan was surrounded by beautiful courtesans. This puzzled Su Qian, who glanced at him. Although I have no right to interfere, you said you would help me get revenge, investigate, and you come here? Lin Huan replied calmly, the best source of information is right here. On the upper floor of the pleasure house. Ling Ji smiled and ordered, someone, bring Lin Huan up here. A moment later, Ling Ji sat seductively on a chair, her hand propping up her chin, and asked, what wind brings young Master Lin here? Your dolls have made me quite a profit, I'm grateful. Lin Huan sat with his legs crossed, listening to Ling Ji's thanks and replied, skip the pleasantries, I'm here for something else today. Ling Ji held a scroll and tilted Lin Huan's chin up. You want information on Kong Xian? I have it. Lin Huan reached out to take the scroll but Ling Ji pulled it back. Ling Ji stood before Lin Huan, her beautiful face close to his. If you want information, you need to show some sincerity. Lin Huan and Ling Ji faced each other, their eyes locking as if sparks flew. Wasn't the payment enough? Ling Ji replied, you used my image, and you haven't even paid for that yet. Lin Huan found this amusing. If money isn't enough, how about more fame? This time, it'll be even more effective. Lin Huan leaned closer and whispered something into Ling Ji's ear, which surprised her slightly. Huh? Can we do that? She then agreed and tossed the scroll into Lin Huan's hands. You must keep this a secret. Lin Huan took the scroll and opened it immediately. There's actually such a thing. Ling Ji slowly approached, placing one hand on Lin Huan's shoulder, the other tracing his hand as she said seductively, so, now you know my secret. Don't you trust me? However, Lin Huan, showing no tenderness towards the beauty beside him, pushed Ling Ji away and hurried out. This matter can't be delayed. Ling Ji, pushed aside, sighed dejectedly. What a strange man. Su Qian, seeing Lin Huan rush out, asked urgently, how was it? Did you get any information? Lin Huan held up the scroll in his hand. Of course, even better than expected. This is about his father, Kong Hui. The scroll recounted that 20 years ago, Kong Xian's father, Kong Hui, was a city gate guard, his daily task to inspect passers-by. At that time, a caravan was leaving the city. According to others, Kong Hui, the guard in charge, left for a while, claiming it was an emergency. The next day, the caravan of wealthy merchants was attacked, suffering heavy casualties. Later, the fleeing merchants were rescued by Kong Hui. From then on, the grateful merchants fully supported him. Also later, spies from the neighboring enemy nation, the Viet Kingdom, began their operations, even bribing officials with money. You should have heard about what happened next. The king and the chancellor met with misfortune. The perpetrators were Viet Kingdom spies, Lin Huan said, and they were assassinated by Kong Hui. After that, Kong Hui, who had accumulated many merits, became the city lord, his power rivaling Lord Ning's. Su Qian was still reading the information on the scroll. According to this, Kong Hui may have colluded with the neighboring country and participated in that robbery. Lin Huan, learning of everything, clenched his fists in anger. Even more hateful is that the Viet Kingdom gained a lot of wealth. Kong Hui gained fame and profit. And in the end, he orchestrated the assassination of the city lord. Truly despicable. Lin Huan pointed in a direction and said to Su Qian, based on the intelligence, before Kong Hui became city lord, he frequented the Ming Yu house in the east. Su Qian followed Lin Huan's gaze and added, Kong Hui also often went in that direction, his movements very secretive. Lin Huan held a box in one hand, the other hand displaying 3 brushes. He had a plan, but it puzzled Su Qian. Before we go investigate, let's disguise ourselves a bit. The scene shifted to the Ming tea house. Lin Huan and Su Qian, perfectly disguised, arrived at the location. But upon arrival, they were stopped by 2 guards outside. You two, what's your business here? Show your tokens. Just as Lin Huan and Su Qian were stopped at the entrance, they saw a figure fly out. The man accidentally fell right at Lin Huan's feet. The man then knelt and clung to the leg of one of the guards, begging, which angered both guards. I beg you, just one more time. Witnessing this, Lin Huan whispered to Su Qian, I understand. This place is a gambling den. Just watch. Su Qian wondered, so, the money robbed 20 years ago was laundered here? Lin Huan smiled, a plan forming. He walked up to the 2 guards and scolded loudly, what do you think I'm here for? You want a token? My money is my token. Running a gambling den and spouting such nonsense. A guard saw Lam Hone shouting loudly, angrily held his sword close to him, warned him, and said, keep your voice down. Do you know this is a casino? Why are you shouting? Are you here to cause trouble? Lam Hone was not afraid but took a large silver ingot and slammed it directly into the guard's face. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? How ambitious. Seeing the silver, the 2 guards greedily turned to fight over it, and no longer stopped Lam Hone from entering. Lam Hone strode in with a fierce posture. Tu Tian looked at him, blushed shyly, and thought to herself, why didn't I notice Lam Hone was like this before? He's so domineering. The casino was crowded and bustling, with people immersed in their own worlds. Tu Tian looked fearfully towards the guarded entrance. The security is so tight, how can we find the treasury? But Lam Hone wasn't worried at all, on the contrary. He was very excited. Of course, we let them come to us. You go observe, I'll play a few rounds. Tu Tian was a little surprised. You know how to gamble? Lam Hone looked at Tu Tian with extreme arrogance. Back then, Tran Chu Dao used 20 T to win 37 million, and Lam Hok used 200,000 to win 5 million. I can do it too. After saying that, Lam Hone rolled up his sleeves, preparing to join the game, leaving Tu Tian speechless. At a table with 3 cups, a man was explaining the rules of the game. 3 cups, 1 ball. Place your bets. Buying 1 pays 5. A chance not to be missed. As soon as the man finished speaking, he quickly shuffled the 3 cups back and forth, his speed so fast that it seemed superhuman. The surrounding people excitedly placed their silver on the table. Jia. I bet on Jia. 10 silver ingots. To Bin Lu. 15 silver ingots. A voice from behind shouted, 1 ingot. Hearing this, a man turned around disdainfully and laughed. Ha ha ha, if you're broke, don't come here. This table is for 10 silver ingots or more. It turned out that the 1 ingot was not silver but gold. A large gold ingot was thrown onto the table. Yeah, 1 gold ingot. Lam Hone leaned on the table and laughed, surprising everyone around him. Open the cup and let's see. The man slowly opened the cup. Yeah, is indeed. The red ball was in the outer cup. The man pointed to that cup and shouted, Jia. It's the first cup. One of the men excitedly raised his hands and shouted, Yes. I won. I won. Lam Hone felt something was wrong, so he quickly grabbed the hand of the man who had just overturned the cup and stopped him. Wait a minute, I have some doubts. The man swore in response, Honored guest, you can't falsely accuse others. If I cheated, I'll chop off my hand. Lam Hone picked up the ball and looked unwilling. Maybe my luck is just bad. Seeing this, the man pretended to comfort Lam Hone. Play a few more rounds, you'll win. But in his heart, he was scheming. What a rich fool! I must empty his pockets. The man continued to quickly shuffle the 3 cups. Place your bets. No more bets. I'll open them now. Lam Hone confidently threw out several gold ingots from his hand. This time I bet 10 gold ingots. The man's face became fierce as he looked at Lam Hone like he was an idiot. Ha ha ha, caught a fat fish. In a moment, you'll have nothing left. Lam Hone pulled out a pair of purple-pink sunglasses from his coat and put them on, looking quite handsome. I bet on Jia. The man looked at Lam Hone. Jia just came out, how can it come out again? Lam Hone still smiled, faithful to his opinion. Jia is Jia. Open it. This made the man a little scared. Worried in his heart, what should I do? Did he guess right? Lam Hone took off his sunglasses and smiled secretly. Too easy. I just applied invisible paint to the ball, so I know its trajectory. It can only be Jia. The man had fallen into Lam Hone's plan but didn't know it. Open it. Open it. Open the third cup first. He still scoffed in his mind, want to win so easily? Dream on. Lam Hon seemed to have discovered some trick of the other man. Before he was about to open the cup, Lam Hon quickly grabbed his hand. Then he raised the man's hand and shouted, "You're cheating." He laughed loudly and pointed to the cup with his other hand. "Ha ha ha, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing in my hand. Look, the ball is in the third cup." But after saying that, he looked at the people present, and everyone had a strange expression, making him startled. What's going on? Why is everyone silent? His eyes looked down at the cup. Surprisingly, the red ball from before had now turned blue in the cup. Lam Hon folded his arms and criticized him. "You deliberately changed the red ball to blue and said you didn't cheat?" This made the man clench his fists and tremble with anger. However, it was all Lam Hon's plan. He had deliberately grabbed the man's hand and raised it to find an opportunity to secretly put the blue ball into the cup. The man, caught in Lam Hon's scheme, turned pale and pointed at him, trying to explain, You want to harm me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Hon stepped onto the table and kicked his hand, immobilizing him. Lam Hon drew his sword and pointed the sharp tip at the man's arm. "Whoever cheats gets their hand chopped off, right? Your hand, let me chop it for you." But just as he raised his sword to stab down, someone stopped him. "Wait." Lam Hon stopped his action and looked at the person who had just spoken. It was a man with a mustache. "Let's talk things over. Don't lose your composure over a small amount of money." Lam Hon also let the other man go. The scared man hid behind the mustached man, a red mark on his hand. Lam Hon jumped off the table. "Of course, money isn't important. But I'm not here for money." The other man was focused on his sore hand and didn't notice a figure flitting past. Tu Tien held a knife pointed at the back of the mustached man, but he wasn't too panicked. Lam Hon smiled and suggested, "Would you mind coming to a room to talk?" Tu Tien pressed the dagger against the back of the casino manager and snorted. The manager was not afraid but said softly, "Not bad, trying." Lam Hon sensed something was wrong, not good. Something was past. Fortunately, Lam Hon quickly pulled Tu Tien towards him. The dark energy grazed past, cutting off Tu Tien's hair tie. She blushed, surprised at being pulled. As soon as they regained their composure, Lam Hon and Tu Tien were surrounded by people with weapons. Looking at the situation, Lam Hon understood. He said, "With such tight security here, there must be something they don't want outsiders to know." Tu Tien also looked around worriedly and whispered, "We can't oppress people. Do we really have to kill people to get the evidence?" Lam Hon was not in a hurry. He calmly raised his hands and said to Tu Tien, "Don't worry, watch the Oscar-winning actor here." At this time, a man with a sword, with a fierce and sinister expression, said, "It seems that both of you are wealthy people. It's a pity to die." Lam Hon smiled with an ambiguous expression and replied, "Yes, it's a pity. I came here to show you a way to make money. If you don't want it, then forget it." The man didn't believe him and still held the sword to Lam Hon's neck, saying disdainfully, "I've heard a lot of boasting like this. You're full of it." Seeing this, Lam Hon was not discouraged and continued, "I have connections in the south and want to learn from you, to form an alliance to open casinos." Obviously, that wasn't enough to convince them. The manager, with a skeptical look, asked, "What does alliance mean? This isn't a martial arts school. We don't need a leader." Seeing their curiosity, Lam Hon enthusiastically explained, "Think about it, if we unite the casinos from the outskirts to the inner city, how powerful would we be? Not only will we earn money from the young masters of the inner city but also from the outskirts. How about that?" Speaking simply and understandably, he gave them an immediate image. Lam Hon continued to persuade them, saying that if casinos wanted to increase their influence and competitiveness, they had to open more branches and expand outwards. He also raised the question of what the biggest problems would be when opening casinos elsewhere. The manager was also quick-witted and quickly replied, "First, reputation, second, power. Without prestige, no one will come, so we can't make money." As he spoke, he thought of the muscular men with weapons, threatening and demanding protection fees. Taking advantage of the situation, Lam Hon pointed to the sky and continued that joining the alliance was the solution to this problem. Casinos are everywhere. But the important thing is to have luck. If all casinos share the same name, wouldn't the problem of prestige be solved? Lam Hon became more and more enthusiastic. Instead of opening casinos on your own, you hire more people to help. Wouldn't they also benefit, and you would also gain a great reputation? Lam Hone spread his arms, concluding his enthusiastic speech, and confidently added, by then, all the casinos in the world will treat you like family, with the support of many people. What's there to worry about not having a fortune? The subordinate was still skeptical. He asked Lam Hone why they should trust him, and whether Lam Hone could control them. Facing the subordinate's hostility and the sword against his neck, Lam Hone was not afraid but confidently provoked. If I can't control it, I, Lam Thieu know, who owes money to street vendors, commanding respect from north to south, what's there to be afraid of? With that said, Lam Hone didn't hesitate to move closer, until the tip of the sword grazed his neck, blood dripping down. Seeing Lam Hone fearless and determined, the subordinate withdrew his sword, his attitude much more conciliatory. He smiled and said, "You are indeed a big shot." The manager also beamed, laughed loudly, and rushed over to say enthusiastically, "Mr. Lam, tell us more about joining the alliance." "What if we join the alliance and don't obey?" The atmosphere changed dramatically. Lam Hone was now sitting down with the manager, being served tea by him, and respectfully asked questions. Lam Hone spoke eloquently. "Actually, it's not easy to manage a large operation." The manager asked what managing and operating meant, and Lam Hone explained it to him. On one side, Titian blushed, looking at Lam Hone with admiring eyes. She thought, Lam Hone can actually turn enemies into friends. After talking for a while, the manager gave Lam Hone a thumbs up and praised him. As expected of Lam Thieu know, today I have truly broadened my horizons. Lam Hone humbly replied, "It's just a guess." On the surface he was humble, but in his heart, Lam Hone smiled smugly. "I'm 1,000 years ahead of you in this kind of experience." Lam Hone pretended to hesitate and said, "But now there's a problem." The manager immediately became anxious and told Lam Hone to speak quickly. Lam Hone pretended to turn and leave, saying, "To succeed, I must look over some account books to understand the overall situation before I can take the next step. The boss isn't here, so I'll have to go to another casino." How could he let such a delicious morsel slip away? The manager hurriedly pulled Lam Hone back, indicating he wanted to negotiate. The manager turned around and told his subordinates to fetch the account books. One of them whispered hesitantly, "No, we need the boss's approval." Before he could finish speaking, the manager kicked him in the butt and shouted, "What are you afraid of? Get it quickly." The subordinate could only resign himself to obeying. Seeing that his plan had worked, Lam Hone turned to Titian triumphantly and gave her a thumbs up, smiling. Titian smiled back similarly. The account books were brought up. Lam Hone sat down to read them, still putting on an air of expertise as he commented, Good. The entries are very clear, the revenue is not bad." Then, Lam Hone stood up abruptly and said to the manager, "Good, I'll join the alliance. The alliance membership fee, training fee, and management fee, I'll list them out and send them to you later." The manager beamed and said with a smile, "Very good." The manager was overjoyed. He even enthusiastically saw Lam Hone to the door, still waving warmly after he left, "Take care." As soon as they were outside, Titian asked, "Did you find anything?" He smiled and replied, "Yes." Lam Hone explained further, "Every month, the casino pays a portion of the money to a place called Lin Lung Phuong. On February 18th, March 18th, and April 18th, they all sent 30,000. Lam Hone affirmed, "That place is the key to overthrowing the Kang family." As Lam Hone and Titian walked and talked, they didn't notice a figure hiding in a nearby tree, watching them. He muttered, "Someone actually managed to check the account books. I must report this to the higher-ups and prepare to close the net." At night, at Lung Lin Phuong, two figures were lurking outside a brightly lit mansion. Lam Hone, urged by curiosity, quietly poked a small hole in the paper window and peeked inside. After peeking, he quickly crouched down, a strange liquid flowing from his nose, and whispered to Titian, "This is Lung Lin Phuong. I thought it was a warehouse or something. But I didn't expect it to be." Hearing Lam Hone's strange words, Titian was slightly puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Immediately afterwards, she followed his example and poked a small hole in the paper window to look inside, but the scene inside made her blush. Inside, a girl was wearing a sexy light blue outfit, her hair half tied up, leisurely playing a flute. In addition, there were other beautiful girls, all of whom shared the commonality of possessing seductive figures and wearing revealing clothing. Suddenly, one of the girls slipped while dancing. She fell backwards onto the floor, revealing her hot body. Seeing this, a madam came over, picked up a leather whip, and whipped her buttocks, scolding, "Pay attention and learn. If you're not good at dancing, playing music, calligraphy, or painting, who will redeem you from the brothel in the future?" This made the girl cry out in fear. Seeing what happened inside, she covered her face and crouched down, her face slightly flushed, and said to him, "So that's it?" Seeing this, he voiced his guess, "This is training for courtesans." At this moment, he suddenly thought, "This doesn't make sense. Before Nin Tu Lan's marriage, I even hired courtesans to tease him, and even the information about his family came from Lin Ko." Suddenly realizing something, his face darkened, and he exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." He pushed Tien behind him. At the same moment, a volley of arrows flew towards them. Lam Hon hurriedly stood up and took off his outer coat. He thought to himself with some fear, "No wonder Lin Ko has such abilities. In her hands she not only has informants and resources, but also—" He suddenly stood up, throwing out his coat to change the direction of the arrows, and continued his train of thought, "She must be a spy for Viet Quoc." He took Tien's hand and led her into the courtyard. In his haste, he kicked the door open without hesitation. Their sudden appearance made the girls scream in fear. "Ah! Pervert!" Hearing their commotion, he angrily threw all the things on the table down and yelled, "Shut up!" Then he placed her on the table and anxiously called to Tien, "Wake up!" Then he suddenly noticed the arrow embedded in her shoulder. The wound had turned black, showing signs of poisoning. He panicked, "A poisoned arrow! I have to save her quickly." After thinking for a moment, he decided to tear her clothes, thinking, "No more thinking, saving her is more important." Then he turned and called up the system, saying, "System, settle all the completed tasks before and exchange them for antidote." The system displayed the message, "Starting settlement." Immediately afterwards, a tube of medicine appeared in his hand. With the antidote, he quickly helped her up and injected it into the wound. Seeing the black fade away, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, the toxin is dissipating." Then he adjusted her clothes and covered her with his coat. At the same time, he wondered, Lin Ko originally cooperated with me, exchanging information. Why attack now? Did I see something I shouldn't have, or meet someone I shouldn't have known? He clenched his fists, angrily thinking, "You dare to betray me? You're dead." He then hurriedly left, not forgetting to turn back before leaving and say to the people inside, "Hey, brothel! Take good care of her. Otherwise, I won't let you off even as a ghost." Then he threw down the package in his hand. When the package hit the ground, smoke billowed out and spread everywhere, causing everyone inside to cover their noses. By the time the smoke cleared, he had already disappeared. Looking in from the outside, the smoke had mostly dissipated. After confirming the situation inside, Lam Hon smiled and ran even faster, not forgetting to taunt the men in black chasing him. Seeing his provocation, the men in black could only give up helplessly. However, he continued to run, a slight smile on his lips, thinking to himself, Plan B begins. Lam Hon ran away, and the people behind shouted, "Chase him!" Suddenly, Lam Hon stopped. Looking up, he saw a tall wall in front of him. The masked men rushed forward, jumped up, swung their swords, and shouted, "Catch him! Quick victory!" Two men in black took the opportunity to rush up from behind, both swinging their swords towards Lam Hon at the same time. However, their attacks seemed unable to reach Lam Hon as he quickly vanished. Lam Hon disappeared, and the men looked around in confusion, asking, "Huh? Where is he?" Someone pointed up and said, "Look up there." He climbed up. Lam Hon sneered and shouted, "Come here. Come and get me." The men looked on angrily. Behind the wall, two soldiers were trying to pull Lam Hon up, both saying in unison, "Heave ho! Heave ho!" Lam Hon crossed his arms and smirked, thinking to himself, "You haven't seen barbed wire before, have you?" Suddenly, ropes with hooks were thrown onto the roof tiles. Lam Hon exclaimed in surprise, "They're well equipped." The masked men were trying to climb up. Lam Hon sat there and sighed, "They're really persistent." Then Lam Hon jumped down just as the men climbed up. He ordered, "The enemy is too strong, let's run." The soldiers immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The masked men jumped down. Immediately, all three of their faces darkened. Lam Hon waved goodbye and said at the same time, "Leaving a small gift for you, no need to thank me." The men, in pain from the glass shards embedded in their bodies, said, "I've never seen anything like this." "Shameless scoundrel!" Lam Hon looked at the men with disdain. While putting his hand into his pocket, he said, "You guys are spies, you truly are shameless. The mallet struck the gong, creating a loud noise. Lam Hon held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Come and see! Come and take a look!" Skilled Viet Quoc spies, chasing someone over a wall, not even running from commoners. Seeing this, the men used ropes to climb the wall, shouting, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" A soldier smiled and said, "Lord Lam is truly remarkable." The Viet Quoc spies were immediately scared and ran away. The other soldier echoed, "Lord Lam, where do we go next? Are we returning to Nin Mansion to request troops?" Lam Hon smiled and said, "Why return to Nin Mansion to suffer injustice? Of course, we must go to the city lord and demand justice." The two soldiers were dumbfounded. "Huh? But didn't you say these spies and the city lord are on the same side?" Lam Hon replied, "It's precisely because they're on the same side that they can suppress injustice. They want to assassinate me? A gentleman must punish these villains." Scene changed to the city lord's mansion. Lam Hon rested his chin on his hand and said, "The whereabouts of the Viet Quoc spies are clear. City Lord Kang, deploy the troops." Kang Hui raised his teacup for a sip and calmly said, "There's no need to rush. Perhaps you're mistaken. It's not too late to act after we've investigated clearly." Lam Hon slammed his foot on the chair. He pointed and shouted, "You want to die?" Kang Hui's face darkened at these words. The subordinates angrily scolded, "What kind of attitude is that? Are you threatening the city lord? I think you're the spy. Apologize quickly." Kang Hui slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "Silence. Lam Hon, is it appropriate for you to threaten a city lord like this?" The city lord continued, "I think you should go to the jail and calm down first, then come out and talk." Lam Hon held a bag in one hand and a yellow piece of paper in the other, smiling, "All right, I'll go sit in jail, but Kang Hui, you only have one way to die." Kang Hui's face paled. "Wait, that is..." In this era, gifts were the most effective way to gain the favor of the royal family. And the best time of year to give gifts was the Empress Dowager's birthday. The gifts presented on the Empress Dowager's birthday even had a specific name, birthday tribute. Lam Hon pointed at City Lord Kang Hui's face, the invitation still pinched between his fingers, and said that the spy attack had caused damage to the birthday tribute and the invitation. "If you don't investigate this matter immediately, then you are guilty." Kang Hui extended his hand. "Would you mind letting me see the invitation, Mr. Lam?" Lam Hon held his ground, pulling the invitation back. "What? Can the birthday tribute be faked? What if I give it to you and it disappears?" Kang Hui seemed displeased, still holding out his hand, and nodded, all right, but..." Kang Hui continued, "But as we investigate the case, we need to find some clues from the birthday tribute, so please let us see the invitation." Lam Hon tossed the gray bag into Kang Hui's hands and said arrogantly, "Let you see it." Kang Hui opened the bag and hesitated. "This is..." Inside, he saw many colorful pieces of porcelain. Lam Hon said, "This is the 5-colored glazed phoenix, a porcelain piece that the Merchant Association jointly offered as a grand birthday gift to the Empress Dowager." An official held a fan to his mouth and asked doubtfully, "Shouldn't the birthday tribute be gold, silver, treasures, or precious jade? Who said to give this?" Lam Hon looked at the official and snapped, "Uncultured." Lam Hon continued, 5 colors, the sky is profound, the earth is yellow, profound originates from black, therefore, the 5-colored glazed phoenix symbolizes our ruler's reign over the 4 seas, controlling all directions. The officials, some understanding, some not, exclaimed, "Is that so?" Others chimed in, right, I seem to understand." Lam Hon seemed unhappy. "Don't you understand? It seems you're not fit to be officials." The official broke out in a sweat and hurriedly said, No, we understand." Lam Hon turned to Kang Hui and pointed at him, "Therefore, the Viet Quoc spies attacked me to destroy the 5-colored glazed phoenix." The official shuddered, thinking, "Oh no, I didn't think of that." A guard ran in and whispered in Lam Hon's ear, "Lord Lam, why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, we would have risked our lives to protect the birthday tribute and prevent the spies from destroying it." Lam Hon thought, "Nonsense, I broke this and framed the spies. Should I reveal myself to die?" Hearing this, Kang Hui said, "All right, we'll investigate. The Merchant Association can just change to something else." Lam Hon stood in front of Kang Hui, furious, and yelled, "Are you stupid? We've already said we wanted to send a sample to the capital for the ceremonial officials to review. Shouldn't we send it?" Lam Hon threw a letter onto Kang Hui's hand, which was holding the bag, then turned and left, saying, "All right, I don't care anymore. If you want to talk, the Kang family, can go and talk. Anyway, I don't care if spies operate in the city. If something happens and you don't investigate, it's all your negligence. Just wait to be executed. Seeing Lam Hon about to leave, Kang Hui hurriedly said, Wait. Who said we wouldn't investigate? Kang Hui instructed Kang Hien to lead a group of soldiers to investigate within the city. Kang Hien commanded the soldiers to begin searching from the east of the city. The soldiers replied in unison, Understood. Kang Hien thought, I can't let him discover my connection to the spies. I must lead him in another direction. Lam Hon stood behind Kang Hien, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, Why go over there? I know exactly where they are. The soldiers didn't believe him and shouted, We clearly saw them, why go that way? Are you bluffing? Lam Hon grabbed Kang Hien's shoulder and pulled him along. We have to hurry, otherwise when the memorial is presented, I will file a complaint with the Empress Dowager. And even the dead won't be able to protect you. Kang Hien gritted his teeth and thought to himself, You're good, Lam Hon. One day I'll show you. At that moment, a soldier approached Lam Hon and asked, Lord Lam, where are we going? You don't really know where these spies are hiding, do you? Lam Hon smiled and replied, Of course I don't know. Lam Hon smirked, but that doesn't stop me from exposing them. Kang Hien looked at Lam Hon and thought, The spy's hideout is so well hidden, how could Lam Hon discover it? I must eliminate him. After walking for a while, Lam Hon said to Kang Hien, Go right, while pointing in that direction. Kang Hien was surprised and thought to himself, Is Lam Hon pointing in the wrong direction? Is he doing this on purpose? Kang Hien clenched his right fist and hit his left palm. He understood, if Lam Hon really knew, he would have embarrassed me like before. It seems like Lam Hon is lying. At this time, Lam Hon saw a group of people and shouted, Everyone, the city lord's mansion has just learned the whereabouts of the Viet Quoc spies. Let us witness the moment of justice. Eliminating harm for the country. Hearing this, the people cheered good. I've long disliked those Viet Quoc people. Someone said, Let me participate, consider it my contribution to the country. I wonder if there's a reward. Kang Hien's eyes flashed dangerously, chuckling to himself, Want to create a reputation for yourself? You don't even know where it is, how can you catch me? Then, Lam Hon and Kang Hien led the soldiers to the right. Upon arriving, Lam Hon pointed forward and said to everyone, Everyone, we've arrived. The Viet Quoc spies are all gathered in one place. Kang Hien was surprised and let out a huh? In front of them was the largest casino in the capital, a magnificent 3-story wooden building in the ancient style. A man with a sword jumped out, held his sword forward, and said seriously, Who dares to act presumptuously? Kang Hien raised his hand to stop the soldiers and people behind him. Everyone, wait. Investigate everything first, don't be impulsive. Lam Hon was displeased and yelled, Kang Hien, what do you mean? How much benefit did Viet Quoc give you? How dare you betray the country? People around also said, Lord Kang Hui holds a high position, yet he betrays the country. You're truly scum. The villagers buzzed with discussion. The soldiers had to stop the villagers from approaching Kang Hien. Some questioned, could it be that the city lord's son really betrayed us? Others added, That's right, otherwise why wouldn't he let us take a look? Kang Hien waved his hand and shouted, Lam Hon, you deliberately humiliated me. Men, guard this place. 2 soldiers with spears stepped forward. The man from earlier hesitantly called out to Kang Hien, But master. Kang Hien angrily flung the man away, You, and that cat, get back. Kang Hien thought to himself, I bet I'm still better than you, Lam Hon. He ordered the soldiers beside him, Proceed to the city lord's mansion to investigate. Those unrelated, quickly leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Hon led the villagers rushing towards them. One villager casually shoved Kang Hien, sending him flying. Kang Hien collapsed wearily, his guards unsure of what to do. The villagers rushed inside and started to vandalize. Lam Hon couldn't help but admire them. Not bad at all. Smash some more. The gold bars originally belonged to everyone. Take them and divide them. Lam Hon pointed to a room and said, There's money in there. Everyone, hurry and take it. They quickly ran in that direction. Kang Hien watched this scene with immense anger, slamming his hand against the wall and yelling, You! Have you no shame? He hastily ordered his soldiers, Stop them. Arrest them. Seeing the soldiers unmoving, Kang Hien turned to look at them. Lam Hon explained to Kang Hien, These people are relatives and neighbors of the soldiers. Who would be foolish enough to arrest their own people? Lam Hon reached out and took the helmet off one of the guards' heads, then asked Kang Hien, I wonder if you've ever experienced the power of the public? Suddenly, Lam Hon pressed the helmet hard onto Kang Hien's head. Lam Hon turned around, pointed at Kang Hien, and shouted, There's a spy here trying to run away with the treasures. Get him! Hearing this, the eyes of the villagers there turned dangerous. After letting Kang Hien be beaten by the crowd, it was time for Lam Hon to deal with the real spy. Lam Hon walked towards a large tree trunk. He aimed his slingshot at the top of the tree and said, Last time, you hid here. The spy in the tree looked towards Lam Hon, realizing he'd been discovered. He quickly jumped off the tree and fled. That walked over and praised Lam Hon, Well done! Do you need me to chase after him? Lam Hon looked at the egg in his hand and smiled, Let him run. He'll return to his lair and reveal it to us soon. On the crowded street, the informant walked down the road, constantly looking around. Why do I always feel like something's not right? It's better not to report directly. He went to a mirror, looked in, and saw someone hiding behind a pillar, staring at him. He thought to himself, Someone is definitely following me. He immediately entered the nearest tea house, grabbing a purple cloak as he went. Then he stood on the second floor of the tea house and looked down, seeing the person who was following him searching for him on the street below. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, smirking confidently, Such petty tricks, trying to catch me. Then his hand trembled, and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His head ached as he exclaimed, This tea is poisoned. He slumped over the table. The teahouse workers laughed, and one spoke up, Of course it's poisoned. This whole street is set up by Master Lam Hon. A bucket of water was poured over the Viet man's head, bringing him to his senses. The Viet man's eyes widened. Huh! Where am I? He realized his predicament, half naked and tied to a chair. That criticized Lam Hon, Useless. Your following method exposed you. It'll take until next year to find them at this rate. Lam Hon chuckled, Haha, it's alright. I have a way to make him talk. The Viet man said, Keep dreaming, Lam Hon. Though your methods are clever, it's a pity. The Viet man tried to bite something in his mouth. He discovered that the thing he had hidden in his mouth was gone. Lam Hon smiled, holding a black pill in his hand. Looking for this? I took it out while I was poisoning you. The Viet man seemed agitated, asking loudly, How did you know? Lam Hon laughed, saying, Luckily I often read novels. The man said, Kill me if you want. I'll never say a word. That clenched his fists. Oh really? I admire your bravado. Now I can torture you to a fate worse than death. Lam Hon stopped at that, holding a red box in his hand. No need for you to act. I have many better tricks. Lam Hon said, Even if he doesn't say a word, I can still get the information I want. Then Lam Hon placed a doctor's stethoscope, a piece of paper, and a brush pen on the table. Thinking that these were the necessities that cost him a lot of influence points to exchange, Lam Hon said to the surrounding people, What I'm about to do is the most advanced tool currently available. It's a lie detector. Lam Hon used the doctor's stethoscope and placed it on the Viet man's heart. He asked him, Are you from Viet? His heartbeat was normal. Seeing him gnashing his teeth in anger, Lam Hon continued, You came here to hide and cooperate with the Kang family to seize control of the capital. His heartbeat remained normal. That got angry and called out to Lam Hon, Everyone knows that. Lam Hon raised his left hand, Just be calm. Lam Hon's right hand still held the stethoscope on the man's heart. Your hideout is in the east. His face paled, but his heartbeat remained normal. That and the two guards looked at Lam Hon in confusion. Lam Hon continued, Your hideout is in the south. His heartbeat remained normal. Lam Hon kept the stethoscope on his heart, continuing, Your hideout is in the north. This time, his heartbeat changed, beating rapidly. To the Viet man's surprise, Lam Hon turned around and retracted the stethoscope. He told that and the guards, That's it. It's in the north. That and the guards were completely confused. Lam Hon continued, I told you, even if you didn't talk I'd still find out. Are you convinced now? Lam Hon's eyes turned dangerous. Seize him. The guards whispered to each other. One asked, What kind of divine being is young Master Lam Hon? To know such strange magic. Another speculated, I think it's probably witchcraft. Lam Hon slapped a guard's helmet, annoyed. Believe in science. It's simply using a lie detector and a heartbeat monitor. When the guess is right, his heart races, that's it. The two guards looked dumbfounded. Lam Hon explained, Alright, listen up. First, ask him normal questions, and record any changes in his heartbeat. Lam Hon looked at the Viet man and continued to explain, like this, wait for him to panic. His blood flow will be slightly different. At that time, the lie detector converts it into a heartbeat wave. The two guards said in unison, so that's it. Truly impressive. Adat put his hand to his chin, thinking, that's not right. You shouldn't reveal it so easily. Lam Hon pointed at the Viet man's face again. He knows now, and will use martial arts to increase his blood flow, so wouldn't it become ineffective? At this moment, the man laughed, ha ha ha. So what if you know my hideout is in the north? It's so vast, can you even find it? The Viet man used his internal energy. His heartbeat increased abnormally fast. Not good. He's using his inner strength. That reminded, I'll seal his acupoints. Lam Hon said, no need. Since I've dared to reveal it, I'm not afraid of his tricks. Lam Hon threw away the paper with the heartbeat recordings. He sat on the ornately carved wooden table and casually said, there are 3 main roads in the north, west, central, and east. The Viet man was furious, raising his head to ask Lam Hon, are you looking down on me? Do you think I'll tell you? Lam Hon touched his chin with his right hand and snapped his left fingers as if he had just figured something out. I know. It's east. Then Lam Hon took out a map, pointed at a road on the map and said, it's this road, from top to bottom. Lam Hon pointed his finger at the map. Here, it must be here. Sweat dripped down the Viet man's face. He muttered, no, that's not it. The Viet man's face was filled with rage, almost shouting with all his might, Lam Hon, you damn dog. You clearly already knew and still deliberately toyed with me. Lam Hon continued, I asked you so many questions, not just to detect lies, but also to chart. At the same time, it provided me with data to use my ultimate technique. Lam Hon relied on the expressions in his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth to recognize the man's lying expressions. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Lam Hon stood with his hands on his hips, a smile on his face. The corners of your mouth, the corners of your eyes, the corners of your eyebrows, and other facial expressions. No matter how well you hide them, you will betray yourself. The two guards exclaimed, Lam Hon is truly too handsome. That said, the large amount of data from before, it turns out it was part of this micro-expression analysis. This tool might even be comparable to the top experts in the world. Lam Hon put his finger to his cheek and thought to himself, oh please, I just bought it from the system store, haha. Lam Hon clenched his fist and thought, before, I was basically just casually strengthening my body. Recently, I discovered I was lacking in some senses, so I had to enhance them immediately. If I strengthen my body further, I might become a second Bruce Lee. Lam Hon shook his head, stopping his random thoughts. Lam Hon happily gave a thumbs up. We've found their lair. We can eradicate them at any time. Nin Tu Lan and Tu Tien stood upstairs, witnessing the entire scene. Tu Tien said, so impressive. I misjudged him before. Nin Tu Lan responded beside her, yes, I really want to use it. Tu Tien blushed after hearing Nin Tu Lan's words. Use it? Although we're husband and wife, saying that out loud is still embarrassing. The image of Nin Tu Lan wearing sexy clothes and lying on top of Lam Hon was truly blush-inducing. Nin Tu Lan saw Tu Tien's strange expression and asked, can I use the lie detector? Tu Tien was startled, what? Tu Tien became even more embarrassed and asked again, you mean the lie detector? Nin Tu Lan replied, what else did you think? Tu Tien stammered, and nothing. Downstairs, Lam Hon turned to leave and said, that. He raised his hand to that, let's go. There's another big problem waiting for me. Suddenly, 2 plump, alluring breasts appeared, with a seductive tattoo on one of them. As soon as Lin Ko saw Lam Hon arrive, she embraced his arm, intentionally rubbing her breasts against him, saying sweetly, young Master Lam, what brings you here today? Suddenly, Lam Hon pointed at her face and asked, why did you betray me? But this was just Lam Hon's imagination. He sighed inwardly, I really want to scold her like that, but her breasts are too big. Lin Huan couldn't bring himself to scold her, clearing his throat and saying it was nothing, just wanting to ask a question. Then, Lin Huan turned to He, telling him to speak. He showed no mercy, drawing his sword and pointing it at her, coldly asking why she betrayed Lin Huan. Lin Ko fearfully backed away and explained, asking why he would say such a thing. She was just a small pawn of Viet Quoc, not acting on her own accord. She looked at Lin Huan tearfully, stepping closer as a few tears fell. Her beautiful face made it hard to scold her, as she pitifully told Lin Huan. Perhaps it was only because young Master Lin ransomed her, freeing her from them, that she could serve him. Lin Huan pushed her away, saying not to try to sway him with her beauty. He wasn't that kind of person. He turned away, his face flushed, thinking to himself that of course, he still found her very beautiful. Lin Huan grabbed her chin, asking if she wasn't afraid he would just capture her and collect the reward. She smiled and replied, "Would young Master Lin dare to do such a thing?" Lin Huan released his grip and waved to He, instructing him to seize her. He swiftly sliced the wooden table in front of them in half with his sword. The bisected table fell to the ground, startling Lin Company. She said that capturing her wouldn't be easy, that she had 1,000 ways to escape back to Viet Quoc. Lin Huan poured himself some tea and replied, asking why she was so nervous, and suggested she listen to his deduction. Recalling the assassination attempt, Lin Huan held his teacup and said that she was definitely involved in the attempt on his life. Looking at her beauty, Lin Huan continued, but as to why she did it, he had been thinking about it, and there was only one conclusion. Lin Huan pointed at her and declared that she was a double agent. Lin Huan continued, Lin Ko's handling of the sale gave her rapid fame, even attracting the attention of many investigators, such as merchants and officials. If she had followed her plan, she would have become a somewhat famous courtesan. But now, in everyone's eyes, she appeared loyal to her country. Her people didn't have time to follow her plan. They were caught up in a larger scheme. That meant, if they were between the two countries, they only protected her and gathered information. She chose him as a pawn for her advancement, a truly despicable tactic. The brothel she was in was the information bridge between the two countries. Raising his teacup, Lin Huan continued, one wrong move, and she would have nowhere to hide. Lin Ko angrily asked, so what? This was just his speculation. Lin Huan replied that it was true, just speculation, but it wouldn't affect what he was about to do. Lin Huan stood facing her and declared he would threaten her. She asked, confused, threaten me? He put his hand to his face in exasperation. Seriously, he was being so blatant about it. Lin Huan took a sip of tea and said it was because she wouldn't dare gamble. Lin Ko's robe slipped, revealing her ample bosom as she asked if threatening her meant he wanted her body. Hearing this, Lin Huan spat out the tea he had just taken. Why did she always twist his words? Lin Huan adjusted her robe and said he needed her to provide information about Kang Hui's treason. Regardless of whether it succeeded or not, he would let her go. Lin Huan leaned close to Lin Ko and whispered, this is what you need to do. Meanwhile, Titian was anxiously pacing back and forth, wondering what to do. In contrast, Nin Tulan sat calmly, drinking tea. Lin Huan knocked and entered, asking what was wrong and if she was upset about something. Titian sighed, saying that despite dealing with the Viet Quoc spy, they still couldn't do anything to the Kang family. Nin Tulan gently closed the lid of her teacup, agreeing with Titian. It was true, the city lord's mansion had strong military forces, and they had no way to attack them directly. Lin Huan waved his hand dismissively, assuring them not to worry, he had already made arrangements. They would know in a few days. Nin Tulan turned to leave, telling Lin Huan that was great, she would go to the barracks to see how things were arranged. The spy's lair would soon be sealed off. Lin Huan waved goodbye to her from behind. Titian sat listlessly, sighing as she looked out the window. Suddenly, the commotion at the table behind her caught her attention. Hey, have you heard about that? You mean about the Kang family? Hearing this, Titian worriedly wondered if Lin Huan's strategy had worked. The four people at the next table continued their animated conversation. So, the former Holy Lord was a gatekeeper who colluded with Viet Quoc through his guard duties and theft. That's treason. Furthermore, the old city lord's death was suspicious. My father told me in secret, just like what's on the list. The two men in green and brown were both curious. The records of everything were so detailed that it didn't seem like they were compiled. Where did this leak come from? Immediately, a flyer appeared on the table, accompanied by a confident voice explaining that it had Master Lin Huan's seal. He was from Nin Mansion, so it couldn't be a lie. At this point, Titian stood up and politely asked them where the flyer was distributed. One of them pointed outside and told her to just go outside and see. Titian opened the door and tossed the paper outside, exclaiming, "Here!" The papers fluttered to the ground around the passing crowd, accompanied by the words, "Latest news. If you can read, read it aloud for us to hear." Soldiers on horseback urged and shouted at passers-by to move aside and get out of the way, warning that discussing it would be a serious crime. Kang Hien's face darkened with anger. Lin Huan, you've gone too far. Kang Hien pointed and roared his orders, startling the soldiers. The city lord has ordered that Lin Huan is spreading false rumors with malicious intent. Search the entire city for him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. The subordinate stammered nervously, saying that this would be a little difficult. The subordinate recalled the scene of meeting Lin Huan. He had handed him a piece of paper and instructed him to give it to Kang Hien, saying he knew when to deliver it. The subordinate looked down at the paper Lin Huan had given him, saying that he had left the city an hour ago, and asked him to give this to him, saying that he knew when to give it. Written on the paper was, "Bye-bye, so long, I did it on purpose, you're done for this time." Kang Hien furiously tore the paper in half, cursing, "That damned Lin Huan." Tu Tian smirked at Kang Hien's frustration. "Humph, Kang Hien, you're doomed. There's nothing Lin Huan can't do." Nin Tu Lan and her subordinates were hiding outside, instructing everyone to be careful and capture all the Viet Quoc spies together. A subordinate presented a piece of paper to Nin Tu Lan, saying that Master Lin Huan had said he would provide her with these tips and tricks before the operation. Nin Tu Lan was surprised and confused. Nin Tu Lan opened the paper, wondering what these tips and tricks were and what game he was playing. Lin Huan winked at her with 2 fingers. Written on the paper was, "The more you use it, the higher your chances of survival." Lin Huan sat on horseback, turning back to say that the inner city was about to change, and they should seize the opportunity to act quickly. Nin Tu Lan led her horse to a location. Entering, she saw 2 men, one sitting at the counter with his chin in his hand, looking very bored. Seeing Nin Tu Lan enter, he asked if she was still staying after checking out. Instead of answering, Nin Tu Lan pointed at him and shouted, "Viet Quoc scum, pay with your lives." Hearing this, the man jumped up, drawing his sword and preparing to attack Nin Tu Lan. "Stop your nonsense." Nin Tu Lan was not afraid but smirked. The man, seeing her strange expression, became frightened. The next moment, something pierced straight through his body, and his sword clattered to the ground. It turned out to be an arrow that pierced his heart, causing him to fall instantly. Seeing this, his accomplices drew their swords and ordered an attack. "Our identities are exposed. And there's only one of her. Attack! Kill!" Nin Tu Lan placed her hand on her chin, thinking of Lin Huan and sighing in exasperation. "A certain idiot told me I had to use a special move." Suddenly a squad of archers appeared behind her. Nin Tu Lan looked incredibly cool as she commanded, "Show no mercy to the weak." One of them declared powerfully, "Viet Quoc warriors, we would rather die than surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, he smelled something and turned with a suspicious look on his face. "Wait, this is..." They all turned to look. The scent was coming from the body of the man Nin Tu Lan had just shot. Secondly, those poison never acted so recklessly. Nin Tu Lan held the piece of paper, slightly puzzled, looking at the group of people covering their noses in fear of the scent. "What's with Lin Huan? Why did he want me to read this? Making fun of these spies? Does he want them arranged in the prison?" At the Dai Nguyen prison, the Viet Quoc man was locked up. His face suddenly flushed red. Lin Ko, sitting in the adjacent cell, put on a seductive and frail appearance, pretending to strike up a conversation. You were caught too?" The man, seeing Lin Ko, jumped up in surprise, grabbing the bars and asking, "It's you? How were you exposed? Aren't you an inside informant?" Lin Ko, seeing his question, put on an angry face and recounted everything. "It's the Kang family. They took advantage of the confiscation of the gambling den's assets, but actually pocketed the Viet Quoc's share and held the list of spies, wanting to catch us all in one swoop." Lin Ko explained, "Otherwise, how would Nin Mansion know your whereabouts so clearly?" The man, hearing Lin Ko's words, found them very convincing, nodding in agreement. "That makes sense, it's likely." Lin Ko then started crying, looking very pitiful. "Furthermore, they tortured me to erase the evidence against the Kang family." Then Lin Ko cried even harder, sobbing pitifully, making it impossible for others not to feel sorry for her. "They even tried to rape me." Hearing this, the man became furious and cursed loudly, "Damn those Kang family bastards." Lin Ko continued, "They even planned to send someone to eliminate me." Seeing this, the man comforted her, "Don't worry, Nin Mansion is clever, using the sound poison technique. We can still escape this disaster. That Fu Tanchu fellow has no way to kill us." Night fell, and the moon seemed particularly full and bright. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A man in black, holding a key, whispered, "Patriots, I'm here to save you." Lin Ko realized the time had come. She took the initiative to grab the man's hand, making him blush. "It's you! I know you! You're from the Kang family." The man in black was a little embarrassed, but hearing Lin Ko's slightly loud voice, he put a finger to his lips, shushing her. "Sure, be quiet. I was entrusted by the city lord to rescue you." Lin Ko kept her left hand tightly clasped around his while her right hand drew the sword hanging from his waist, then pretended to accuse him. "What are you doing? Why are you drawing your sword?" The man in black panicked and denied it. "I didn't. I don't. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Ko, having obtained the key ring, held it up. "Damn Kang family." The man in the cell, seeing Lin Ko fall, didn't understand what was happening. "What's going on?" Lin Ko tossed the key ring to him. "Brothers, grab the keys." Lin Ko, stabbed in the stomach with the sword, blood gushing out, fell to the ground. "Today, I must strive to serve my country. In the next life, I will still be a Viet Quoc citizen." Lin Ko's face was covered in tears, and there was a little blood at the corner of her mouth. She slowly said, "Brothers, avenge me." The man in black, having just witnessed everything, looked dumbfounded. "Huh? What just happened?" The man in the cell, thanks to the keys Lin Ko had given him, escaped. He ran towards the man in black with his sword. "Kang family scum! You must pay!" With a slash, blood sprayed out. The man also opened the doors, freeing the other prisoners. They escaped together, and before leaving, the man turned back to leave a message for her. "Lin Ko, we will remember your contributions to Viet Quoc." They had just escaped through the main gate when a cloaked figure, completely covered in black, entered unnoticed from behind. The cloaked figure stood looking at Lin Ko, praising her. "Excellent acting." They were completely fooled. Lin Ko, who had just been stabbed and collapsed, was revealed to have been putting on an act. She sat up, smoothing her hair and smiling. "It's all thanks to your guidance." The person slowly pulled down their hood, revealing it to be Lin Huan. He smiled. The plan was much more interesting now. Ling Ji struck a seductive pose and said to Lin Huan in a coquettish voice, "My legs are numb, I can't get up." Lin Huan gallantly extended his hand towards Ling Ji. "Still hurting? Here, take my hand." Ling Ji stroked her hair and took Lin Huan's hand. "If it weren't for you, I would have died here." As she stood up, she didn't notice a rock under her foot and tripped. Ling Ji staggered and fell towards Lin Huan. Lin Huan reflexively reached out to catch her. However, as soon as he caught her in his arms, he felt something soft as cotton hit him, causing Lin Huan to immediately blush in embarrassment. Ling Ji placed her hand on Lin Huan's chest. "Her face as beautiful as a goddess. I've discovered that following you is much more interesting than staying there." Then, she leaned down slightly, almost revealing what was inside her shirt to tempt Lin Huan. "Should we try something more exciting?" Smooch. Lin Huan had a lipstick mark on his face. He was stunned and looked at Ling Ji. "You?" Ling Ji calmly turned to look at Lin Huan. "What? Still shy even though you have a wife? Let's go. I want to see how miserable the Kang family will become." At the city lord's mansion, 2 guards were standing outside. However, the 2 of them didn't notice the 2 ropes slowly descending from above. Immediately after, the 2 were tightly strangled by the ropes and pulled up high, their faces turning purple from suffocation, then they died. After everything was done, several men in black appeared. They aggressively pushed the door open and stormed in as if no one was there. A maid was carrying a tray of water when a man with fierce eyes tightly covered her mouth with a cloth. Another person, with blood spreading across his chest, held his wound and shouted, "Assassins! Assassins!" 2 masked men in black talked to each other. "I don't see Kang Hui and Kang Xian. They must have escaped. What should we do?" The other masked man replied, "No choice. Quickly go to the ancestral hall and get the funds and bank notes. The internal intelligence network is compromised. We'll take Kang's head another day." Immediately afterward, they split up to search. One person rummaged through a drawer and found many stacks of paper, so he informed his companions, "They're all here, banknotes, and records of corrupt officials." Outside, Ning Zilan rode a horse, leading a whole army with flags. Ning Zilan held a sword and shouted powerfully, "Ning family army, tasked with rescuing the city lord's mansion. You country thieves, surrender now!" The men in black, sensing that things weren't right, felt scared. They urged each other to escape. There are others. Run! Another one reminded, protect the box. They all ran together around the back of the mountain to escape. One of them, holding the box, was stabbed through the heart by a sword from behind. He was both in pain and shocked. Why you? The man in black behind him, who had just stabbed him, still held the blood-stained sword and watched as the other man staggered and fell. Why? I'm not from your country. He snatched the box from the dying man's hand, causing him to completely collapse. Then, he removed his mask, revealing himself to be a Chi, who had been disguised all along. I'm a Chi, just lending a hand to a friend. The remaining survivors simultaneously raised their swords and demanded, whoever you are, put the box down. But before they could charge, soldiers began to emerge from the surroundings. Lin Huan also stepped forward and spoke disdainfully, the Lin family army has arrived, who dares? Lin Huan walked over and put his hand on a Chi's shoulder. Want to kill my man? Did you ask my permission? Then, he powerfully commanded the troops, listen to my orders. Attack! Regardless of life or death. A bloody scene unfolded. Two masked figures in armor, wielding swords, slaughtered people, blood splattering everywhere. Jin Bu-Huan took the bread from Lin Man's hand and said, both surprised and suspicious, I didn't expect it to be so easy to become a spy. Hearing this, Lin Huan, holding a half-eaten piece of bread, smiled and said, of course. An intelligence network is a network because most of these spies only know a few people. Otherwise, intelligence would be chaotic and identities would be more easily exposed. A spiderweb-like diagram representing the intelligence network was depicted, highlighted by distinctive red dots connecting the points, and Lin Huan continued. As long as you impersonate a subordinate, or a dead spy, you can still get away with it. Lin Huan winked and smiled brightly, then said, besides, you once wanted to capture me under Kang's orders, so we naturally know all about you. Upon hearing this, Jin Bu-Huan looked bewildered, holding a wooden sword, speechless. Jin Bu-Huan, holding a half-eaten piece of bread, replied, it's a good thing I didn't become your enemy. What about the two big fish of the Kang family? Lin Huan rested his chin on his hand, brimming with pride, and smiled as he replied, he, haven't we arranged that long ago? How could they escape? In the suburbs, City Lord Kang Hui and his identical double were running desperately down the road as if being chased. He panted as he ran, damn it, who would have thought that the Yu country people would suddenly betray us? City Lord Kang Hui yelled angrily as he ran, damn it, it's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked Lin Huan, a city lord like me wouldn't have to run for my life like this. City Lord Kang Hui was surprised, his mouth agape, as he saw some farmers working in the fields ahead. He said, huh? There are farmers. If we show them that we are officials, we will definitely be treated well. City Lord Kang Hui frowned angrily, his voice full of rage, after this storm passes, I will definitely take down Lin Huan when I return. But in contrast, his identical double frowned and gave a sinister smile. Three farmers, holding hoes and puffing cigars, heard someone's voice and asked, hello, are you farmers from Ning? The three farmers answered simultaneously, it's you. Kang Hui's son and the city lord smiled brightly and said, it seems that the farmers are not ignorant at all. Indeed, I am Kang Xian, the son of City Lord Kang Hui. And this is my father, Kang Hui, the city lord himself. Today, thieves caused chaos in the inner city, and we. The two farmers were surprised, their eyes wide open, one holding a wanted poster, the other pointing at the two and shouting in unison, look, look! It's them! That's right! Delicious! We're rich! Kang Xian snatched the paper from the two farmers' hands, stomped his foot, and yelled, what is this? Kang Xian's hands trembled as he held the wanted poster, staring at the words written on it, National Wanted Order. Anyone who sees these two men, immediately report and arrest them. Reward, 6,000 taels of late-stage Wen Lu. The father and son's faces darkened, their hands trembling as they held the wanted poster, unable to control themselves as they said, Lin Huan, you've insulted us too much? Suddenly a hoe appeared, striking down on City Lord Kang Hui's head, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. His son, Kang Xian, darkened his face, speechless as he watched his father vomit blood. Kang Xian quickly turned and ran, leaving his father, City Lord Kang Hui, lying unconscious, the earth spinning beneath him, and whispered, I can't stay here long. Facing Kang Xian were the farmers, holding up their hoes and shovels to stop him from escaping. Kang Xian's face darkened with worry, unsure of what to do. The three farmers jumped onto Kang Xian at the same time, pinning him to the ground, leaving him only able to raise his hands and cry for help. Help! Help! I'm the city lord's son! The city lord's son! The farmer with the cigar stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and concluded, this guy must be seriously mentally ill. Grand houses with tiled roofs, laughter echoing everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Inside, at this moment, Lord Ning put his hand on Lin Huan's shoulder and cheerfully said, these days, the city is only because of the wanted order, so let's see who wins. Hearing this, Lin Huan smiled and replied, good, good, Lord Ning speaks wisely. Immediately after, Lord Ning turned around and said, I can also teach you some good strategies. Your kind of personality can be used just right. Lin Huan replied from behind, all right. Lord Ning stood at the door, pondering something. Then, he handed Lin Huan a scroll and said, you have a pretty good imagination, and there's no way back from opening the bow. This is intelligence gathered by my informants over the past 2 years. Take a look. Lin Huan opened the scroll, his eyes widening in surprise. Such an important matter, I'm afraid it won't be able to change fate. Lord Ning closed his eyes and calmly said, not necessarily. Man's will can conquer heaven's decree. Moreover, this matter is simple to mention. Go to the capital and take the imperial examination. Ning family ancestor, Ning Zida, brave and skilled in war, led a 1,000,000-strong army, guarding the border. Lord Ning is just a descendant of the Northwest King's lineage, stationed in Ningqing to guard against foreign enemies, but he doesn't own a fiefdom. The Northwest King, dressed in a crimson cloak with long black hair tied back, alongside Emperor Ning, wearing a crown and majestic dragon robe. Lin Huan said seriously, betrayal? Lord Ning sighed helplessly, that's right. By stripping away the fiefdom, the Emperor certainly wouldn't immediately move against the Northwest King, to avoid retaliation. So, he chose to sow discord, so. Hearing this, Lin Huan gripped the scroll that Lord Ning had given him, remaining silent and listening as Lord Ning continued. Therefore, as descendants of the Northwest King, those outside the Northwest Army will be the first to be targeted. Ning Zilan paced and asked if their relatives would help them. Lin Huan explained that in this era, everything is about rationality and rules. Many emperors have used excuses to gradually break the Northwest King's arms, and the Northwest King dared to be angry but not speak. Hearing this, Ning Zilan frowned and said, no way. We must find a way to preserve our military strength. If we lose our military power, they will falsely accuse the Ning family and eliminate us. Lin Huan said that's why we must conceal our identities, go to the capital, take the imperial examination, and gain a voice in the court. Only then will we have support. Lin Huan cried, holding the book and thinking to himself, I can't believe it, I, a transmigrator, have to read classical literature. Lord Ning held a cup of water, looked to the other side, and said, implement a two-pronged plan. Zilan, you still need to talk to other minor clans with military power and form alliances. You two are newlyweds, I'm afraid of being separated. After speaking, Lord Ning pointed to the door and continued to Lin Huan and Ning Zilan, don't delay. Say your goodbyes quickly and depart. Lin Huan's eyes glistened, feigning weakness. Lin Huan opened his arms towards Ning Zilan, puckered his lips, and said in a cloying voice, wife, cuddle time. Hearing this cheesy line, Ning Zilan's face darkened, her eyes showing contempt as she looked at Lin Huan and said coldly, I'm disgusted. Lin Huan and Ning Zilan embraced affectionately. But behind his back, she frowned, showing a forced, uncomfortable expression, and thought to herself, since father is here, I'll reluctantly indulge you a little. Lin Huan tightened his embrace, pulling Ning Zilan closer, causing her face to flush, and whispered, if heaven had feelings, heaven too would grow old. Ning Zilan's eyes widened in surprise. Responding unconsciously, the moon, as if without resentment, is perfectly round. After Ning Zilan finished speaking, Lin Huan turned and walked away, looking back at her with a flirtatious gesture, acting handsome. Ning Zilan blushed, shyly put her hand to her lips, and thought, I'm not a little girl. Trying to move me with poetry. If heaven had feelings, it would grow old with me. I hate. Footsteps sounded as someone left the residence. Lin Huan looked up at the virtual screen in front of him, put his hand behind his head, and smiled smugly. It seems that overthrowing the city lord has increased my influence quite a bit this time. Lin Huan stood before the virtual screen, put his hand to his chin, and pondered. Before, it was business development, and now it's the imperial examination. It seems I need to study some resources. Lin Huan stared at the virtual screen, pointed at it, and said blankly, there, try it. Not long after, a line of carriages was rattling along. Lin Huan leaned against the window frame, gazing out at the scenery below, and sighed, the blue water and green mountains are truly pleasing to the eye, no pollution at all. Achi appeared behind Lin Huan, resting a hand on his thigh and frowning, is it all right not to bring any troops? It's really not safe out here. Lin Huan just sat there, resting his chin on his hand and replying casually, isn't the point to travel in disguise? Bringing just you is enough. Lin Huan chuckled heartily, holding onto the window frame, causing Achi to sigh helplessly and continue, keep up your disguise, and when we actually get robbed. Suddenly, Lin Huan fell backwards from his seat onto the floor, startling Achi, who stepped back, clutching the seat. A loud thud echoed. Lin Huan, clutching his head with one hand, pulled back the curtain with the other and asked irritably, what is it? Achi poked his head out from behind, looking blankly outside. Suddenly, two swords appeared, held against Lin Huan and Achi's necks, causing Lin Huan to freeze in fear, not daring to speak. In contrast, Achi just stared at the swords, speechless with confusion. Outside, 3 bandits appeared, wielding swords and saying fiercely, get down now, causing the woman behind them to clutch her head and scream in fear. Lin Huan, looking annoyed, turned to Achi, unsure how to react, and simply said, your damn mouth. Hearing this, Achi raised his hands, sweating nervously, and whispered, I'm sorry. Suddenly, one of the 3 bandits, the one with a shaved head and a large scar on his face, looked surprised, as if he had realized something. Then, the fierce bandit's eyes lit up, pointing his sword at Lin Huan, and said, oh, smooth skin, not bad. Bring him back as an offering to thee, Zhai Zhu camp leader. His words caused the bandit behind him to gape. Upon hearing the bandit's words, Lin Huan's world seemed to collapse. He could only helplessly utter, seriously? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 bandits rushed forward with a playful look, each grabbing one of Lin Huan's arms, leaving him helpless and pleading. Big brother, let's talk this over. The 2 bandits, ignoring Lin Huan's pleas, turned and walked away, swinging their swords cheerfully. Lin Huan followed behind, crying inwardly, it's over, my precious body. The 2 bandits tied Lin Huan's hands and threw him onto the back of a horse, causing him to yell, brothers, let's talk this over. I'm not a pervert, he thought to himself. Where's Achi? Are you just going to stand there and watch? The bandit with the fierce scar looked blankly at his companion and asked, pervert? After hearing the question, the 2 bandits breathed a sigh of relief. The other bandit shook his head and laughed. Little brother, don't worry, the Law family S is actually a beauty. The one next to him chimed in, that's right, she looks just like her father. You lucky bastard. After they finished speaking, Lin Huan imagined the Law family S with a muscular physique, 2 giant rats that could crush him, but wearing a delicate pink dress with pigtails. Saying affectionately, come on, husband, let's wrestle. Causing Lin Huan's face to turn pale, sweat dripping down his forehead, his mouth agape, looks just like my father. A wrestler? After hearing Lin Huan's words, the 2 bandits were bewildered, their faces darkening in disdain, and they took turns saying to Lin Huan, if the boss hadn't assessed you as a scholar with a slightly pale complexion, what age would you compare yourself to? The other continued, if you dare to betray the S feelings, I'll kill you. Hearing this, Lin Huan cried, yelling in fear and pleading, help! Achi! I don't want to become a live-in son-in-law in a tiger's den. After he finished speaking, the bandits left Achi in a cloud of dust. Achi stood behind, imagining the scene of Lin Huan in the muscular embrace of the Law family S, dressed in a pink dress with pigtails, saying, be good, let me give you a kiss, causing goosebumps to rise on his own skin. Achi instinctively tightened his clothes, sweating profusely, and said to the departing Lin Huan, brother Lin, a true man must endure. Don't worry, I'll find an opportunity to rescue you. Dawn gradually broke, the mountain stronghold decorated with long red silk banners, as if preparing for a special wedding ceremony. A wooden signboard hung at the entrance, adorned with red silk, as if welcoming something beautiful to come. The Su mansion steward, along with 2 children, a boy and a girl, stood looking around anxiously. The bald bandit excitedly put his arm around someone and announced loudly, our village has never had a scholar before. I caught one and brought him back. Lin Huan, tied up and carried on the shoulders of 2 other bandits, looked around fearfully and thought worriedly, Isn't this place too poor? The bald bandit and the other bandit used red silk to blindfold Lin Huan and shouted excitedly, "We've brought him!" In that terrifying moment of waiting, Lin Huan trembled with fear, sweat dripping down his face, biting his white robe as he thought, why the blindfold? She must be too ugly. Afraid I'll die from the sight. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lin Huan's collar and yanked him forward, causing him to panic and think, this strength, truly powerful. The owner of the hand quickly removed Lin Huan's blindfold and muttered, "Really, these brutes, doing unnecessary things. When did I say I wanted to get married?" Lin Huan's heart leaped with joy, seizing the opportunity to reply, if he doesn't intend to marry, then let me. Lin Huan's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the owner of the hand. A small girl with green hair, sitting on a stool, holding Lin Huan's blindfold, shouted, "Then I'll lose face." Lin Huan blushed upon seeing the little girl, put a hand to his chest, looked at her with shy eyes, and said, "Don't worry, I've decided to stay as a son-in-law." Nakula sat casually on the stool, turning her face away from the bound Lin Huan, and replied indifferently, "I don't want a scholar. I just want to discuss poetry, philosophy, and life ideals with him every day. Unfortunately, my father says those things can't be eaten, so he won't let me touch them." Nakula seemed to remember something, looked inside her shirt, and said to Lin Huan, "Oh, right." Lin Huan blushed, covered his eyes with his hands, but left a small gap, and reached out to stop her, saying, "Taking off clothes? No way. I'm not a pervert." Unexpectedly, Nakula pulled out a red-covered book from her shirt, showed it to Lin Huan, and said excitedly, "You're from the inner city, quickly tell me. Who is the author of this? Can I meet them?" Lin Huan was dumbfounded, his hands clasped together, speechless. Lin Huan blushed, put his hand to his chin as if in thought, and then laughed, "Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you, I'm a man of both talent and looks, admired by thousands of women." Lin Huan said confidently with a smirk, "Lin Huan, that's me." Nakula looked at the confident Lin Huan blankly, as if she didn't understand what was going on, speechless. Nakula held out her hand and shouted angrily, "Someone, execute this impostor." Lin Huan panicked, flinching and saying humbly, No, I really am Lin Huan, I'm not an impostor." Nakula breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Lin Huan, causing him to feel embarrassed and scared as she said, "Haha, if you want to impersonate my idol, I want to see if you have the same abilities as Lin Huan." Lin Huan breathed a sigh of relief, brimming with confidence, patting his chest and saying, "Test me all you want. If I can't answer, you can do whatever you want with me. I've been studying a lot lately, what could possibly stump me?" Nakula crossed her legs and began to interrogate the kneeling Lin Huan. "First question, why are we so poor? If you can't answer, you'll be executed." Lin Huan appeared enthusiastic and excited on the surface, as if he knew the answer very well. But inside, Lin Huan was in turmoil, his head full of question marks, thinking blankly, "I'm stumped." Lin Huan was scared, cowering, scratching his head. "I know astronomy and geography, but this girl is testing me on economics." Lin Huan's face paled as he pretended to ask the little girl, "May I ask how these should be addressed?" Nakula slammed the water cup on the table, splashing water everywhere, and replied casually, "Nakula." Lin Huan replied, Fitting name." Nakula squeezed the water cup hard, shattering it into pieces with a crack. She smiled calmly and said, "Hurry up, don't make me impatient. I'm a little tired." Seeing this, Lin Huan was so frightened that he cowered. "Damn, she's so strong." Nakula sat on the chair, pointed at the kneeling Lin Huan, and reminded him, "Answer, or I'll execute you." Lin Huan calmly reassured her, "Just stay calm." The scene of the desolate and dilapidated village appeared, and Lin Huan replied softly, "Firstly, this area is too humid, the soil is not fertile, so it's difficult to achieve high yields. Secondly, the Law family stronghold is located between two mountains, so naturally, anyone wanting to pass through this area must go through you. But mostly, it's just reinforcements passing through. Thirdly, there are many strong men in the Law family stronghold, but none of them truly understand animal husbandry, so there are no chickens, ducks, or pigs in the village. Naturally, you can only survive by banditry." Nakula's eyes brightened, and she looked at Lin Huan with a smile. Amazing, it seems you're well versed in books." Nakula stood close to Lin Huan, her eyes shining as she looked directly at him, causing him to blush, and asked softly, "Can we solve it?" Lin Huan replied shyly, "Yes, there are 3 ways." Lin Huan explained, The method of time is to improve the soil and plant suitable crops. The law of geography means opening roads and strengthening economic exchange. People and law is to establish courses to learn agricultural knowledge. Na Qla's face flushed, her eyes sparkling. Na Qla laughed heartily, grabbed Lin Huan's tied hands, and said excitedly, "Quick, quick, let's get started right away. I'll execute you if you don't do it." Lin Huan sighed helplessly as he followed Na Qla. "Untie me first." Na Qla and Lin Huan stood proudly before a crowd of bandits. The bald bandit, his face flushed from drinking, said playfully, "What's the deal with this pale-faced guy? Is it okay for him to come out so quickly?" After hearing the question, Na Qla looked at him with a helpless and darkened expression. A slap rang out. Na Qla stepped forward, grabbed the bandit's ears, and clamped her legs around his neck, threatening, "I'll execute you right now," causing him to cry out and beg. "I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'll never do it again." Na Qla slapped Lin Huan on the back, nearly making him cough up blood, and he thought, "Too strong." Na Qla said excitedly, "Quick, imposter, demonstrate your soil improvement method. If you can't achieve it, I'll execute you." The bandits standing there voiced their doubts one after another. "Improve? We haven't been able to do anything for decades, how can he do it? He must be just like that guy, all talk." Lin Huan stepped forward enthusiastically, saying, "All right, I'll get started right away. Build the road first." Lin Huan excitedly showed off his secret formula and said, "This is my secret formula, cement." But inwardly, he was lamenting the loss of his points, biting his robe and crying, "Damn it, I had to spend a lot of prestige points to exchange for this." The bald bandit picked his nose and said disdainfully, "Here? No way. This thing that turns into mud with water can make a road? I can smash it with one kick." The other bandit added scornfully, "Ha ha ha, he must be good at bluffing." Lin Huan held the tools and smiled confidently, "Watch this." Lin Huan laughed heartily, "Witness modern technology." The two remaining bandits watched in confusion and asked, "Isn't that just mud? Is he crazy? So handsome, but crazy. How can he be worthy of our—" Hearing this, Na Qla became furious and shouted, "Shut up! Watch quietly, or I'll execute you." Just then, Lin Huan had finished a section of the cement wall, showing off his achievement, and saying, "Cement, strong and durable, simply the strongest and most practical material in this era." After saying that, Lin Huan threw down the cement trowel. He continued confidently, "Who just said cement was soft and mushy? Come out and try it." Hearing Lin Huan's words, the bald bandit rolled up his sleeves and strode forward, saying loudly, "Ha ha, don't scare people. Do you think I believe you're bragging?" The bandit gathered all his strength, charged forward with his elbow, and punched straight into the cement wall, yelling, "Take this! I'll break it!" As soon as he finished, the bald bandit fell flat on the ground, unconscious, groaning. Lin Huan looked at the unconscious bandit disdainfully, poking him with a twig and saying, "That's all you've got?" Na Qla, carrying a giant broadsword on her back, looked excitedly at the cement wall as if it were an opponent and shouted, "Here I come, cement!" surprising Lin Huan. Then, with one swing of the sword, she slashed straight at the solid cement wall. Crack! The cement wall shattered into pieces. Lin Huan's face darkened in fear. He turned to look at the shattered cement wall, and could only exclaim in astonishment, What kind of power is this?" The people behind cheered, "Amazing! He is so strong!" Na Qla waved her hand dismissively, Trivial, just scratching an itch." Lin Huan's face was pale, his hands trembling as he held a brick. Lin Huan pursed his lips and thought, "She can actually break cement. It seems that there's something mysterious in this era, like internal strength." Na Qla lifted her broadsword, and Lin Huan, sweating, looked back. Na Qla touched the blade. "It actually made me use 8/10 of my strength. This cement is really impressive." Then she pointed at Lin Huan and turned to the others, saying, "The whole village will follow my orders, and from now on, follow this impostor's instructions. Make cement, improve the farmland, and open a school." Lin Huan, holding a brick, looked up. "Huh? That fast?" Suddenly, Na Qla poked the surface of the broadsword with her finger. A hole appeared in the blade, and her eyes narrowed. "Do you dare not work quickly?" Seeing this, Lin Huan quickly nodded, Yes. I'll do it right away. As work began, Na Qla held a hoe, but there were a few smudges of dirt on her face. A hand reached out and wiped them away. The next scene showed Na-Q-La swinging the hoe powerfully, the bald man cheering, while Lin Huan looked on in fear. When it came time for teaching, Na-Q-La dozed off, annoying Lin Huan. Lin Huan sat down tiredly, his face pale and thin, thinking, it's fine to become a contributing member of society before escaping, but like this. After a period of reformation, the place had taken on a new look. Na-Q-La crossed her arms and looked at Lin Huan. After several weeks of testing, I've decided to go through with the fake marriage. Lin Huan twitched, huh? I thought you didn't like Lin Huan and said I was a fake. Na-Q-La replied, you still have some value. If I keep you, our village can rule the mountains and forests in the future. The real Lin Huan, I'll deal with later. Na-Q-La took Lin Huan's hand, looked at him and said, I'm serious, now we'll consummate the marriage. Na-Q-La looked at Lin Huan, who stood there speechless. Suddenly, Na-Q-La blushed. Someone rushed out, causing Na-Q-La to let go of Lin Huan's hand. He said, Brother Lin, we're here. Achi stood in front of Lin Huan. Achi went through thousands of hardships to find this place. Lin Huan covered his mouth with his hand. Lin Huan looked at Achi angrily and said, couldn't you have come a little later? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Achi gave a thumbs up. I brought the Lin family army, which means we can capture the La family stronghold. Soldiers from both sides confronted each other with weapons drawn. Achi held up a token. Achi stood in front of Lin Huan and said to Na-Q-La, this person is Lin Huan, son-in-law of the Ning mansion in Ningzhou City. Audacious bandits, surrender now. Na-Q-La pointed you. She said in confusion, you really are Lin Huan? You didn't lie to me before? Na-Q-La covered her blushing face and ran away, leaving the two behind confused. That put away the command token and asked, what happened? Did you tease someone's daughter again? Lin Huan rubbed his head, dejectedly explaining, I've been wronged. This place is exploiting my labor. Lin Huan turned and walked away. He asked, why are you so late? You didn't need to bring the Lin family army, did you? Lin Huan followed behind earlier, when I was looking for you. I learned that the mountain villages were planning something mysterious. So I returned to Ninqing to request instructions and bring the Lin family army. Lin Huan walked between the bald man and a soldier, smiling and extending his hand in a conciliatory gesture. Gentlemen, we're all on the same side. The fake general is about to arrive. Remember to cooperate. A horse stopped. A rider sat atop it. The Black Bear Stronghold chief commands, Luo clan leader, come out and receive the order. Na-Q-La and Lin Huan stepped out. Lin Huan spoke, the clan leader's health is not good. We, husband and wife, will hear the order in his stead. Lin Huan looked up and spoke to him, may I ask what orders the stronghold chief has given? Behind him, Na-Q-La stood timidly. The rider on the horse sneered, tossing a wad of paper down. See for yourself. In 1 week, gather at Black Bear Mountain to discuss important matters. Failure to appear will result in immediate execution. He then turned his horse and left. Lin Huan picked up the papers. Lin Huan unfolded the paper. Important matters? That also leaned in to look. What is it? Na-Q-La didn't look at it, she just covered her face from behind. A map appeared, along with a route. Lin Huan looked at it, then said with understanding, I see. Lin Huan turned to Na-Q-La and the others. This is a gathering of many other clan leaders. An old man leaning on a cane hurriedly said, Xingri gang. He must be planning to take our lives. One man said, clan leader, we shouldn't go. If the Empress Dowager is angered, none of our 9 clans will be able to withstand her wrath. Another man beside him added, the Black Bear Stronghold chief is causing trouble. Messing with him is certain death. The bald man said, the clan leader will decide whether to go. The other man continued, right, we will all follow the clan leader's orders. Na-Q-La pretended to put her hand to her chin. I think this is simple. She covered her face and smiled. I'll listen to my husband. Lin Huan looked down. The men who were just speaking suddenly fell silent. Na-Q-La paused, looking at them in confusion. Why aren't you talking anymore? Did I say something wrong? A hand was placed on Na-Q-La's head. Lin Huan patted her head and said, the clan leader means, if playing defensively doesn't work, then we'll take the offensive. Lin Huan drew his sword. He raised it high, standing beside Na-Q-La. So what if it's Song Shan's stronghold? I'll slay them all. Sometime later, at Black Bear Mountain, the bright sun shone down. A fire blazed brightly. 3 men sat near the fire eating meat. The man in green, while gnawing on meat, said, "Lately, it's been getting harder and harder to find anything. Even Miss Guan Jia doesn't dare to pass through. I can't even get to the stronghold, mistress." The man in purple pointed, "I think the woman at the Luo clan stronghold is truly beautiful." The man in yellow added, "Come on, who doesn't know how powerful her swordsmanship is? I'm afraid that after marrying her, I'd be chopped to death." The man in purple replied, "Even so, I'd be willing to become a ghost and follow her." Ha! Outside the gate, someone was beating a gong and announcing, "The Luo clan stronghold has arrived." A large carriage entered, surrounded by escorting guards. "Clan leader Nakula has arrived." A hand opened the curtain. A girl wearing red shoes stepped down. Nakula was dressed in beautiful red attire. The men stared, dumbfounded and mesmerized. Nakula put her hands on her hips and spoke in a raised voice, "What are you looking at? I'll chop you all to death." The men chuckled, assessing her words. The man with tied-up hair rubbed his hands. "Lady Luo, don't you think you should accept my proposal this time?" Nakula turned and took Lin Huan's arm. "Husband, be careful. This place is simple, don't hurt your feet." The two held hands, looking at each other and smiling knowingly. Suddenly, Lin Huan covered his face with a fan, his complexion turning an unhealthy purple. Lin Huan vomited. Nakula looked on with concern. Lin Huan thought to himself, feeling unwell, "I didn't expect that the majestic Lin Huan would get carsick." "Ugh!" A man with an eye patch laughed. "Ha! Who is this dog-headed strategist? Gets carsick from riding in a carriage. He'd probably die on the spot if he rode a horse." The man next to him chimed in, "Maybe he's just overwhelmed by our handsomeness." The man in green narrowed his eyes at Lin Huan and Nakula. "What's your relationship? Why does she call you husband?" Nakula glared at the man with a cold look. "How dare you make a move on my husband?" They surrounded the two. "What? Daring to challenge the stronghold chief's authority?" Lin Huan patted Nakula's head. "Wife, it's all right." The man in green shouldered his staff and spoke in a raised voice. "I advise you to get out of here and let me be Lady Luo's husband, haha." Lin Huan brought a hand to his mouth. "Ahem. What if I don't agree?" The man in green charged forward, throwing a punch. "Then I'll teach you a lesson." He rushed towards Lin Huan. Lin Huan stood there calmly, fan in hand, smiling at the man in green. "All right, don't cry for your mother if you lose." The man in green angrily charged. The men outside witnessed this scene and laughed heartily. "Damn, he thinks he's so tough, haha. Just fight already, or are you too scared to move?" Hearing this, the man in green's face darkened. Cracking his knuckles, he said, "Don't worry, I'll give you a quick and painless death." Lin Huan remained calm, clasping his hands together. "Thank you very much." Seeing him like this, the man in green paused, confused. "Huh!" Lin Huan seized the opportunity and kicked him in the groin. With a disgusted expression, he said, "Just fight already, you're taking too long." The man in green's testicles felt like they had exploded. The crowd outside, seeing this, paled and covered their own groins. Lin Huan waved his fan and chuckled. "Looks like fighting isn't that hard after all." The man in green could only clutch his groin, his face pale. Nakula, standing outside, exclaimed with delight, "Ah, such a domineering man. I love it, I love it." The gangsters outside, seeing this, angrily cursed. "Damn it, dirty trick. This guy knows nothing about martial arts. Who can fight like that? Trash. Get him." Suddenly, another gangster rushed forward aggressively. "Let me fight him." Lin Huan remained calm, letting out a no. The man, seeing this, angrily charged and attacked. "Let me heal your body." Lin Huan's face darkened. He smirked. "Oh really? I don't believe you." With that, he grabbed the man's leg. Then he gave his opponent a sweet smile. Another pair of fried eggs were served. In an instant, the man's legs spread wide, his face pale. The gangsters outside, seeing this, paled again. "Ugh, that move, they're done for. Those two have lost their manhood. Does the imperial court still accept eunuchs? This is urgent." Once again, Lin Huan struck directly at the groin, and then proceeded to crush it. The testicles were all crushed. It turned out that the testicles all belonged to the gangsters. They clutched their groins, lying scattered on the ground. Lin Huan said triumphantly, "Anyone else? I'm feeling lucky today. I want to play a little more." The onlookers, hearing this, immediately raised their hands in surrender. Suddenly, there was a clap of applause, followed by a voice. Excellent! I've been practicing martial arts for 30 years and I've never seen anyone like you. It was a man with a scar on his face. He introduced himself. You can tell who I am at a glance. Black Bear Stronghold's 5th seat, Scarface Lao Wu. Seeing this, Lin Huan smiled and introduced himself. I am the Luo clan stronghold leader, Mu Fa Sha. Oh no, Lin Huan. And this is Na Q La, beside me. After hearing this, Scarface Lao Wu said, no matter how cunning you are, Lin Huan, you are still alone. If you don't want to face me one-on-one, then form a team. Let's try it together. For your efforts, everyone will be rewarded with 12 taels of silver. The gangsters, hearing this, said excitedly, haha, team battles. I'm good at this. Alright, I'll give it a try for the money. Lin Huan also excitedly raised his hand. Alright. Luo clan stronghold, assemble. His men behind him, seeing his enthusiasm, trembled with worry. Both Lin Huan and Scarface Lao Wu were brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Huan raised his fan high and shouted, Luo clan stronghold, assemble. Let's play. The gangsters, hearing this, crossed their arms and scoffed at Lin Huan. Want to win with this bunch of circus performers? Lin Huan frowned and sighed when he heard their disdain. Don't judge a book by its cover. Lin Huan pointed at them and shouted, what did I teach you usually? Stand straight. Everyone stood up straight at Lin Huan's command. He ordered them, one by one, from left to right, report your numbers. The man in dark green raised his hand to his head and saluted Lin Huan. Reporting, leader. The Luo clan stronghold security team has a full complement of 21 personnel. All members are present. Please give your orders. The 3 men burst out laughing in disdain. Ha! What are they doing? Such a strange way to count people. The man with purple hair also scoffed and pointed. Each one standing tall, bookshelves tidy. They've really been trained into soldiers, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Na Q La slammed her saber into the ground. She pointed and shouted, you dare make noise? I'll chop you to death. Scarface Lao Wu spoke up, if it weren't for your father holding power and protecting the Luo clan stronghold from enemy attacks, you would have been split apart long ago. Lin Huan put his arm around Na Q La and said to them, very well. Let me see how you plan to defeat the Luo clan stronghold army. The gangsters held their swords, full of arrogant confidence. It won't be long before we send you all on your way, one by one. Lin Huan waved his fan towards the back and commanded, squad, attack. Lin Huan's men were all prepared for battle. The man in brown among them shouted, activate defensive formation and prepare for engagement. Scarface Lao Wu raised his sword to the sky and leaped into the air. No matter what, I can cut you all in half. Scarface Lao Wu's sword came crashing down, striking a shield with a loud clang. In the next moment, the sword broke in two. Scarface Lao Wu looked at his broken sword in disbelief. This, impossible! How can there be such a shield in this world? The man in brown holding the shield explained, we improved it with cement. Even the clan leader needs to use her internal energy to break it. Na Q La recalled a time when she used her sword to shatter Lin Huan's shield, frightening him. She turned to Lin Huan and asked, right, I forgot to ask. Last time I shattered it with one blow. Has it been reinforced now? Lin Huan replied, because I saw a problem with the cement. It was hard enough, but it lacked some toughness. So, Lin Huan licked his lips and gave a thumbs up, explaining to Na Q La. I deliberately used a method of layering cement and cotton cloth multiple times to enhance the toughness of the cement shield while ensuring its hardness. This can also reduce the amount of cement used, making it lighter and more stable, and fire-resistant. The 3 gangsters were still determined to fight, refusing to give up. No matter how good it is, if we all stab it together, it will break. Then the man in brown shouted orders to his men. Begin working together. Teams of 2, 10 teams using the 4-4-2 formation, all-round defense. The gangsters, before they could even raise their swords to attack, looked in astonishment at their opponents who were already shielded behind their shields. One of them angrily cursed, damn it! If you have the guts, fight head-on. What's the point of hiding behind shields? Na Q La's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, that's so effective! I've never seen such a strong formation. Lin Huan, looking at the scene before him, thought smugly. Even though I don't understand military tactics, I understand football. It's still quite useful to borrow a few formations from football. Suddenly, a man carrying a brown bag rushed in and shouted, "Perfect opportunity! Right now! Everyone, get out of the way!" The man threw the brown bag straight ahead. The people behind the shields raised them in a panic to protect themselves. The brown bag flew straight towards the three gangsters. They panicked. "Damn it! Put away your weapons, quick!" But just as they finished speaking, the bag hit one of their swords. Then it ripped open, spilling a disgusting green liquid. The foul-smelling green liquid splattered all over the three gangsters. They turned pale and covered their noses, as the liquid emitted a revolting stench, with flies buzzing around them. They cursed angrily, "Damn it, who did this?" The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became silent and gloomy, as everyone around the three gangsters turned pale and stared. Everyone who smelled it couldn't bear it and collapsed, vomiting. Lin Huan, seeing the scene in front of him, turned his face away, his own face turning purple as he broke out in a sweat. Muttering, "This has nothing to do with me. High lethality, truly a powerful weapon." At this time, at the Black Bear stronghold, a group of people stood, listening to Lin Huan's instructions. "Look, at the right moment, everyone creates an opening. You directly shoot the arrow. This tactic is a defensive counterattack, understand?" The only archer present raised his hand to ask a question. "Understood. But I have another question," he then said. "It's too easy to wear out. The arrowheads can't be recycled. Such a waste." Hearing this, Lin Huan suggested, "How about using poison?" The archer immediately retorted, "Too expensive." Finding it too troublesome, Lin Huan rubbed his chin, thinking, "Indeed, someone used a bow and arrow to hit the stronghold. This time I definitely have to try other things as well." Seeing this, the archer approached him with a suggestion. "Why don't we use vegetable fertilizer?" Hearing this, Lin Huan's face darkened and he asked, "Isn't that?" Then, as if realizing something, his expression gradually turned sinister. "Thinking about it, that's not bad." On the day of the competition, a group of people retched after smelling the stench. "Is that your stronghold?" "No, I have something to do, I'll go first." Naku's face darkened in disgust. "That's so disgusting. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? It's ruining my image." Hearing this, Lin Huan tried to comfort her, while covering his nose with his fan. "Just bear with it a little longer." Ugh, so nauseating. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Enough! Be quiet! I've had enough of this defensive nonsense. Let's have a one-on-one duel. The winner takes all." It was his opponent in the arena below. "Lin Huan, be a man and stop hiding behind your defenses." Then he continued boastfully, "The rules are very simple." "They are." Before he could finish, Lin Huan interrupted him, "I'm not." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Huh? What did you say?" Enjoying his expression, Lin Huan sneered, "I said I'm not a man, so I don't need to duel." He then flicked his fan, thinking to himself, "I'm still an innocent boy. I haven't truly become a man yet." Hearing his words, the opponent's face reddened with anger. "You have no dignity, no honor?" Hearing this, Lin Huan feigned surprise. "I even married into my wife's family. What dignity do I have left?" Exasperated by his words, the opponent could only stammer, but. Seeing his attitude, Lin Huan raised his voice and said, "Enough talk. I won't fight, and that's final. Are you not tired of always thinking about dignity? Can you eat it? Can it earn you money? Can it get you a wife?" These words struck a chord with his opponent. Then he gestured with his hand to leave. "So boring. Luo clan stronghold, retreat." Seeing them about to leave, the opponent panicked and ran over. "You can't leave. The stronghold chief has ordered everyone to be present." Hearing this, Lin Huan turned around and said to his men, "I've been here for a long time, and I haven't seen him anywhere. On the contrary, he should be the one closing the doors and seeing us off. Does this make sense to you?" The crowd echoed his words. "That's right. We've been here a long time and haven't even seen him. And now, before the village chief has even been elected, he wants to lump us all together? Is that right?" Unconvinced, the man from before pointed at Lin Huan's face. "Lin Huan, don't spout nonsense here. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over my dead body." Hearing this, Lin Huan smiled and raised his hand, approaching him. "Really?" And then, in the most elegant manner, he threw a brick right at his face. The brick shattered upon impact. A stream of hot blood flowed from the man's nose. He collapsed. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Huan dusted off his hands. All this back and forth is giving me a headache. He calmly stepped over the fallen man. Seeing his actions, the underlings discussed in alarm. He actually attacked Scarface directly? What a ruthless person! He just straight up hit him. Na Qiula ran over and hugged his arm admiringly. Master Lin Huan, you're so handsome. Suddenly, Lin Huan remembered something. Oh right, I almost forgot my purpose. He pulled out a brick, identical to the one he just used. Then he turned to the crowd. This is a new type of brick developed exclusively by the Luo clan stronghold. It's a must-have formula for killing people and robbing goods. It can also be used to build houses, stoves, and other things using cement. Currently, bricks and cement are on sale at the Luo clan stronghold. Everyone is welcome to contact us quickly to purchase them before they're sold out. Then Lin Huan pulled everyone away. Hurry up. We want to see how the stronghold collapses. Starting today, we're leaving the competition and living independently. By the time everyone returned, it was almost noon. Inside the stronghold, a crowd was cheering for Lin Huan. So proud. Finally vented our anger at Song's stronghold. Ha! Luckily we caught that guy back then. Finally escaping the noisy crowd, Lin Huan groaned, damn it, those guys were so annoying. Seeing him trying to slip away, Na Qiula quickly blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? She then put a foot on his head, her voice slurred. Tonight you will serve me. Seeing that she wasn't sober, Lin Huan lifted her up and carried her to her room. You've had too much to drink. Get some rest. Under the influence of alcohol, she continued to struggle, shouting, Let me go! Let me go! Normally, no one dares touch me. Why are you so brave today? As if they'd heard some interesting gossip, the underlings perked up their ears, eavesdropping. They huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Doesn't dare touch me. Isn't that implying something's broken down there? Look at how smart Lin Huan is. His body must be weak. We're all making profits, only the clan leader is losing out. How wonderful! Hearing this, Lin Huan went over and gave them a beating, then dragged them away. How dare you talk about your teacher like that? Have you finished your assignments yet? At this moment someone from the crowd called out, Brother Huan, how about that soil improvement you mentioned? We can't wait. Hearing this, he rubbed his chin and said, This is indeed a big problem. The soil quality here seems fine, but it's difficult to develop. Suddenly, someone ran up and shouted, interrupting his train of thought. It's bad. The old man has fallen ill with a strange disease. When Lin Huan entered, he saw two people inside. One of them said, This happens again and again. Lin Huan was a bit puzzled. Strange disease? What is that? The old man on the bed was covered in spots, looking pale and weak. Lin Huan turned and asked the physician, How is he? The physician shook his head. It's indeed a strange disease. Before settling in the village, I'd never seen this old man get sick. Although he can live for a while after an attack, the patient will be in great pain. Then the man who had brought the news stepped forward, adding to the physician's words, This is one of the curses of our Luo clan. At this age, they basically all get this disease. The person next to him added, That's right. This place must be cursed. It seems the Luo clan is doomed. 1664. Grasping the key point, Lin Huan turned and asked, as if to confirm his thoughts, Wait, did you say everyone is like this? Do they all get sick at this age? Understanding the point he was trying to make, the physician replied, It seems to be the case, except for the two great clans, the Lu clan and the Zhang clan. But those two clans are just a matter of time. Lin Huan continued to ask, They were originally middle-aged before joining the mountain stronghold, right? The physician nodded. That's correct. Lin Huan stroked his chin and said to the person next to him, I have a theory, I need to verify it. He then activated his system. I gained reputation points at the stronghold earlier. I can just try chemistry set. But after looking it over, his face darkened. How do I do this? This is so confusing. He shrugged it off and reached behind him nonchalantly. Whatever, let's give it a try. Then, Lin Huan placed his hand on the old man's pulse, silently reciting in his mind, Activate 5 armor enhancement. Desire, literature, question, iron. He then rubbed his chin. All right, I think I understand. He walked outside, muttering next. Behind him, the physician asked curiously, "Can you cure him?" Seeing Lin Huan's actions, the man in brown next to him reassured the physician. He must have a way. Lin Huan walked to the garden behind the house. He squatted down, picked up some soil, and rubbed it between his fingers, murmuring, "As I thought." Lin Huan turned around and told those behind him about his discovery. "This isn't a strange disease, it's metal poisoning. The metal content here is exceeding the limit." He continued to explain, "Heavy metal elements accumulating in the body for a long time without being processed will eventually lead to organ dysfunction and illness. This is also why only middle-aged people get sick." Then, he picked up a handful of soil and continued, "And the food we grow here is the culprit. Clearly, the heavy metal content in this soil exceeds the standard. That's why we can't grow much food, and it doesn't taste good." Hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded, their heads full of question marks. Seeing that they still didn't understand, he simplified it. "In other words, there's a special kind of iron in the soil. You've been eating iron, and if you eat too much, you'll get poisoned." The old physician suddenly realized, "So that's it." Suddenly, Nakula appeared, holding a wine jar, swaying as she walked over. "This place is so annoying. It's given me a headache." As she was running over, she tripped over a rock. She fell straight into Lin Huan's arms. He quickly caught her, holding her close. "This would be bad luck for others, but it's a good thing for me." Lin Huan imagined himself becoming a lucky miner. In this era, if heavy metals exceed the standard, it means there's a mine nearby. He pointed to the sky, proudly declaring, "The world's #1 mine owner is about to be born." He left behind a group of bewildered and speechless people. What the hell? In a forest, as the early morning sun shone through the trees, a group of people were making their way through the woods. It turned out to be Lin Huan's group, venturing deep into the forest to search for mineral veins. He walked, holding a red flag and leading the way. He turned and said resolutely, "Our main task this time is to find the location of the mineral vein. I've already taught you the method of identifying mineral patterns." The group behind him chorused in response, raising their tools and shouting, "Understood." Everyone was using magnifying glasses to observe their surroundings, searching for mineral patterns. They searched every nook and cranny, leaving no place unchecked. From the ground and grass to the tree trunks, Nakula was sitting on Lin Huan's shoulders. Bored, she started to complain. "Humph, this isn't fun at all. I thought we were going to fight tigers and play in the water." Lin Huan could only chuckle. He cheerfully held his magnifying glass and continued searching, saying, "Once the mine is developed, you'll be the owner. What else do you want to play then?" At that moment, a man emerged from the bushes, covered in mud. He saw Lin Huan and grinned wickedly. "Want to fight tigers? All right, I'll grant your wish." He used a burning match to light something round, like an egg. He laughed triumphantly. "My apologies, don't even think about running this time." A moment later, smoke began to billow from the round object, spreading throughout the forest. Nakula was still casually whistling on Lin Huan's shoulders when she suddenly noticed something strange. She sat up straight on Lin Huan's shoulders, startling him. Nakula began to scan their surroundings. She recognized the sound. A tiger! Lin Huan, surprised, looked up at her. At that moment, he accidentally caught a glimpse of something a man shouldn't see, and his nose started gushing blood uncontrollably. He panicked. "Oops. I didn't mean to." Nakula seemed unconcerned, focused only on the tiger that was nearby. She leaned down and said to Lin Huan, "What do you mean didn't mean to? The tiger is getting closer." Just then, a tiger emerged from the bushes. Everyone froze for a moment. The tiger turned towards them and roared. Nakula was excited to finally have something to do. She said confidently to Lin Huan, "I'll stop it." However, instead of being afraid, he said confidently, "Don't worry, I'm prepared." He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Then he shouted, "Huin Vu formation, prepare." Everyone simultaneously put on their protective pouches in front of their chests, and lined up in formation. Those in the front quickly pulled out thick steel shields for cover. Seeing this, the tiger furiously leaped towards them. However, the steel shields were so sturdy that all of its attacks seemed harmless. Seeing that it couldn't do anything, the tiger angrily retreated back into the bushes. However, Lam Hon's group wasn't so kind. A person standing behind the shield-bearing team threw a pouch of something towards the tiger. Feeling insulted, the tiger swiped its paw at the pouch to assert its dominance. However, the tiger didn't expect the pouch to be filled with lime powder, temporarily blinding it and making it difficult to open its eyes. The lime powder began to spread, creating a hazy and difficult-to-see scene. The villain, still hiding in the bushes, exclaimed, "Damn it, I can't see a thing. They even brought lime powder. How cautious are these people? I hope the tiger is alright." While the man was still observing the situation ahead, Lam Hon and Na Q La found him and stood behind him. They began to smile wickedly and said, "You should hope you're alright. Let's see how you escape now." The mud-faced man was surprised and reacted instantly by throwing hidden weapons towards Lam Hon. He effortlessly caught all the weapons with his bare hands and began to mock, "When it comes to sneak attacks, you should call me Grandpa." Na Q La immediately rushed forward to brawl with the mud-faced man, causing him to yell in pain. Lam Hon just stood aside, feigning innocence. Driven to the edge, the man angrily fumbled for something inside his shirt and threatened, "You forced me to do this." Lam Hon sensed danger and jumped in front of Na Q La to shield her, earning an admiring look from her. The man suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed a long cut across his chest. Then, two snakes, a white snake and a black snake, emerged from behind his back. He put on a menacing expression and said, "You can't escape. These are the malevolent heart snakes. They grow by feeding on blood." The blood from his cuts splattered onto Lam Hon and Na Q La, causing them to show disgust. Seeing the snake's swift movements, Lam Hon embraced Na Q La to protect her, but it seemed too late. The white snake bit Lam Hon's leg. The black snake bit Na Q La's thigh. The venom spread instantly, causing Na Q La to faint on the spot. Lam Hon seemed to retain some consciousness but appeared unable to hold on for long. Seeing his work done, the villain gleefully ran away. Lam Hon's eyes slowly closed, but before he fainted, he managed to order his subordinates to chase after the man. Lam Hon held Na Q La and encouraged her to stay strong. After a while, they began to stagger, unable to stand firmly. Then both collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the poison. Meanwhile, Lam Hon's group split up to search every nook and cranny. But they couldn't find any trace of the mud-stained man. After a long time, someone in the group found many footprints covered in mud. They thought, "There's been a fight here. The camp leader should be here." One of them shouted orders to the others, "Search this area. I don't care if you find anything or not, search until nightfall and then gather back where I told you." Hearing this, the group behind him responded in unison. The scene shifted to Lam Hon. He and Na Q La were lying at the bottom of a large pit. After a long while, his eyelids twitched. It seemed he was about to wake up. Suddenly, his eyes opened abruptly. But he realized he had awakened in his spiritual form. I remember Na Q La and I were bitten by snakes." He looked over at Na Q La. He saw both himself and Na Q La lying in the sun like two dried corpses. Lam Hon panicked, yelling and hitting his body. "Soul out of body! I'm not dead, am I?" Just then, the system suddenly announced, "Body enhancement, activating. Initiating emergency mode, automatic." Lam Hon propped his chin on his hand and thought, "This is to strengthen the body. It's the previous reward." He started analyzing the blood vessels in his body. No wonder the previous physical enhancements were useless. It turns out you can only control emergency mode manually. Blood vessels and meridians have appeared, so I can determine the path and penetration of the venom. After careful observation, he finally found the location of the snake bites. Now the location and wounds from the venom are known. He skillfully manipulated the system interface with his fingers. Next, I need to control the acupuncture points and blood vessels to expel the poison. After a long time, the treatment progress bar slowly increased and finally reached 100%. Lam Hon shouted joyfully as his body was completely healed. He turned to look at Na Q La, seeing her still writhing in pain from the snake venom. "Alright, it's time to save Na Q La." He used a knife he kept on him to make a small cut on his finger and let the blood drip into Na Q La's mouth. "First, use my blood, which contains a certain amount of antivenom. Then suck out the poison. I need to find the wound, which was around her thigh, if I recall correctly." He gently removed Na Q La's socks. After removing the socks, he blushed and realized this wasn't where the snake had bitten. He continued to feel his way up Na Q La's thigh. But the higher he went, the closer he got to her skirt. Lam Hon was forced to tear a rip in Na Q La's skirt to continue searching. "The snake bite location," he muttered embarrassedly. "The clothing is quite thick. I need to tear it. My apologies." Finally, he found the spot where the damned snake had bitten. But the location was extremely awkward for him. He started praying, ahem, heavens, please don't look, I'm just saving someone. Here we go. Ready, he kept a clear head and began the process of sucking out the venom. This scene is not for those under 18. The harder he sucked, the redder Nakyula's face became, and she made strange sounds. After sucking for a bit, he spat the venomous blood to the side. His face became lewd as he said to himself, "Ooh, that smells so good. That smells so poisonous." The scene shifted back to the town where two imposing gatekeepers stood guard. But hidden in the surrounding bushes were many assassins lying in wait. One of them spoke up, "Nakyula, Lamhone, the main force isn't here. Let's attack. We must annihilate them today." The assassins charged towards the village gate, catching the two guards by surprise. They both yelled to alert the villagers, "Enemies! Enemies!" Nakyula's leg was exposed. Her eyes slowly opened, and she let out a soft ah. Her consciousness gradually returned. Nakyula looked down, and saw Lamhone's mouth on the wound on her thigh. Seeing this, Nakyula lay back down, her eyes swirling and her face turning red. Nakyula recalled the memory of being bitten by the snake. She closed her eyes, her face still red as she thought, "This is detoxification. This is detoxification. Don't overthink it, don't overthink it." On the stone floor, Lamhone continued to help her remove the poison. Nakyula's face was now so red it was practically steaming. An image of Lamhone lifting her chin, his eyes full of passion, flashed through her mind. Nakyula thought, could this be? After sucking the poison from Nakyula's thigh, Lamhone stopped, wiped his mouth, and frowned slightly. Strange, the poison should have been completely extracted. Lamhone's head twitched, and he looked down at Nakyula. Could there be more than one wound? Should I continue checking for injuries? He tore at the edge of Nakyula's shirt, slightly embarrassed. "Sorry, I have to tear this a bit more." Nakyula's dress ripped, revealing a patch of skin. Although Nakyula was awake, she kept her eyes closed. What should I do? Should I wake up? Or should I continue pretending to be unconscious? That way, although it's embarrassing, I won't be looked down upon by him. Nakyula suddenly turned over. Lamhone was surprised. "Huh? What's going on?" She suddenly moved. Lamhone moved closer to Nakyula and waved his hand in front of her face. "Nakyula, are you awake?" Strange, it could be muscle spasms from the toxins. Receiving no response, Lamhone's face became serious. He tore open more of her clothing. "No, I have to find the wound quickly." Suddenly, a flare appeared in the distant sky. Lamhone was startled and turned around. "That's the signal I left at La Family Camp. The La Family Camp is in danger." At this moment, Nakyula suddenly sat up, covering herself with her hands as she also looked at the flare. "We have to implement the plan quickly," she said. Lamhone, still unaware that she was awake, continued, "That's right, immediately assemble the rescue team." Lamhone finally realized Nakyula was awake. He silently looked at her, and Nakyula blushed, speechless. The two quickly separated. Lamhone hurriedly walked away. He jumped onto a rock. "La Family Camp is in danger. We should act as well." Nakyula, still covering herself, looked at Lamhone. Wait. You, find me some clothes first." Back a few minutes earlier at La Family Camp, there were men in black standing there, facing at that and the others. Their faces were covered. One said, "I didn't expect you to be so vigilant, but it doesn't matter. Your fighting power is completely inferior to ours." They now removed their face coverings. The man with brown hair said, "No need to pretend. The chief values La Family Camp, but..." The man with purple hair continued, "If you're wise, immediately come back to work for us and your lives will be spared. Otherwise..." That side, looking at them, "Your attack methods are outdated. Lamhone has taught me much better ones." That pulled out something. Like this. A flare was launched into the air, and everyone quickly retreated. The brown-haired man looked up at it in surprise. The flare exploded in the sky, emitting golden sparks. The men in black shielded their eyes from the bright light. The brown-haired man said, sending a signal, "Huh? Before they return, we'll have killed all of you." That still stood there as everyone else retreated inside. The brown-haired man, slightly irritated, said, "Want to run? How will you run? Before they come back, you'll all be dead." Suddenly, sharp stakes emerged from the ground between the two sides. That and the others looked down confidently. The men in black looked down silently at the numerous sharp stakes. That beckoned with his index finger, imitating Lam Hone. Come on, come here.